They tried to bury you, but they didn't know you were a seed laced with fire. Not only did you grow, you scorched the ground they cursed you on. To those who aimed to break you, who smiled in your face while plotting behind your back, this message is your reckoning. You didn't just try to destroy a person, you waged war against a force the universe handpicked. And now, the one you tried to erase is rising, louder, brighter, and more powerful than ever. You underestimated the chosen. Now deal with the consequences. If this message hits something deep inside you, like and subscribe right now. Help this reach more chosen ones who need to hear it. Every time you engage, you're helping this energy spread. You're signaling to the algorithm that this truth matters and it needs to echo across the world. Let's shake the silence. Let's call the tribe home. Welcome, chosen ones. You weren't made to blend in. You weren't picked to live quietly. You were forged in chaos, selected by the universe itself. Not because you were perfect, but because you were powerful. You didn't just survive a bad season. You survived betrayal dressed as family, manipulation disguised as love, and spiritual warfare masked in smiles and handshakes. You were hunted for your light. You were doubted, mocked, and misread. But you were never mistaken. They knew who you were. That's why they feared you. Being chosen doesn't come with comfort. It comes with chaos. You became the battleground for wars no one could see. They fought you thinking it was personal. It wasn't. It was cosmic. They weren't just attacking you, they were challenging the force that chose you. And that's a fight they were never meant to win. You're not just a survivor. You're a silent storm walking in skin. You're the proof that light can take hits and still shine. You carry a presence that exposes the darkness in others without saying a word. Your energy speaks louder than their lies, and it haunts them. It rattles their fake peace. That's why they tried so hard to silence you, because your truth is their mirror, and your rise is their reminder that the universe picks its own. And when it does, no enemy plan can prosper. They couldn't break your soul, so they tried to break your spirit. But here you are, breathing, walking, wiser, stronger. And now, they're about to witness the kind of comeback that doesn't just inspire, it convicts. Because people will wonder how you're still here, how you're still standing. But they'll never understand the kind of battles you fought in silence. They won't know the nights you cried, the moments you almost gave up, or the strength it took just to smile. They'll only see the glow, the power, the transformation. The power of being chosen is not loud, but it is undeniable. It follows you, it fights for you, it protects you in ways that don't make sense. And when people go up against it, their own lives start to unravel, not because you cursed them, but because they cursed the hand the universe had over you. And you don't mess with chosen ones and walk away unchanged. So, hold your head up. Walk like every step is guided, because it is. You were never alone. You were never forsaken. You were hidden, protected for a time like this. And now the unveiling has begun. Chosen one, the world is about to find out what you survived. And when they do, they're going to wish they never touched you. Now that the stage is set, let's dive into this, step by step. Trust me, if you're one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay with this until the very end. You're about to understand why everything you've survived has been preparing you for this moment. The world is going to be stunned when they realize what you've overcome. So stick with me, because this journey will reveal the truth they never saw coming. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to let your story unfold, and get ready to shock the world. Let's get started. Number 1. They used your kindness as a sword. Now watch them feel the edge of it. They tried to weaponize your goodness, didn't they? Used your own kindness against you like a blade in their hands. What they didn't know is that the universe never makes a mistake when it chooses its warriors. And now, that blade they tried to twist into your heart is turning back on them. You see, they thought your softness made you weak. But what they failed to understand is that the universe doesn't send its chosen ones into battle unprepared. You were never weak. You were just playing by a different set of rules. Now, let me hit you with the truth. They didn't know who they were messing with. They thought they could bend you, break you, or use your empathy against you. But here's the catch. Being chosen by the universe means you can never be fully destroyed. You were sent to break cycles, challenge false narratives, and rise from the ashes in ways that don't just shock people. They send them into disbelief. The same kindness they tried to weaponize will become your strength, and it will be the thing that leaves them speechless when they see how whole you've become after all the attacks. Your power is not just in the fight, it's in what happens after. They thought they were doing you a favor, draining your light, pushing you to your breaking point. But what they didn't realize is that every time they knocked you down, the universe lifted you up even higher. Now they'll get to watch you rise, stronger than before. They'll witness the quiet power of a person who survived everything the world threw at them and emerged not only unbroken, but unshakable. Here's a question. Did you ever stop to wonder why you were picked for this life? Why you've been through the fire, the betrayal, the lies and the wars that seemed never-ending? It's because the universe knew that you weren't just going to survive. You were going to shine. They thought they could break your spirit, but what they failed to see was the fire you've been carrying all along, one that would never go out, no matter how hard they tried to snuff it. People underestimate what the chosen ones can take. They see your kindness, your patience, and your ability to keep pushing forward even when it seems impossible. But they don't understand that what looks like softness is actually unyielding strength in disguise. They thought they could manipulate you, play on your generosity, take advantage of your compassion. But they didn't realize that your true power isn't just in how you treat others. It's in your ability to rise over and over again, even when they wanted you down. And when they see you rise again, when they see the full force of the universe aligning behind you, they're going to wish they'd never crossed you. You see, when you're chosen, the universe has your back in ways people can't even comprehend. They can plot, scheme, and attempt to tear you down, but they're playing a game they don't even understand. You're not just fighting on your own. The universe is working behind the scenes, making sure that every step you take is a step toward your higher purpose. Every battle you've faced, every hurt you've endured, it was preparing you for something bigger, something more powerful than they could ever imagine. And here's where they made their fatal mistake. They thought your kindness was a weakness. They thought that because you believed in something bigger than yourself, because you had empathy, because you gave without expecting in return, that they could take advantage of you. What they didn't realize is that the chosen ones are forged in the fire of adversity, tested in ways most people can't fathom. Your kindness wasn't something to be used against you. It was your armor, your shield, your secret weapon. And now the universe is about to show them exactly what happens when they mess with someone chosen for greatness. The tables are turning and the energy is shifting. You've been underestimated for far too long. They thought your smile was a sign of weakness, but it was really a warning. They thought your calm was a sign of submission, but it was the calm before the storm. And now that storm is coming, and it's going to leave them breathless. But let's be real for a second. Even you, the chosen one, have doubted yourself. In the moments of darkness, you wondered if you were really meant for this. You questioned your path, your purpose, and your power. You thought, why me? Why am I the one who has to face all this pain? And that's where you almost made the biggest mistake of all, doubting the power of being chosen, doubting your light. Let me make this crystal clear. You were never meant to follow a typical path. You were never meant to fit in. You were never meant to be part of the crowd. You were chosen because the universe saw something in you that others didn't. A power, a light, an ability to turn the tides of battle in ways that no one else could. Your journey wasn't meant to be easy, and it wasn't meant to be understood by everyone. But now, you're about to show the world what happens when someone chosen for greatness finally embraces their purpose. They thought they could use your kindness to break you. They didn't know that your kindness was just the surface. Underneath was a storm of power that will shake the very foundations of everything they thought they knew. They thought they could use your compassion to control you, to manipulate you. But the truth is, they were playing with fire, and now it's time for them to feel the heat. So don't you dare doubt the power of being chosen. The universe aligned itself to help you, and anyone who stands against that force will learn just how powerful you truly are. Let them keep underestimating you. Let them keep thinking they can use your goodness against you. Because when you rise, and trust me, you will rise, they won't know what hit them. You're not just surviving anymore. You're about to shock the world. They'll never see it coming. Let them feel the edge of the sword they tried to use against you. Let them experience the power of a soul that was never meant to be broken. Let them understand that being chosen isn't a curse. It's the universe's way of ensuring that you come out of every battle stronger than before. And when they see who you've become, when they realize what you've truly survived, they won't be able to do anything but watch in awe. And believe me, by the time they realize what they were up against, it will be too late. Number 2. They crafted a reality to shatter you, but you were built to redefine it. You didn't just survive the hardships life threw at you. You survived a reality that was custom designed to break you down at your core. While others went through their own struggles, your battles felt more personal, more targeted, as if everything in your path was meticulously crafted to attack your soul. It wasn't just bad luck or unfortunate circumstances. No, you were in the midst of a spiritual war, one that you didn't ask for but was thrust upon you. It wasn't a simple series of events. It was a deeply orchestrated pattern meant to fracture your spirit. And yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still fighting. The chaos around you was never random. It had purpose. It was layered in ways that felt far too specific to be mere coincidence. Betrayal didn't just sting. It went straight for the parts of you that you trusted the most. It wasn't just about being hurt. It was about being targeted by the very people you cared for. Every attack, every insult, every misstep seemed like it was hand-picked to get under your skin, to tear you apart from the inside. And while the world around you crumbled, you were pushed to the edge of your endurance. But here's the truth you need to understand. You weren't just a victim of circumstance, you were a threat. The moment your soul entered this world, you were a target. The universe knew what you could become, and so did your enemies. That's why they tried so hard to break you. You see, when you're chosen, when you have the light that the world doesn't understand, those who live in darkness will go to extraordinary lengths to keep you down. But the more they tried to bury you, the more you revealed the strength inside you. They thought they could stop you. What they didn't realize is that the deeper they pushed, the more they were awakening something far greater than they could ever anticipate. What you survived wasn't just emotional or physical, it was energetic. There's an invisible force that surrounds the chosen ones, and the world doesn't know how to handle it. People can sense your power, even when you don't fully realize it yourself. The universe saw the warrior in you before you could even understand your own worth. And because of that, the forces of darkness tried to throw everything at you, every demon, every curse, every whisper of doubt. They knew what you could become, and they did everything in their power to destroy you before you even knew how to fight back. But here's where the power lies. Instead of crumbling, instead of giving in, you recoded the entire game. You didn't conform to the plan they laid out for you. You didn't break. You didn't surrender. You cracked the pattern wide open. You rewrote the script, and in doing so, you chose a path that nobody saw coming. When the world tried to box you in, you found a way out. When they tried to control your fate, you fought back with your soul's resilience. And now, you're stepping into the version of you that they tried so hard to bury. What they never saw coming was your ability to adapt, to evolve. You didn't just survive the chaos, you thrived in it. Every betrayal, every struggle, every loss, each one became a building block that led to your transformation. You didn't just learn from your experiences, you absorbed them, you grew from them, and you emerged stronger. The more they tried to break you, the more you discovered how unbreakable you truly are. In the face of all this destruction, you found the truth of who you are. You discovered the power that was lying dormant inside you, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The universe had a plan for you from the very start, and that plan wasn't to see you fall, it was to see you rise. They wanted to create a world where you were insignificant, where your light was snuffed out before it could ever shine. But the universe had other plans. You were always meant for something bigger, and while they tried to make your life hell, it was in that very hell that you found your wings. The deeper the darkness got, the clearer your light became. You didn't bow to the chaos, and you didn't let it define you. You fought back in the only way you could, by refusing to give up. And in doing so, you became something they never expected, unshakable, untouchable, and absolutely unstoppable. But don't think for a second that it's over. It's just the beginning. The reality they tried to create for you, the one designed to break you, has already crumbled. You've rewritten the rules, you've changed the game, you've survived the worst, and now you're stepping into the best version of yourself. The power you've unlocked is not just your own. It's a force of the universe, a divine alignment that cannot be stopped. And those who tried to keep you in the shadows will now watch as you step into the light, stronger than ever before. You didn't just survive the storm, you became the storm. And when they look at you, when they see the power you've gained from all the battles they tried to destroy you with, they'll realize that they were never up against just you. They were up against fate, against destiny, and against a soul that was never meant to be broken. So remember this, the reality they built to break you, it's already been shattered. And now it's your turn to build something even greater, something that no one will be able to touch, break, or destroy. You're no longer a victim of their chaos. You're the master of your own destiny, and the universe is behind you every step of the way. Number 3. They called you the black sheep, but you were always the catalyst for change. You were never meant to fit in. In fact, the very essence of who you are is the reason they tried so hard to push you out. You were cast as the outsider, the problem, the black sheep, the one who didn't conform, the one who challenged everything. They never understood you, never saw your true value. They labeled you as the troublemaker, the misfit, the one who didn't belong. But let me be clear, they didn't reject you because you were wrong. They rejected you because you made them face truths about themselves. They were too afraid to confront. You carried something with you that they couldn't see. You had the golden blueprint, the energy to heal, the light that could shift everything in the room. But instead of embracing it, they feared it. They didn't want to acknowledge the power in your presence because that power forced them to look at their own dysfunction. Your authenticity was like a mirror they couldn't stand to look into. You were a reminder of everything they tried to bury. And for that, they rejected you. But here's the truth. You were never meant to fit into their broken systems. You were born to disrupt them. You came into this world with a purpose far bigger than the petty politics of family dynamics or social circles. You weren't here to be accepted. You were here to show them what they had been doing wrong all along. The systems, the traditions, the expectations, they were built on shaky ground, rooted in secrecy, generational trauma, and silent suffering. And you were the catalyst for change. You were the one who would break the cycle, even if they didn't want you to. Now, let's be real for a moment. Living as the black sheep isn't easy. You've had to endure the weight of isolation, the sting of rejection, the constant feeling of being misunderstood. But through it all, you didn't lose your heart. You didn't let bitterness consume you, even when it felt like the whole world was against you. You stayed true to who you are, even when the people who should have loved you most couldn't see your worth. It's easy to get lost in the role they gave you, to believe the lies they told you about being an outsider or a troublemaker. But here's the thing you need to remember. Being the black sheep wasn't a curse. It was your calling. They didn't understand you because they weren't meant to. They were too caught up in their own cycles of pain and denial to see that you were the one who could break them free. You were the one holding the key to their liberation, even if they couldn't see it yet. When you're the black sheep, people often try to box you in, label you, and convince you that you're the problem. But the truth is, the real problem is the dysfunction they're trying to protect. You were the spark, the disruption, the one who questioned the status quo. And in doing so, you uncovered the cracks in their facade. You made them uncomfortable, and for that, they tried to shame you, silence you, and push you aside. But no matter how hard they tried, you didn't break. You didn't give up. You didn't let their rejection define you. Instead, you used their resistance as fuel. You let their fear of you be the fire that ignited your purpose. Because deep down, you knew you weren't the problem. They were. You weren't the one who needed fixing. They were. And by standing firm in your truth, by holding on to your authenticity, you showed them the one thing they couldn't deny. You were stronger than they ever thought you could be. You were more powerful than they ever imagined. And now, as the roles reverse, as the tables turn, the one they tried to shame, the one they cast out, is about to become the cornerstone. The truth is, the black sheep is often the one with the vision. You're the one who sees beyond the dysfunction, beyond the brokenness, and who can help guide others toward healing. You have a unique perspective because you've been on the outside looking in. You've seen things from a vantage point that others couldn't. And it's that very perspective that gives you the power to change the game. As you stand in your power, as you embrace the fullness of who you are, the world is about to realize that the black sheep is no longer the outsider. You are the one they need, the one who can show them the way out of their own pain. You are the cornerstone, the foundation of something new, something better, something healed. And when the dust settles, when they look back at everything they tried to do to break you, they'll see it for what it really was, an attempt to suppress the very force that could heal them. They tried to reject you, to isolate you, to make you feel small. But all along, you were the one who was destined to stand tall. You were the one who was meant to bring about the change they needed, even if they didn't want to see it at the time. So now, it's your turn. You're no longer the black sheep. You are the one who holds the power to rebuild, to reshape, and to lead the way. The role reversal is happening right before your eyes. The world is about to see that the one they tried to cast out was the one they were meant to follow all along. The black sheep is no longer the outsider. You are the cornerstone of everything they didn't know they needed. And they will have no choice but to watch as you rise. Number 4. They told you to stay quiet, but you found your voice, and now they're terrified. You were always given advice that sounded good on the surface, but if you paid attention, you'd see the true intent behind it. Be humble, they told you, but what they really meant was, stay quiet. Don't stand out. Don't shine brighter than the rest. Don't get your hopes up, they warned, but what they really meant was, don't aim higher than we ever did. Don't even think about outgrowing us. It wasn't genuine concern. It wasn't selfless advice. It was a psychological assassination attempt disguised as care. They were using your ambition as a target and their so-called guidance as a weapon. They never told you to aim for greatness. They told you to accept mediocrity. They never encouraged you to speak your truth. They encouraged you to remain silent. They gave you just enough advice to make it sound like they wanted the best for you. But the truth is, they were trying to keep you small. They were trying to keep you in line. They wanted you to stay within the boundaries they had set for you, the limits they had created, because they were afraid of your potential, afraid of your growth, afraid of your rise. But here's the truth that they couldn't take from you. You didn't listen to their limitations. You didn't let their fake concern suffocate your dreams. You heard their doubt, their whispers of, "You can't," and you chose belief instead. You saw the cage they tried to put you in, the walls they built around you with their words, and you broke free. You didn't just survive their attempts to shrink you, you outgrew them. Every time they tried to dim your light, you turned up the brightness. Every time they tried to bury your dreams, you found a way to make them bloom. You didn't just absorb their negativity, you transmuted it into power. They thought they could kill your confidence with their insults and their so-called advice. But all they did was light a fire under you. What they intended to destroy became the very fuel that propelled you forward. The more they tried to suppress you, the higher you soared. Every word they spoke to held you back. Every warning they whispered to make you doubt yourself only pushed you to believe in your own power even more. And now, look at you. You've found your voice. You've found your purpose. You've found your strength. And it's everything they never wanted you to have. They tried to stop your rise, but all they did was make you stronger. The very confidence they tried to crush has now become your weapon. The very voice they tried to silence is now the one that commands attention. You're no longer the quiet one who listens to their limitations. You are the one they have to listen to now. But let's be honest, this wasn't easy. The psychological warfare they waged against you wasn't subtle. It was constant. It was relentless. And in the moments when you doubted yourself, when you questioned whether their words were true, you had to fight to hold on to your belief in yourself. It would have been easier to follow their advice, to stay quiet, to stay small, to conform to their vision of who you should be. But you didn't. You chose to believe in something bigger, something more powerful. You chose to believe in your own potential. And now, as you rise, they're watching. They're watching as you step into the version of yourself they tried to keep locked away. They're watching as you shine brighter than they ever thought possible. They're watching, and they're terrified, because everything they tried to bury is now coming to life in ways they can't control. They tried to assassinate your confidence, to make you doubt yourself, to convince you that you weren't good enough. But you made it out. You survived their manipulation. You survived their attempts to make you shrink. And now, you're not just surviving, you're thriving. Your voice is louder than their whispers. Your confidence is stronger than their doubt. And your rise, it's unstoppable. You've proven them wrong. You've shown them that their limitations were never yours to carry. You've taken their attempts to shrink you and turned them into stepping stones. Now, as you stand taller, as you step into your power, you become everything they never wanted you to be. They tried to hold you back, but all they did was push you forward. So let them watch. Let them see you soar. They may have tried to tear you down, but you've built yourself up into something they can't touch. The person they tried to silence is now the one who speaks with authority. The person they tried to shrink is now the one who stands tall, unshakable, and unbreakable. And the best part? They'll never be able to take that away from you. They tried to assassinate your confidence, but all they did was turn you into the force they never saw coming. Now, they're going to have to reckon with the reality that the person they tried to crush is the one they should have been listening to all along. Number 5. You died in silence, and what rose from that grave is unstoppable. There are types of death that no one sees, no one understands, and yours was one of those. It wasn't a death that came with a body to bury or a memorial to mark your passing. No, this was the kind of death that stripped you of everything, emotionally, spiritually, mentally. It was the kind of death that happens when your soul feels hollow, when every ounce of your energy is drained, and even getting out of bed feels like dragging yourself out of a grave. But here's the thing. No one saw it. No one shed a tear for you. There were no hands reaching out to pull you back. They didn't even notice. And that's the thing about this kind of death. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It doesn't come with flashing lights or moments of sympathy. It shows up quietly, in the silence of your own thoughts, in the loneliness that fills the spaces no one else dares to enter. No one saw the battles you fought alone, the moments when you were at your lowest. They couldn't hear the screams you silenced inside yourself because you were too busy pretending to be fine. You kept showing up day after day, acting like everything was okay, even though deep inside something sacred had collapsed. You were dying on the inside while the world kept moving, oblivious to your suffering. But here's the truth. In that space, in that hollow place, something incredible happened. In that moment when the world thought you were done, when they counted you out and left you to crumble, your soul quietly reborn. While they were unaware, you were being transformed. You survived the death of the version of you that tried to please everyone, that gave too much of yourself to people who couldn't see your worth. That version of you that was willing to lose yourself just to fit in, just to be accepted, just to avoid confrontation. That version of you died, and in its place, something new, something stronger, something unrecognizable emerged. They didn't see it, but you did. And maybe, at first, you didn't even recognize it yourself. You didn't realize that the pain, the isolation, the emptiness was shaping you into someone unbreakable. You didn't realize that in those dark moments, you were being remade into the person you were always meant to be. When the world thought you were losing everything, you were actually gaining something far more powerful, your own soul's power. You didn't need anyone's approval anymore. You didn't need validation. You no longer had to keep pretending that everything was okay. Because deep inside, you knew something profound had changed. You survived a death that most people will never understand. And you didn't just survive, you thrived. You made it out of that darkness, out of that grave, stronger than ever before. The person you once were, the one who tried to make everyone happy, the one who stayed quiet to avoid conflict, the one who sacrificed their happiness for others, she or he is gone. What rose from that death is something more fierce, more powerful, more real than anything the world had ever known. And now, as you stand in the aftermath, the world is starting to sense something different about you. They can feel the shift in your energy. They may not understand what's changed, but they know something has. The old version of you was quiet, hesitant, unsure. The new version of you? Unstoppable, bold, authentically you. You're no longer afraid to stand in your truth, no longer willing to let others walk over you, no longer willing to shrink yourself just to make others feel comfortable. They thought they could kill your spirit. They thought they could break you, make you feel like you didn't matter, like you weren't enough. But what they didn't realize is that what they tried to destroy was just the shell of who you really were. You were never meant to be the person they expected. You were never meant to be the person who fit into their limited views of what you should be. You were meant to be more. And the death you experienced was the very thing that made you realize it. When you died in silence, when you endured that deep, hollow pain no one else could see, you were actually coming alive in ways they couldn't comprehend. They thought they were burying you, but they were only making space for the real you to rise. And now, as you stand here, reborn, empowered, whole, you're ready to show the world what they missed. You're ready to show them that the death they thought they saw wasn't your end. It was your beginning. So let them keep walking through life, oblivious to the depth of your journey. Let them keep thinking that you're the same person they knew before, the one who tried to please everyone, the one who shrank when the world asked for too much. Because the truth is, they'll never know what you've been through. They'll never understand the death you survived, and they'll never understand the power that came from it. But you know, don't you? You know that what rose from that grave is a version of you that no one can break. A version of you that has been forged in the fire of your own transformation. And no matter how many more deaths come your way, you'll never go back to who you were, because that person is gone. And now, you're ready to take on the world. Number 6. They hated you for a destiny you hadn't even stepped into yet. Before you even had a name for your purpose, before you knew what destiny was calling you to, you were already being attacked. People disliked you, even before you had anything to show for yourself, before the success, before the recognition, before you had even figured out who you truly were. You hadn't walked into your destiny yet, and yet there they were, throwing stones and questioning your every move. It never made sense, did it? Why the hate? Why the animosity? You hadn't done anything wrong. You hadn't even fully arrived. But the truth is, it wasn't about you at all. It was about what they felt from you. You were triggering something in them, a frequency they couldn't ignore. There was something divine about your energy, something radiant that they couldn't put their finger on. You didn't even know it yourself, not at first. But the moment you stepped into any room, the moment your presence was felt, it disturbed them. They felt your light, your potential, and it clashed with the darkness they were still hiding in. You didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to say a word. Just being you, just existing, was enough to make them uncomfortable. And instead of confronting their own darkness, they lashed out at you. You weren't just surviving envy, you were surviving a spiritual warfare that started before you even knew you had the tools to fight. This wasn't just petty jealousy. It was a battle on a much deeper level, one that they tried to start before you even had the armor to protect yourself. It was an energy war, and the moment you stepped into the world, they saw something in you that they feared. They feared your light, your potential, and the destiny that was waiting to unfold, even if you hadn't stepped into it yet. They feared it so much that they tried to destroy you before you even realized what was coming. And the truth is, you didn't just survive that kind of attack. You grew from it. You withstood it. You stood in the fire even when you didn't understand why it was burning. You didn't have the weapons then. You didn't have the knowledge. You didn't even have the clarity. But somehow, you made it through. You learned how to fight in the dark, how to stay standing when everything around you tried to make you fall. And now, here you are, standing tall, aware, and with authority. You've found your footing in the midst of chaos, and the power that was once hidden is now unapologetically yours. What they didn't realize is that their attempts to tear you down only served to strengthen you. They thought they could break you by attacking you before you had even arrived at your full potential. What they didn't understand is that you were always destined for greatness, and their attempts to destroy you were only pushing you toward it. You were never meant to be ordinary, and you were never meant to be easy for people to understand. The divine energy you carry isn't for everyone, and not everyone will be able to handle it. But that's not your problem. That's their struggle. And now, as you stand in the fullness of who you are, you realize the power that came from all of that hate. You realize that the attacks, the envy, the resistance, it was all part of the process. They tried to destroy you, to stop you before you even began. But what they didn't realize is that you were never meant to fit in their world. You were meant to disrupt it. They couldn't see the destiny that was waiting for you, but now that it's unfolding, there's nothing they can do to stop it. What's even more powerful than the attacks they threw at you is how you responded. You didn't retaliate. You didn't lower yourself to their level. You didn't engage in the petty warfare they tried to start. You stood there, silent and strong, letting your journey shape you into something that they couldn't touch. You survived spiritual warfare before you even knew how to fight. And now that you've walked through the fire, you're standing taller, stronger, and more aware than ever before. They hated you for a destiny you hadn't even walked into yet. But now that you've arrived, now that you've embraced your calling, watch as the very things they tried to destroy are the things that empower you. Watch as the strength they thought they could steal from you is the very thing that fuels your rise. They saw you as a threat before you even knew what you were capable of. And now that they see you walking into your power, they realize they were never in control. You were always the one they were meant to fear, but not for the reasons they thought. You didn't just survive the hate, the envy, the jealousy. You thrived in it. You learned from it. And now you walk forward with the kind of power that no one can take from you. They thought they could stop your destiny before it even began. But all they did was push you toward it faster. And now you are standing in the very power they tried to suppress. You didn't just survive their attacks, you turned them into the fuel that drives your rise. So let them watch. Let them see what happens when they try to destroy the chosen ones before they even have the chance to shine. Let them see that nothing can stand in the way of your destiny, not their envy, not their fear, not their hate. You were always meant for greatness, and now that you've walked into your power, nothing and no one can stop you. Number 7. The world won't recognize you, and that's exactly how it's meant to be. As you stand here now, on the other side of everything they tried to throw at you, there's one undeniable truth. The world will never recognize the version of you that you've become, and that's exactly how it's meant to be. The people who thought they knew you, who tried to define you by their own limitations, their own fears, their own insecurities, they won't understand the power that now radiates from you. They won't see the warrior you've become, forged through fire, tested by betrayal, and strengthened by every obstacle that came your way. And guess what? You don't need their recognition. You don't need their approval. You don't need to fit into the boxes they tried to put you in. You've outgrown all of that. You've stepped into a power that is beyond their understanding. And now it's time for you to fully embrace the truth of who you are. You were never meant to be ordinary. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to disrupt, to challenge, to break the cycles of limitation and doubt that the world tried to impose on you. And now the world will see that. What they tried to break, they've only made stronger. What they tried to hide, they've only made shine brighter. You've survived a death that no one saw. You've walked through fires they didn't know existed. You've been the black sheep, the outsider, the misunderstood. But now, you are the cornerstone. The very things they tried to tear you down with are now the foundation of your strength. So let them watch, let them wonder, let them try to piece together the pieces of a story they'll never fully understand. You've written your own narrative, and the pages you turn now are the chapters of your own power, your own rise. You no longer need their validation, their pity, or their approval. You've been chosen, you've been tested, and now you are unstoppable. As you continue forward, remember this: the best is yet to come. The people who doubted you, the ones who tried to hold you back, they'll soon realize that the person they tried to destroy is the one who was always destined to change the game. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You've already done that. Now, it's time for the world to watch you step into the greatness that was always yours. You are the living proof that no attack, no betrayal, no form of hatred can stop what is meant for you. Your journey, your rise, your power, it's just beginning, and the universe is on your side. Keep walking, keep shining, because everything you've been through, everything you've survived, has led you right here. And now, you're ready to show the world what happens when they underestimate the chosen ones. As you reflect on everything you've survived, remember this: you've been through hell, but now you're walking in your power. The world doesn't know the full extent of your journey, and that's exactly how it's meant to be. You're stepping into a destiny they never saw coming, and nothing can stop it now. If you resonate with this message, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with others who need to hear it. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to embrace your true power. Let's keep this energy moving, because the best is yet to come. Karma is a mirror. It reflects what you've put out into the world, and now the truth of who you are will shatter the lies they once believed. They thought you were weak, didn't they? They believed they had you figured out, thought they could manipulate you, break you down, and get away with it. They saw you as a target, someone to control, someone who would be easy to overpower. Little did they know, they weren't facing just anyone. They were facing someone who was chosen. The universe had already set its plans in motion for you, and their games would never work. You see, when they played their tricks, thought they had the upper hand, and tried to tear you down, what they didn't realize was that they were digging their own grave. They made their moves thinking they were winning, thinking you'd cower. But now they are running, hiding, and scrambling to escape the wrath of what's coming for them. Karma is already on their trail, and they can't outrun it. They can't hide from the consequences of their actions. They can't escape the truth. And you know what? They never stood a chance. If this message resonates with you, if you know deep down that you're one of the chosen ones, make sure to like and subscribe right now. By doing this, you help spread this powerful message to others who are waiting for their own moment of clarity. When you engage with this, you signal to the universe and YouTube that this message needs to reach the ones who need it most. So, don't wait, hit that button, and let's keep pushing forward. Now, let's talk about the power of being chosen. You've always had something special within you. Maybe you didn't realize it at first, or maybe you doubted it. But that light inside you, that strength that no one could break, it's what made you different from the start. They didn't see it. They thought they could control you, bend you to their will, but they were wrong. You were never meant to be anyone's puppet. Those enemies, those people who thought they had power over you, they are now faced with a reality they can't escape. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, doesn't just choose anyone. It chooses the ones who've faced trials, who've walked through fire, who've been tested and have come out stronger every time. The power of being chosen doesn't just stop at making it through hard times. It haunts your enemies. They see your strength, even when they try to ignore it. It shakes them to the core, knowing that no matter what they do, they'll never be able to break you. Imagine a lion in the wild. The predators may stalk, they may try to intimidate, but the lion stands tall, unbothered, and fearless. It's not afraid of the ones who try to bring it down, because it knows its power. It knows it was born to rule, to lead, and to protect. And while the predators are distracted with their games, the lion is already planning its next move. It is unstoppable. That's the power you hold. You might have felt alone at times, as if no one understood your journey. But the universe has always been right by your side. It's been guiding you, shaping you, and preparing you for the moment when you would rise above all the lies, manipulation, and hatred. Those who tried to play games with you, they've sealed their fate. The more they tried to control, the more they pushed you to the edge, the more they've dug their own hole. The universe doesn't forget, and neither does karma. You've been given a light that not only sets you apart, but it also makes everyone who tried to destroy you fear the consequences of their actions. Now, as they run, as they hide, as they try to avoid facing what's coming for them, remember this: you've already won. You've already outsmarted them. The universe has already made sure that no matter what, you'll rise while they fall. There's no escaping the power that's been unleashed on their lives. So don't feel bad for them. Don't wonder why they're struggling. Just keep walking your path, knowing that you were chosen for greatness, and they were only chosen to watch you succeed. Now that you understand the power of being chosen, let's dig deeper into how you've already outsmarted your enemies. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the urge to stay until the very end. Because this is your story, and it's only just beginning. Karma is closing in, and you're about to witness the payback they've been running from. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to watch them scramble while you rise to your greatness. Let's dive into it, step by step, and reveal the truth that they've been hiding from. Number 1. They thought they had you cornered, but you made their trap your launch pad. You cannot break what is already broken. You cannot control what has already escaped your grasp. They believed they could break you, thought they could manipulate you into submission, make you bow down like so many others before. But they didn't account for one thing. You're not like anyone else. They underestimated the power of being chosen, and now they're paying the price. From the moment they tried to corner you to the moment they unleashed their deceitful games, they never saw what was coming. They thought they could box you in, force you into a corner where you'd be forced to obey, forced to follow their script. They assumed you'd crack under pressure, just like so many before you. But you didn't. You didn't flinch. You didn't give them the satisfaction of seeing you break. Instead, you broke their expectations wide open, tore down everything they thought they knew about you, and walked away stronger, wiser, and more unstoppable than ever. They played their cards, thinking they knew you inside and out. They thought they could manipulate you, control you, twist your mind, and turn you into someone who would follow orders without question. But what they didn't understand was that when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't just choose them for their strength. It chooses them for their resilience. It chooses them because they've already survived things others couldn't even imagine, and no amount of manipulation, intimidation, or deceit could ever touch them. They tried to break you. They tried to push you to the brink. They played every game in the book, lying, scheming, using guilt and fear as weapons. But they forgot one simple fact. You were never meant to break. The universe doesn't choose those who will bend and break under pressure. It chooses the ones who will stand tall, the ones who will stand their ground, even when the world is pushing them down. You were chosen to rise above, to become the person they could never predict, the one they couldn't control. And yet, even as you proved them wrong, you might have had moments of doubt. You might have wondered if they were right, if you truly had the power to outsmart them, to rise above their games. But listen closely. The fact that you even doubted yourself is a reminder of how far you've come. Doubt doesn't mean weakness. It's a sign that you're human, that you've been tested, and that you've risen above it. But now it's time to stop doubting. It's time to remember that the universe aligned itself for you from the start. You were chosen because you can handle what they couldn't. You're stronger than any of them ever imagined. They thought they could play with the system, outsmart the universe itself. But the universe doesn't make mistakes, and it doesn't align itself with anyone who isn't worthy. You were never in their trap. You were always the one leading the way, playing the game better than they ever could. Every move they made was calculated calculated in the worst way possible. But the universe didn't let them win. It watched, waited, and saw that you were strong enough to outsmart them at every turn. The truth is, they were never fighting against you. They were fighting against the very force that chose you. You were never their prey. You were always their worst nightmare. And now, the consequences of their actions are catching up to them. Karma doesn't forget. Karma doesn't take sides. It doesn't care about their manipulation or their lies. Karma is coming for them, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. They thought they could hide, thought they could run away from the storm they created, but they were wrong. Karma is inevitable, and it never forgets. While they scramble to cover their tracks, to erase their mistakes, you're standing tall, watching them fall apart. You're not just a survivor, you're a warrior, chosen, empowered, and unstoppable. The universe has already set the stage for your victory. They thought they had you figured out, but what they didn't understand was that you're not someone who can be controlled. You're not someone who can be molded or pushed around. You are a force of nature, unstoppable and relentless, and every move they made to hurt you only made you stronger. Every lie they told, every game they played, only fueled your rise. Now, as they hide in fear of what's coming for them, you're stepping into your power, fully aware of what you've always known deep down. You were chosen for this moment, chosen to outsmart them all, chosen to rise when they fall. Do you understand the power you hold now? Do you see how it's always been within you? The universe didn't just pick you out of luck. It picked you because it knew you could handle the heat. It knew you could face what others couldn't, and you would walk out the other side victorious. You are not the victim in this story. You are the hero, the one who walks away from the battle unscathed while the others crumble under the weight of their own actions. Now, as your enemies hide, as they run from the consequences of their own creation, remember this: they were never in control. The universe aligned for you from the start, and they were just pawns in a game they never understood. You were the one holding the cards all along. You were the one who outsmarted them at every turn. And now, they're left to face the consequences, while you rise higher than they ever could have imagined. So, the next time you doubt yourself, remember this: you are chosen. You were never meant to break. You were always meant to rise. And now, the universe is making sure that everyone who thought they could hurt you will face the truth of their actions. Karma is coming, and it's not just coming for them, it's coming for anyone who doubted your strength, your power, and your ability to rise above it all. You've already won. You've already outsmarted them. And now, as they run and hide, you can finally step into the greatness that's been waiting for you. The universe has your back. The question is, do you believe it? Number 2, the game changed. They were never prepared for you. You've seen it before. The ones who think they have everything under control. The ones who believe they can twist, manipulate, and dominate the people around them, feeding off of their power to make themselves feel superior. They play this game, control, manipulation, deceit, so often that it becomes second nature to them. They know how to pull the strings, how to create chaos and uncertainty, all so they can feel like the ones calling the shots. Fear is their weapon, and compliance is their currency. And for a long time, they've gotten what they wanted. They thought they knew the rules of the game. But then, something happened. You showed up. You were the variable they never saw coming. They thought they had you figured out, ready to predict your every move, to mold you into their image of what they wanted. They expected you to fall in line, to become just another piece in their puzzle. They assumed you would bend, break, or at least react the way others had. But instead, when they tried to control you, you turned the tables. You changed the game. They couldn't understand it. You weren't like the others. They threw their manipulation tactics at you, but instead of cracking under the pressure, you stood firm. Their usual methods of intimidation fell flat. You didn't react in fear. You didn't shrink back when they tried to make you doubt yourself. No, you stood tall. And that was the moment everything shifted. You weren't just another pawn on their board. You became the game changer. Their frustration grew as they realized they couldn't get to you. They tried to rattle you, to create chaos around you. They wanted you to lose control, to show vulnerability, but all they saw was calm. You moved through their storms with grace, unshaken, unaffected by their petty attempts to break you. The more they tried, the more it became clear they had lost their grip on you. Imagine someone who has always controlled the flow of a conversation, twisting it to their benefit. They're the one who sets the tone, dictates what happens next, and thrives on others being unsure of themselves. They build their power off others' weaknesses. But when they encounter someone who refuses to give in, someone who stays composed and strong in the face of their manipulations, they're thrown off balance. Their confidence starts to crack. The game is no longer what they thought it was. It's something completely different, and they're struggling to keep up. This is where the power of being chosen comes in. You were never meant to be controlled by anyone. You were never meant to be a part of their twisted little games. You were always meant to change the rules. You're the unexpected force they couldn't predict. The one who doesn't bend to their will, the one who can't be controlled by their tactics. You've got clarity, strength, and a calm that rattles them to the core. They thought you'd be their puppet, but instead, you've become the one pulling the strings. And what's worse for them? They can't figure you out. They can't figure out how you do it. They don't know how you stay grounded when everything around you is falling apart. They don't know how you've managed to stay so composed, so focused, when they've thrown every dirty trick they know at you. For the first time in their lives, they're dealing with someone who doesn't react the way they expect. And that is dangerous to them. The more they push, the more they try to manipulate, the more they come to understand that they've lost. They've lost control. The game has shifted and they are scrambling to adjust. They're not in charge anymore. They never were. They were playing a game with you, and they didn't even realize that the rules were being written by you all along. But what they failed to see is that this isn't just a setback for them. It's a victory for you. The universe aligned for this moment, for this shift in the game. You were always meant to be the one who broke free from their control. And now that you've done it, you're unstoppable. They will keep trying. That's what they do. They push, they test, they try to see how far they can take things, how much they can control. But every time they try to manipulate you, they only expose themselves more. Every attempt they make to break you is just another sign of their desperation. And that desperation will be their downfall. The power of being chosen is the power to never play by their rules. The universe didn't choose you to be a pawn in their game. It chose you to be the king or queen on your own board. You've outsmarted them at every turn, and now they're struggling to keep up. They're playing checkers while you're playing chess, and as long as you stay in control, as long as you stay focused, they'll never catch up. So don't let them fool you into thinking they have the upper hand. The moment they tried to control you, they lost. The moment they underestimated your strength, they sealed their fate. Now it's time for them to watch as you move through this world with confidence, clarity, and power, knowing that the game they thought they were winning is already over. You've already won, and they're left wondering how they let this happen. As they continue to stumble, to react, to try to reassert their control, you stand firm, watching them unravel. They'll never understand how you did it, but you know the truth. You were chosen for this. You were always meant to change the game. Number 3, refusing to conform. You broke their grip without lifting a finger. They played their games with you, didn't they? They thought they could manipulate you, twist your emotions, push your buttons and bend you to their will. They tried to lure you into their toxic circle, tried to make you dance to their tune, but you refused. You refused to play their game, and that's when everything changed. They didn't expect that. They didn't expect you to stand your ground when everyone else would have crumbled. They thought they could break you just like they've broken so many before. But instead, they were faced with something they couldn't even begin to comprehend: your unwavering strength. You didn't give in. You didn't flinch. You didn't shrink. You stood tall, unshaken, unmoved by their attempts to control you. And in that moment, they realized the truth. You cannot be controlled. You cannot be manipulated. This realization hit them like a punch to the gut. They're not used to losing control. They're used to being the ones who dictate the rules, the ones who force others to bend to their will. In their world, power is everything, and they've spent their whole lives using others as pawns, twisting them to meet their desires. But you're not like everyone else. They didn't expect you to fight back. They didn't expect you to say no, to push against their pressure. They thought you were just another person they could push around, and that's where they made their biggest mistake. They sized you up, and in their arrogance, they thought they could break you. They thought, I can make him falter. I can bring her down. But instead, what they didn't see coming was your refusal to conform, your refusal to play by their toxic rules. You didn't need to yell. You didn't need to fight. You simply stood firm in your power, refusing to allow their manipulation to touch you. They underestimated you. They underestimated the strength of your will, the depth of your resilience, and the clarity that comes with knowing who you are and what you stand for. They might have tried to convince you that they knew better, that they had the upper hand, that they held all the power. But you know better. You know that the true power lies not in bending to someone else's will, but in standing strong, unwavering, and unshaken in the face of their manipulations. They thought you were just like everyone else they've controlled, everyone else they've turned into a puppet. But when they tried to pull the strings, they realized that those strings were broken. You were never meant to be their pawn. And here's the thing: when you refuse to conform, when you stand in your own power, you take away their control. You leave them scrambling, unsure, and desperate. They don't know what to do with someone who refuses to bend. They don't know how to deal with someone who can't be manipulated. And that's what truly rattles them. It's not that you've fought them physically or emotionally. It's that you've denied them the one thing they crave: control. You see, when the universe chooses you, it doesn't just choose you because of your strength. It chooses you because you have the ability to break free from the chains they try to bind you with. You were never meant to be held down by their lies, their fears, or their power plays. The universe chose you because you have the ability to see through their games, to call out their manipulations, and to break free from their hold without a second thought. You are stronger than they ever imagined. You are wiser than they thought possible. And that scares them to the core. In their minds, the game was always about controlling others, making them feel small, making them feel inferior. They thrive on that power, that illusion of control. But when you didn't fall for their tricks, when you refused to conform to their vision of you, you shattered their entire world. You became the one thing they couldn't predict, the one thing they couldn't control. And that's when the game truly changed. You made them realize that they are not the ones with all the power. You are. Think about it. In their world, they manipulate, they control, and they pull the strings. But you don't play by their rules. You never did. You're the one who writes your own story. You're the one who dictates your own path. They thought they could break you, shape you into someone they could control. But what they didn't understand was that you were always a force of your own. You weren't meant to be controlled. You were never meant to be a part of their game. The power of being chosen is knowing your worth and refusing to let anyone diminish it. When you realize that your value comes from within, when you understand that your strength lies in your ability to stand tall, unshaken, and unbroken, you stop playing by their rules. You stop conforming to their expectations. You stop letting them dictate how you should act, how you should think, and how you should feel. You are not their puppet. You are a force of nature, a force they can't control, a force that leaves them grasping at straws as they try and fail to maintain the power they once thought they had. They tried to make you falter, but instead, they made themselves fall. They tried to manipulate you, but instead, you showed them that you cannot be manipulated. You proved that you are not like anyone else they've ever tried to control, and now they are left reeling from the truth. You've shattered their illusion of power, and the beauty of it is that you didn't have to lift a finger. You simply refused to conform. And that refusal, that strength, is what will continue to haunt them as they realize they were never in control to begin with. So stand tall, chosen one, stand firm in your power, and never forget that the moment you refused to conform was the moment you showed them that they were never in control. You are the one who writes your own story, and no one, not even them, can take that away from you. Number 4, your growth frustrates them. They never expected you to rise. They thought they had you figured out, didn't they? They believed they could stop you, box you in, trap you within the limits of their expectations. They thought that with every obstacle they threw in your path, you would falter, hesitate, or fall back in defeat. But what they didn't realize was this: you are not someone who will ever be stopped. You are not someone who can be brought down. You are not someone who bends to the will of others. You are someone who was destined to rise, to push forward no matter how many roadblocks they placed in front of you. And that frustrates them to the core. It drives them wild. They see your determination, your unstoppable growth, and they can't handle it. They tried everything, every trick in their book, to control you, to break you, to make you fall in line. They wanted you to fall into their trap, to submit to their rules, just like everyone else they've manipulated before. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter what games they played, they couldn't stop you. They couldn't break you. You've probably noticed the shift in their attitude, At first, they may have smiled, thinking that they could hold the strings and manipulate your every move. But as time went on, something became undeniable. You're not the same. You're not the person they thought they could control. You're growing, evolving, and with each step, you become more powerful, more determined, more untouchable. And they see it. They feel it. It gnaws at them, eats at them from the inside out. They can't stand it. They thought they could trap you in their world of lies and illusions, but what they failed to understand is that you're not playing their game. You never were. You're on your own path, one of growth, purpose, and clarity. And every time they try to bring you down, every time they try to make you fit their mold, you shatter their expectations. You refuse to conform. You keep moving forward, no matter how many obstacles they throw in your path, no matter how hard they try to stop you. But let's be clear, this growth, this evolution, this relentless pursuit of your goals, it's what's driving them insane. You might think their games are petty, but for them, your progress is their worst nightmare. They thrive on control, on manipulation, on bending others to their will. And when they see you breaking free from all of that, they see everything they've worked for falling apart. You are the constant reminder that they don't have the power they think they do. You are the living proof that not everyone can be manipulated, not everyone can be controlled. They are used to winning. They are used to others bowing to their whims, to others caving into their pressure. But you're not like everyone else. You've seen through their illusions, and you've refused to play by their rules. That frustrates them more than you can imagine. You're a puzzle they can't solve, a challenge they can't defeat. And that's exactly why they want to destroy you. Because in your growth, in your refusal to conform, you threaten everything they've built. You remind them that there's always someone out there who can rise higher, who can push further, who can become greater than they ever thought possible. And that's something they can't stomach. They might think they're clever. They might think their games are foolproof. But here's the truth. You're even more clever. You've already seen through their tricks. You've already figured out how they operate. And the fact that you're still standing, still pushing forward, still growing, despite their best efforts to stop you, that shows just how far ahead of them you really are. They can't break you because they don't know how to deal with someone who isn't playing by their rules. Your growth frustrates them because it exposes their weaknesses. They thought they could control you, but instead, they're the ones who are losing control. Every time you step forward, they feel more powerless, more desperate, and more afraid of what you might become. And that fear is what will be their undoing. Because as long as you keep growing, as long as you keep pushing forward, they will only have one choice: to watch from the sidelines as you rise higher than they could ever imagine. You are the one who's moving toward greatness. You are the one who is destined to break free, to achieve, to rise above it all. And they are stuck in their own web of manipulation, trying to keep their power by force, but it's slipping through their fingers. Every time they try to control you, every time they try to pull you back down to their level, they only make you stronger. The universe has aligned itself for you, chosen you for this very path. Your growth is part of the grand design, and nothing they do can stop it. So while they try to box you in, to corner you, to keep you stuck in their little world of lies, you continue to grow. You continue to move forward with purpose, clarity, and an unshakable belief that nothing can hold you back. And that's what drives them crazy, because the more they try to pull you down, the more you rise. The more they throw obstacles in your way, the more you overcome. The more they try to frustrate you, the more determined you become. In their attempts to stop you, they only fuel your fire. And that, my friend, is their greatest mistake. You are on a path that can't be derailed. Your growth is unstoppable. The harder they push against you, the higher you rise, and the more frustrated they get. Keep moving forward, and know this: every step you take toward your purpose is a victory they can never take from you. Your growth is your power, and no one can ever take that away. Number 5, you're miles ahead. They think they're winning, but you've already left them behind. They like to believe they're ahead of the game, don't they? They think their power, their influence, their tricks, everything they've built is enough to keep them on top. They may see themselves as untouchable, as the ones who know how to play the game and win. But what they don't realize is this: while they're busy thinking they're one step ahead, you've already moved miles ahead of them. They can't even begin to comprehend the distance you put between them and you. They see their actions as calculated, clever, a strategy to hold power over others, but they never saw you coming. They never expected that the tactics they used to control, to manipulate, and to bend others to their will would backfire on them in the most humiliating way. You didn't just survive their schemes, you thrived despite them. You turned their attacks into fuel, used their attempts to bring you down as stepping stones to elevate yourself higher. They thought they were smart, thought they had the upper hand. Every game they played, every mind trick they tried, was meant to wear you down, to break your spirit, to get you to conform to their narrative. But instead of getting caught up in their webs of deceit, you saw through every one of their moves. You were always 2 steps ahead in your thinking, 2 steps ahead in your actions. Where they saw an opportunity to break you, you saw a chance to grow, to rise, to become more resilient. They believed their influence was unmatched. They thought their light, however dim it may have been, could outshine yours. But what they failed to realize was that your light was always brighter. Their power, built on manipulation and fear, could never compete with the strength and clarity you carry within you. Your resilience shines brighter than their deceitful tactics ever could. Your wisdom is sharper than the knives they've tried to throw at you. Every time they tried to pull you down, to shake your confidence, you only became stronger. Their attempts to break you were never anything more than a catalyst for your growth. You didn't buckle under their pressure. You didn't let them dim your light. Instead, you stood tall and let their attempts fuel the fire inside you. Every time they tried to knock you off your path, you used their tactics as lessons to sharpen your resolve, your wisdom, and your understanding of who you are. You weren't the victim in their game. You were the one who saw the game for what it was, and you played it better. They don't understand it. They can't wrap their heads around how every time they try to push you down, you seem to rise higher. Every time they think they've got you cornered, you find a way out. Every time they think they've defeated you, they realize you've already won. You didn't just survive them, you beat them at their own game. And now, they are left wondering how you managed to get so far ahead. While they're scrambling to hold on to their fleeting sense of control, you've moved past them. While they focus on their power, their manipulation, their schemes to dominate, you've been focused on something far more powerful: growth. They may think they stand out, but in reality they're nothing more than a shadow compared to the brilliance of your light. They thought they could keep you in the dark, but you're shining brighter than they ever could have imagined. It's frustrating for them, isn't it? The harder they try to hold you back, the more they see you soar. The more they attempt to control the narrative, the more you rewrite the story, taking charge of your own destiny. Their power, their tricks, their illusions, they can't hold up against your relentless forward movement. They cannot keep pace with your drive, your focus, and your determination. And here's what really rattles them. The longer they try to fight you, the more they realize they're not in control. They never were. You were always the one pulling the strings, always the one driving the ship forward. They're too busy trying to catch up, too busy playing catch-up in a game they'll never win. They're stuck in their old ways, relying on outdated methods while you've already moved beyond their reach, carving your own path to success, growth, and greatness. The truth is, they thought they could hold power over you. They thought their influence, their tactics, their control would be enough to keep you in line, to keep you beneath them. But they didn't realize that you were always destined for something more. They didn't realize that their games only helped you unlock the power within you. Every challenge, every setback, every manipulation was simply preparing you for this moment, when you would rise above it all, far beyond anything they could ever dream of. Now, as you continue to move forward, they're stuck wondering where they went wrong. They're stuck trying to figure out how you managed to get so far ahead while they're left standing still, playing the same old tricks, stuck in a cycle of their own making. You've outgrown them, outsmarted them, and outpaced them in every possible way. And here's the final blow to their ego. They can never catch up. No matter how hard they try, they'll never be able to reach the level you've already achieved. Their attempts to keep you in their grasp will always fail because they are trapped in their own limited understanding of power. But you understand the true nature of power. It's not about manipulation. It's not about control. It's about growth, purpose, and the strength to rise above all obstacles. So while they're still stuck trying to figure out how to win, you've already won. You've already moved beyond their reach. And as you continue to rise, they'll be left in the dust, wondering how they were outpaced by someone they thought was beneath them. Keep moving forward, because you're miles ahead and they'll never catch up. Number 6. They cannot break you. Your strength is their weakness. They've tried everything, haven't they? Every trick in their playbook, every manipulation, every mind game, every attempt to control and break you. But every time they look at you, they realize something they never expected. You are not someone they can control. You are not someone they can break. When they look at you now, they don't just see a person they can push around. They don't just see someone they can manipulate or overpower. No, now they see someone whose spirit is too strong, whose will is too unwavering, and whose light is too bright to ever be dimmed by their petty tactics. Your power, your strength, it's something they can't touch. It's something they will never understand. And that, my friend, is what drives them crazy. They are used to breaking people. They're used to controlling and molding others to fit their narrative. But they look at you and they see a force they can't bend, a spirit they can't crush. It unsettles them. It makes them question everything they thought they knew about power. How could you be this strong? How could you remain so unshaken, so unwavering, when everything around you is trying to pull you down? Let them struggle with that. Let them be frustrated. Let them try to figure out what makes you tick. Try to understand how you've become this person who can't be broken. Because the truth is, they'll never be able to break you. No matter how hard they try, no matter how much effort they put into tearing you down, you're simply not someone who can be shattered. Your foundation is too strong, your sense of self too solid. You've built yourself up in ways they can't even comprehend. And the more they try to break you, the more they expose their own weaknesses. They are the ones who are fragile, not you. They are the ones who are afraid of your strength, afraid of your resilience, afraid of the light you carry within you. And that fear is what drives them to keep pushing, to keep trying to break you. But what they fail to see is that every attempt they make to hurt you only makes you stronger. Every time they try to bring you down, you rise higher. Every effort they make to control you only proves that you are beyond their reach. You see, your growth, your resilience, your unwavering determination, it's a constant reminder to them of their own limitations. They can't understand how you keep moving forward, how you keep rising, no matter what obstacles they throw in your way. And that's exactly why they can't break you. Because while they are stuck in a cycle of manipulation and deceit, you're on a path of growth, purpose, and strength. You're becoming more than they ever thought possible, and they can't stop it. So let them be confused. Let them struggle to understand you. Let them waste their energy trying to break someone who was never meant to be broken. Every time they try, they only prove one thing: you are rising. You are not the person they thought you were. You are not the person they tried to tear down. You are stronger than they ever imagined, and nothing they do will ever change that. At the end of the day, their frustration is nothing more than a reflection of their own weakness. They thought they could control you, manipulate you, and break your spirit. But what they didn't realize was that your strength is a force they can never overcome. Your light is a power they can never dim. You've been chosen to rise, to overcome, and to grow in ways they could never understand. You are destined for greatness, and nothing they do can change that. So keep moving forward, keep standing tall. Let them struggle to understand how you keep winning, how you keep rising above their tactics. Because the truth is simple. You were never meant to be broken. You were always meant to rise. And no matter how hard they try, they will never stop that from happening. Number 7, threatened by your greatness. They can't handle your power. They thought their games would stop you. They thought their tricks and manipulations would be enough to break you, to slow you down, to knock you off course. But they were wrong. Their tactics have only shown them one thing: they cannot stop you. You are far too strong, far too wise, and far too focused on your purpose to ever be held back by their petty attempts to weaken you. Every obstacle they throw in your path only fuels your fire, propelling you forward with more strength, more clarity, and more determination than ever before. You've always known that the world needs your light, and now, more than ever, that truth is shining brightly. Keep shining. Keep rising, no matter how hard they try to hold you down. Because what is meant for you will never be stopped, no matter how many people try to block your path. You are on a journey that cannot be derailed, a mission that cannot be defeated. Your greatness is unstoppable, and they are powerless in the face of it. They've never seen anything like you before. They've never encountered someone so unstoppable, so unwavering in their pursuit of greatness. You are not someone they can control. You are not someone they can break or diminish. You are a force of nature, a presence in this world that refuses to be ignored. And that, my friend, is what terrifies them. They see your power, they feel your energy, and it shakes them to their core. They are threatened by your light, because it shines brighter than anything they could ever dream of. Even those who pretend to be your friends, those who smile to your face and act like they have your best interests at heart, they feel it too. They can't help it. Deep down, they're threatened by your greatness. They may try to hide it behind a smile, but every time you rise, every time you achieve something new, every time you show the world what you're capable of, it makes them uncomfortable. It makes them question their own worth, their own potential. Your light exposes their insecurities, their doubts, and their fears. It reveals the gap between where you are and where they wish they could be. And instead of embracing your success, instead of supporting you as you rise, they're left feeling inferior, helpless, and even envious of the power you possess. But this is not your problem. This is theirs. They've spent their lives playing small, relying on manipulation, deceit, and control to stay on top. But your power doesn't come from any of those things. It doesn't come from trying to bring others down, from pretending to be something you're not. Your power comes from within. It comes from your unshakable belief in yourself, your purpose, and your ability to overcome anything in your path. You are not like them. You don't need to tear others down to rise. You rise by lifting others up, by staying true to your vision, by trusting the process and letting your greatness unfold naturally. And that is exactly why they're threatened. They don't know how to handle someone like you. They don't know how to deal with a person who is so strong, so focused, so confident in their own journey that nothing can stand in their way. You've broken free from their control, and now you're moving forward with unstoppable momentum. You're becoming the person they were always afraid of, someone who is destined to shine, to lead, and to make a real impact in this world. So let them try. Let them play their games. Let them try to undermine you. Let them continue to smile in your face while secretly harboring feelings of jealousy or fear. None of it matters. You are too powerful for them to break. You are too remarkable for them to dim. And the more they try, the more they expose their own weaknesses, their own insecurities, and their own fear of your greatness. Keep rising, keep shining, keep walking your path with your head held high. The world needs your light more than ever, and no one, no matter how hard they try, can stop what is meant for you. You are a force of nature, and your greatness is unstoppable. The universe has aligned for you to achieve everything you've ever dreamed of, and the more they try to hold you back, the higher you will rise. The truth is, they can't handle you. They can't handle your strength, your resilience, and your unwavering commitment to your own growth. They can't handle the fact that you're not only surviving, but thriving. And that, my friend, is exactly what makes you unstoppable. So keep shining brighter than they ever thought possible, because your light is the one thing they will never be able to dim. Now that you understand the true power you hold, it's clear, nothing can stop you. Your strength, resilience, and determination have already set you on a path of greatness, and those who try to break you can only watch as you rise higher. Keep shining, keep moving forward, and never let anyone dim your light. You are unstoppable. If you resonate with this message, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to show your commitment to your journey. Share this with others so they too can embrace their power and rise to their full potential. You weren't born to fit in. You were born to shake the ground they walk on. They didn't push you away because you were weak. They pushed you away because you were too damn strong to control. They labeled you too much, too intense, too deep, not because you were wrong, but because you threatened the shallow lies they've built their fragile world on. They didn't hate you. They hated the mirror your existence held up to their empty lives. You made them face what they weren't ready to confront. That's why they tried to shut you down. They thought isolating you would silence you. They thought turning their backs would break your spirit. But here's what they didn't know. Exile is where warriors are forged. In silence, you grew sharper. In darkness, you grew brighter. They thought you were retreating, but you were reloading. They gave you hell, and you turned it into fuel. That's what chosen ones do. If this is already speaking to your soul, hit that like button and subscribe. When you do that, it sends out a signal to YouTube that chosen ones are waking up. It boosts the algorithm and pushes this message into more timelines. This is how we spread the fire, together. The system will never promote this truth unless you help force it into the light. Now let's talk about who you really are. You were never an outcast. You were chosen. You weren't pushed out because you had no value. You were pushed out because your value is so high they couldn't afford to let you realize it. You're the glitch in the matrix, the one who doesn't play along, the one who hears what isn't said and sees what they try to hide. You are the raw nerve of the universe. You carry codes in your soul that disrupt the control, and they've known it since the moment you stepped into this world. The truth is, you weren't meant to belong to them. You were meant to lead them, once they're ready to follow someone who doesn't wear a mask. And that time? It's close. That's why they're panicking. That's why they've doubled down. The more they try to suppress your voice, the louder your energy becomes. The power that chose you doesn't make mistakes. And now that you're remembering who you are, the tables are flipping fast. You are what they fear, unfake, unfiltered, unstoppable. Your light isn't soft and warm, it's surgical. It cuts through the noise, exposes the rot, and forces evolution. You are here to dismantle illusions, to drag the lies into the sun, and to shake souls awake. That's not a gentle task, that's a war. And guess what? You're built for it. Your presence is pressure. Your awareness is fire. Your comeback isn't just a glow-up, it's divine retaliation. This is spiritual revenge, not out of hate, but out of truth. You rise because you were built to, and when you do, the same people who once laughed at your struggle will choke on their words. Not because you said anything, but because your success will speak louder than their noise ever could. Chosen one, your loneliness was your classroom. Your pain was your prophecy, and your silence was the loudest prayer you ever made. The universe heard it, and now it's your time. They called you an outcast. They thought you were done. But your comeback? It's going to make history. So if you've ever felt like the black sheep, the misfit, the one nobody could quite figure out, drop the number 77 in the comments right now. That's the mark of the awakened. This isn't just another video. It's a call to the ones who were pushed to the edge for a reason. Your isolation wasn't a punishment. It was leadership training. Your comeback is not just personal, it's prophecy in motion. And if you're truly chosen, you'll feel it deep in your bones. Now take a breath, because what comes next might just trigger the leader that's been waiting inside you all along. Let's begin. Number 1. They tried to break you, not knowing they were building a weapon. You weren't cast out. You were cast forward into destiny. And now they're praying you don't remember who you are. They laughed while you bled. They watched you sink and whispered about how you'd never rise. Every time you stumbled, they cheered like it was your ending. They thought they were winning. What they didn't know is that they weren't pushing you down. They were pressing you deeper into the fire. And fire doesn't destroy the chosen. It forges them. They thought you'd stay broken. They didn't realize you were becoming unstoppable. And now that you're rising, their silence is louder than their laughter ever was. That's the power of being chosen. Your very existence becomes a reminder that they were wrong, that they underestimated the wrong soul. You want to know why you were alone? Why it felt like no one could see you, no one could feel what you were carrying? It's because you weren't meant to be seen by just anyone. The universe was hiding you in plain sight, letting your enemies dig their own graves while you were building wings in the shadows. They were playing checkers on a board built for chess, and you are the queen they never saw coming. Let's be brutally honest. The pain wasn't pretty. It wasn't poetic when you were sitting in that silence, when the weight of being different crushed your chest like 1,000 stones. You begged for it to stop. You questioned your worth. You doubted your path. And even now, you sometimes wonder, was it all for nothing? Let me make this crystal clear. It was never for nothing. Every betrayal was a training drill. Every tear was a sharpening stone. Every lonely night, every breakdown, every silent scream, it was the universe molding you into a force. You weren't born soft. You were born steel, but you had to be melted down and reforged. You had to be emptied so power could pour in. Now look at you, still standing, still here. That's power they can't buy, steal, or fake. The truth? Most people wouldn't have survived what you went through. That's why they'll never understand you. You're cut from something older, deeper. You didn't break, you were being built. And let's talk about that light of yours, the one you keep trying to dim because it made people uncomfortable. That light isn't too much, it's too real. And real makes the fake nervous. You were never supposed to blend in with people who were scared of truth. You were never meant to be accepted by those who worship comfort over growth. Chosen one, stop doubting yourself like your enemies were right. Stop apologizing for a path they'll never understand. You weren't cursed, you were claimed. The universe chose you for a mission that required scars, not perfection. The universe chose you to be feared by those who thought they'd never be exposed. And they knew it. That's why they fought so hard to keep you small. Every time you questioned your worth, they smiled. Because doubt is a weapon that the enemy loves to see you turn on yourself. But here's what flips the game. When you realize your doubt was just a sign of how deep your calling goes. If your mission wasn't massive, the resistance wouldn't be either. They didn't just fight you, they fought the system that selected you. They weren't battling your opinions, they were battling the frequency that flows through you. And trust me, no one wins against the universe. They weren't mocking your sadness, they were terrified of what would happen if you ever healed. And now you are. Now you're rising, and they should be terrified. Because when a chosen one remembers who they are, the balance of power shifts, the system glitches, the liars lose ground, and the ones who threw stones suddenly go silent. They made you the outsider. But the truth? You were never outside. You were just ahead. You walked through storms that would have drowned others. And you didn't just survive. You leveled up in the middle of the wreckage. You learned to walk with wounds they couldn't even name. You learned to see through masks, to hear through noise, to feel what others bury. That's not weakness. That's elite vision. That's why you're dangerous. That's why your comeback will haunt them. Think about it. Why does your presence still rattle people who haven't seen you in years? Why does your silence scream louder than their gossip? It's because the universe branded you with purpose. And that kind of energy doesn't fade. It grows. You weren't born to live quietly. You were born to crack foundations, to shift generations. And yes, your training was brutal. That's what leadership demands. Joseph didn't just survive betrayal. He rose in the very system that tried to bury him. He was thrown into pits and prisons and walked out a ruler. But don't forget, it was never about revenge. It was about position. You don't go through that kind of fire to come back the same. You come back with sight, with strategy, with authority. So let this burn into your mind. You are the storm they tried to avoid. You are the prophecy they mocked. You are the shift they can't stop. And if you're still doubting yourself, let me ask you this. Do you think the universe puts this much pressure on someone ordinary? Do you think the fire chooses the weak? Hell no. It chooses the leaders, the legends, the light carriers. So next time that voice in your head starts whispering that you're not enough, remind it, the universe doesn't waste pain, and neither should you. They tried to break you, but all they did was build your throne, and now they get to watch you sit on it. Number 2, they scarred you and accidentally gave you X-ray vision. The ones who walked through hell without a map don't just survive. They come back reading other people's pain like scripture. They thought isolating you would make you cold. They thought the pain would turn your heart to stone. What they didn't see coming? That the same wounds they mocked would become the very thing that made you supernatural. Every time they left you hanging, every time you reached for support and found silence instead of a hand, you went deeper. You stopped looking outside for saving, and you started exploring the raw terrain inside your own soul. And guess what you found in that silence? Vision, empathy, that rare kind of strength that can see through the smiles people wear and feel the screams they don't let out. They taught you to survive without them, but they didn't expect that you'd come out of that survival mode not just stronger, but more connected, more sensitive, more aware. You can walk into a room and feel what's wrong before anyone says a word. You can look into someone's eyes and see the childhood trauma still hiding behind their grin. You don't just understand pain, you speak its language. That's not weakness. That's an upgraded nervous system. That's an evolved heart. That's the power of being chosen. Your empathy is not soft, it's surgical. While most people are still fumbling around in emotional fog, you've already mapped the terrain of suffering. You've felt the quiet kinds of heartbreak, the invisible types of betrayal. You've stared into the abyss long enough to know its name, and now when others get close to that edge, you're the one who pulls them back. But let's be real, this didn't come easy. You didn't wake up one day enlightened. No, you bled for this sensitivity. You were made to feel like you were too emotional, too dramatic, too intense, as if your awareness was a disease. But that's how the system works. It gaslights the chosen into thinking their gifts are problems. Why? Because if you ever fully embraced your emotional power, you'd be unstoppable. And now here you are, waking up to what you really are. You're not broken. You're attuned. You're not weak. You're wired differently. You're not soft. You're surgical. Your pain became a mirror, a decoder, a translator for the unseen. Every time you were cast aside, your ability to see other people's pain got sharper. And it wasn't because you wanted to, it was because you had to. You had to learn the language of rejection, of abandonment, of being invisible, because those were the only dialects spoken in your world. Now, that training is your advantage. You've become the kind of person who can sit with someone in their darkest moment without flinching. You don't need people to explain their wounds. You've lived enough of your own to recognize the patterns. That kind of emotional intelligence can't be taught. It has to be earned in the fire. And you earned it. So stop apologizing for feeling everything so deeply. That's not a burden, it's a weapon. The people who lack depth will always try to convince you that your depth is dangerous. And they're right. It is dangerous. To a system built on emotional ignorance and fake positivity. Empathy at your level isn't just about kindness, it's about clarity. You know when someone's hiding something. You feel when the energy shifts. You can spot manipulation mid-sentence. You don't just see people, you see through them. That scares the hell out of the ones still performing. Chosen one, don't you dare numb your gift. Don't you dare believe them when they say you care too much. You don't care too much. You care in a way that breaks walls, not boundaries. You care with precision, with fire, with a knowing that comes from having your own soul shattered and stitched back together by your own hands. They tried to make you numb, and instead they activated your radar. And now you walk through life like a living lie detector. That's why people either love you or fear you. There's rarely a middle ground. And to the ones still doubting their power, still thinking they're just too sensitive to lead, to influence, to rise, let me make it plain. Your ability to feel is what makes you dangerous. The universe didn't wire you this way for fun. It wired you this way for war, spiritual war, energetic war, and no one sees more clearly in war than the one who's already survived a battlefield of emotions no one else even noticed. You're not just here to feel for yourself. You're here to feel for the collective, to sense when things are off before the rest of the world catches on. That's not just empathy. That's leadership. That's foresight. That's evolution. They threw you into emotional exile hoping you'd go numb. But instead, you came back with vision that pierces masks and love that can resurrect the forgotten. You are the mirror they fear and the healer they need. And now, with every step you take, they're about to feel it. Number 3. They gave you a heart, thinking it would break you. Compassion isn't weakness. It's a loaded weapon in the hands of the chosen. They assumed your softness meant surrender, that your heart, wide open and raw, made you easy to crush. They mistook your kindness for naivety, your empathy for fragility. What they didn't know, what they still don't know, is that the most dangerous leaders are the ones who can feel everything and still choose to rise. You've been hit with a lifetime's worth of emotional warfare, betrayed by people who swore they loved you, isolated for caring too deeply, overlooked because you refused to play power games that came at the cost of your soul. And still, through all of it, your compassion didn't die. It evolved. You don't just feel for others, you fight for them. That's the kind of courage the world isn't ready for, the kind that isn't driven by ego or ambition, but by connection, by pain that's been transmuted into power. That's the rarest kind of fire, and it's the one that changes timelines. And let's get this straight. Courage without compassion is just ego in armor. But when courage is fueled by real empathy, that's a storm, that's a movement, that's leadership. You've probably asked yourself, why do I care so damn much when no one seems to care back? Why do I feel pulled to protect others even when I'm still bleeding? Why do I feel called to step up even when I'm tired of standing alone? Because that's the signature of the chosen. You were made to carry something bigger than yourself. It hurts, yes, but it also heals. And when your courage comes from compassion, your enemies can't predict your next move. You don't fight like them. You don't destroy to win. You build to lead. And that's exactly what scares them. Let's talk about Esther, not in the polished Sunday school way, but in the real way. Esther was an orphan, an outsider, a girl thrown into a palace she never asked to enter. crowned queen in a system that didn't fully accept her. That wasn't a Cinderella story, that was divine infiltration, a chosen one placed in enemy territory, built to blow up the system from within. She didn't walk into that king's chamber with confidence. She walked in with conviction. She knew what was at stake. She knew silence was safe, but silence would kill her people. And like every real chosen one, she chose the dangerous path, the one that required her to risk it all. Because that's what chosen ones do. We risk ourselves so others can rise. That's the kind of courage the universe respects. And it's the kind of courage being activated in you right now. Your presence shakes people, not because you're loud, but because your energy carries depth. Your words don't just communicate, they cut through illusions. You're not here to be liked, you're here to be legendary. But hear this loud, you can't run from this calling just because it feels heavy. You can't keep hiding behind "I'm still healing" while people are out there drowning in the same waters you crawled out of. Yes, you deserve rest. But you've also been prepared, and chosen ones don't wait for perfect. They move when the signal hits. That signal? It's been ringing. Every moment you feel the fire in your chest when you see injustice, every time you sense someone suffering behind a smile, every time you know you're meant to say something, do something, be something. That's not anxiety, that's activation. So don't silence your compassion to blend in. That's like hiding a sword, because people fear sharp things. You weren't given this heart to waste it. You were given it to shake souls awake. And if it makes the cold-hearted uncomfortable, good, let it. Because chosen ones like you don't lead from thrones. You lead from trenches, from love that costs you, from empathy that aches, from courage that feels terrifying but shows up anyway. And to those who ever tried to take advantage of your kindness, to those who thought your compassion made you easy prey, let this next chapter be the reminder that their manipulation couldn't kill the realest part of you. You didn't become bitter, you became bulletproof. You don't need to roar to lead. Your calm terrifies the fake. Your stillness screams truth. Your love is loud in all the ways the system can't fake. They made you an outsider. But now, you're the one with the keys to a kingdom they never even saw coming. And when you walk into your power with that same brave heart they tried to crush, the world won't just feel it. It will change because of it. Number 4, they called you delusional, but you were just dreaming in a language their minds couldn't translate. The visionary is always labeled insane until the world catches up to their frequency. While they followed the rules, you questioned the entire system. While they walked the straight line, you disappeared into the unknown, into your inner world, where society's chains couldn't touch you. They called it daydreaming. They called you too deep, too abstract, too much. But they never realized that what they mocked was the very engine of transformation. You weren't lost. You were busy blueprinting new worlds. And what they called isolation, that wasn't exile, that was consecration, a sacred separation. The universe pulled you back from the noise because what you were about to birth couldn't be conceived in the chaos of conformity. You were meant to think differently, see differently, feel everything on a different level. That wasn't dysfunction. That was divine design. Your solitude became your sanctuary. Your creativity, the compass that led you through inner landscapes others were too afraid to explore. You started seeing patterns, truths, connections, realities hidden in plain sight. While they were busy memorizing the script handed to them, you were editing the entire play. That's why you never quite fit in. You weren't built for repetition. You were wired for revelation. Chosen ones don't get ideas, they get downloads. Your visions aren't fantasies. their codes, their future frameworks disguised as imagination. You've had ideas in passing thoughts that could shift industries, heal people, transform communities, but you've kept them locked inside, unsure if the world was ready. Let me tell you, the world isn't ready, but that doesn't mean you stop. It means you build anyway. Because the truth is, people in cages hate those who know how to fly. Athena wasn't worshipped because she followed the other gods. She was revered because she outthought them. She was calm in chaos, strategic in war, creative in survival. And yes, she was misunderstood. But that didn't make her less powerful. That made her dangerous in the best way. You carry that same energy. You're not here just to survive the system. You're here to outcreate it. So why did you always feel out of place? Why did your ideas feel too wild, too big, too impossible to say out loud? Because your vision was never supposed to fit inside the old world. It was designed to build the next one. And let's address the chosen ones, still doubting their gifts, still sitting on ideas because they're waiting for permission. Stop. Right now. There's no permission slip coming. There's no applause before the masterpiece is revealed. You don't get validation when your vision is meant to disrupt the norm. Your ideas might make people uncomfortable, but that discomfort is just the shell cracking before transformation. That's your job. That's your power. You see what others miss because you were taught to trust your inner world more than the outer noise. You have insights that can't be explained on paper because they didn't come from textbooks. They came from trauma, from silence, from spirit. You learned to hear whispers in the void and turn them into blueprints. You walked through mental wastelands and came out with gardens. That's not imagination. That's genius. They'll try to intellectualize what you intuit. They'll demand citations for what your soul already knows. Let them. Because when your creation moves, it won't ask for their approval. It'll speak for itself. And if you've ever felt that tension in your chest, like your ideas are bigger than your life, like your mind is overflowing with something the world hasn't seen yet, that's not anxiety. That's power waiting to be expressed. That's your leadership screaming to be let out. Don't numb it. Don't shrink it. Don't silence it. Your spiritual creativity is a weapon wrapped in beauty, and your vision is your rebellion. You're not just an outcast. You're a creator of codes, a designer of destiny, a living, breathing disruption to the dead-end thinking of this world. And yes, it's lonely sometimes, but visionaries always walk ahead of the crowd. That's what makes them leaders. So don't slow down for people who refuse to look up. Don't water down ideas that were given to you because you're the only one who can birth them. Don't second-guess the fire in your mind just because people who live in the cold can't handle the heat. They called you crazy, but you're just clairvoyant. They called you a dreamer, but you're building blueprints for the next civilization. They said, "Who do you think you are?" And you say back, "The one the universe trusted with what comes next." You are the outcast. You are the oracle. And now it's time to create a reality loud enough to make them remember who you are. Number 5, they tried to erase you, but you wrote yourself in fire. The most terrifying kind of power, someone who knows exactly who they are and doesn't flinch. They couldn't understand you, so they tried to rewrite you, shrink you, repackage you into something more comfortable, more digestible, more obedient. But you weren't made to be understood by everyone. You were made to be undeniable. While others played roles, wore masks, blended in. You were out there alone, stumbling through the wilderness of your soul, refusing to become a copy just to gain acceptance. And every time they sneered, every time they mocked your truth, or turned their backs when you showed your real self, they did something they'll never realize. They carved your authenticity deeper. They sharpened your edges. They helped you peel off the lies. What was meant to shame you only revealed more of who you really are. You didn't just wake up authentic. You bled for it. In a world built on performance, your honesty was rebellion. While others were perfecting their filters, you were learning to breathe in your raw, unfiltered skin. While they chased validation, you sat with your solitude, your scars, your unedited truth. That was your training ground. That was your forge. And now, you walk with a kind of presence that can't be faked, that can't be bought, that shakes people without you saying a word. Because the truth is, realness is rare, and the system knows that if someone truly authentic rises to power, they don't just inspire others, they ignite revolutions. They wanted you to conform because they feared what you could do if you didn't. They knew that the minute you stopped trying to fit in, you'd break through. You'd lead with clarity, with depth, with integrity that couldn't be bought or silenced. And the world doesn't know what to do with a leader like that, so it tries to shame them into silence. But you didn't stay quiet. You chose you. And that choice, that was the turning point. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped dressing down your energy. You stopped trying to blend into rooms you were meant to stand out in. You began to own your fire. And let me tell you something, that is terrifying to them. Because now you're not just alive, you're awake. Sigurd was raised in the shadows, far from the legacy that ran in his blood. He didn't know who he was, not at first. Like you, he faced exile before identity, rejection before recognition. But when the truth was revealed, when the fire of his destiny caught flame, he didn't run. He forged his sword and faced the dragon. That's not just mythology, that's your mirror. You spent years thinking there was something wrong with you. Too intense, too strange, too honest, too loud, too sensitive. But now, you see it for what it was. You were too real for a fake world, too awake in a society addicted to sleep. And every piece of you they tried to make you hate was the very thing you needed to rise. They thought they were breaking you. You were just shedding what wasn't yours. And now that you've claimed your true self, fully, unapologetically, permanently, you're dangerous. Because authenticity isn't just a trait. It's armor, it's clarity, it's power. And no mask-wearing puppet can compete with a soul who's fully embodied. Here's the kicker. The more you lean into who you really are, the more people will follow you. Not because you're trying to lead them, but because you remind them of who they are. You light up their dormant truth just by being loud with yours. That's leadership. That's legacy. That's chosen energy. And for the ones still hiding pieces of themselves to be liked, accepted, or safe, listen up. Conformity is not safety. It's a cage. And every second you dilute yourself for comfort, you betray the very purpose you were chosen for. The world doesn't need another filtered face. It needs the truth, uncut. It needs you, whole and raw and real. So walk boldly with your scars showing. Speak with your voice shaking if you have to. Be the unfiltered blueprint that disrupts the artificial. Be the fire that burns down every lie that ever tried to define you. You're not too much. You're just too rare. You're not misunderstood. You're misplaced. Until now. Because now the world is shifting. The old rules are crumbling. And who better to lead in this chaos than the one who thrived in it? The one who was cast out, torn down, and still chose to show up exactly as they are? You are not an outcast. You are the original. And your comeback? It won't just shock them. It will strip the lies off the entire system. Number 6. They left you alone, but solitude was your swordsmith. You were never abandoned. You were being carved into something that noise could never create. They thought leaving you alone would break you. They thought silence would make you disappear. They didn't know that solitude is where chosen ones are sculpted. They thought you'd go mad in your isolation, but you didn't. You went deep. You turned inward. You went to war with your shadows and came out carrying your own light. While they scrolled, numbed, distracted, and clung to the safety of the crowd, you stood alone, unseen, misunderstood, ghosted by those who said they'd stay, laughed at by those who couldn't understand the power of stillness. But you didn't collapse. You calculated. You studied yourself like a battlefield. You dissected your pain, rewired your beliefs, shattered old identities, and rebuilt your soul from the bones up. And now you don't flinch when the world shakes, because you've already walked through earthquakes alone. You don't panic in chaos, because you've dined with chaos in silence. You don't get rattled by loss, because you've already lost versions of yourself that were harder to let go of than any relationship. You didn't just survive your solitude, you mined it. You found the real you beneath the noise, and that's something most people never do in a lifetime. Let me make something crystal clear. The strength you carry, it wasn't given. It was forged, and it doesn't come with applause. It comes with scars. You didn't get strong from lifting weights. You got strong by lifting your soul out of pits nobody even knew you were in. You don't get clarity like yours from books. You get it from sitting in silence until the demons shut up and the truth speaks. This is Yamabushi-level power, the kind of strength that comes from discipline when no one is watching, from suffering that isn't posted, from mastery that no one applauded. Like those monks in the misty mountains, you left the noise. Not because you wanted to, but because life forced you there. And instead of falling apart, you sat with yourself until you remembered who you are. The Yamabushi didn't train in public. They didn't post updates. They didn't explain. They became in the shadows, in the cold, in the wild, in the silence. And you are no different. They ran toward the mountain to find themselves. You were pushed into your mountain. Same outcome, same fire. And now your strength has that same unshakable calm. You walk into chaos and people feel safer because your energy doesn't flinch. You don't scream for control. You command it by just being fully rooted in yourself. You are the steady hand in a world addicted to panic. So when people say, "Why are you so calm, so grounded, so focused?" you don't have to explain the nights you cried through spiritual surgery. You don't have to recount the friendships that ghosted you. You don't have to detail how many times you begged the universe for mercy, only to be answered with silence and a deeper plunge inward. Because that silence, that was the training, that was the breaking, that was the becoming. And they don't need to know your process to respect your presence. You don't just lead, you anchor. You don't just speak, you transmit. You don't just show up, you shift the space. That's what solitude gave you, energetic authority. But don't forget this, chosen one, you weren't just given this strength for yourself. You were given it so others could borrow it in their weak moments. You were built to carry more, not to flex, but to stabilize. You're the one people run to when everything's falling apart, not because you're flashy, but because you're real. You're the quiet storm, the calm in the collapse, the blueprint they didn't know they needed. And for anyone who still thinks they're behind because they're alone right now, don't you dare run from that silence. Don't numb it. Don't wish it away. That cave you're in, that's the classroom, the monastery, the forge, The power being built in you during this phase will echo through every room you enter later. Let it do its work. Let it mold you. Because when it's done, you'll be untouchable. They called you a loner, but you were being turned into a legend. And when you walk out of your mountain, your comeback will shake the earth beneath them. Number 7. They thought you were just watching, but you were calculating the whole time. The world ignored you while you watched it bleed, and now you know where every vein is. They thought your silence meant you had nothing to say, that your distance was weakness, that your presence on the fringe was a result of inadequacy, not precision. But let's make this clear. You weren't just excluded. You were being positioned. The sidelines weren't punishment, they were strategy. While they danced in circles trying to impress each other, you were studying the patterns. While they chased attention, you were gathering truth. While they bragged about their relevance, you were quietly building relevance that can't be faked. Insight, clarity, vision. They played the game. You learned how it was rigged. You didn't just survive isolation, you mastered it. You turned the quiet into a lab. The distance became your magnifying glass. You started seeing the mechanics of people, why they lie, why they panic, what they fear, what they crave. You saw the masks fall when no one was looking. You noticed who they became when the cameras were off. That kind of observation, that's power. Because let's face it, while everyone's busy reacting, the real influence lies with the one who sees it all before it happens. That's you, the outsider, the noticer, the silent storm. Zacchaeus didn't push through the crowd. He climbed above it. He didn't beg to be seen. He positioned himself to see. And that's you. Not down there in the noise. Above it. Not chasing attention, but watching, learning, waiting for the right moment to move. And when the moment comes, you don't ask for a seat at the table. You walk in with blueprints no one else even knew were missing. You know what makes you dangerous. You remember everything, every shift in tone, every side-eye, every micro-expression that betrayed their real intent. You watched the ones who smiled while they stabbed. You heard the lies inside the compliments. You saw who stood with you, and more importantly, who stood quiet when they should have spoken. You see people, not their masks, them. And now, while they're still playing dress-up in borrowed personalities, you've got something they never earned: clarity. You don't guess who you're dealing with. You know. That kind of intuitive pattern recognition, that's not just social awareness. It's leadership intelligence, the kind of edge that turns observers into generals. So when chaos hits, you don't scramble, you calculate. You've already seen the fault lines. You knew which bridges would burn and which ones were always just paper pretending to be steel. You aren't shocked by betrayals anymore. You expect them. You don't need proof to feel the shift. You feel the tremor long before the quake. But let's not pretend this came easy. Observation is often born from exclusion. And yes, it hurt. Being the ghost in the room. The one who knew too much, felt too deep, stood too still. People called you cold, disconnected, hard to read. But they didn't realize you were just reading them faster than they could speak. You were watching it all, not because you didn't belong, but because you were learning how it all worked. That distance made you dangerous. And now, that weird, quiet kid they overlooked, the too intense thinker, the too observant black sheep. You're the one with the entire blueprint in your mind. You're the one who can deconstruct a lie in 2 sentences. You're the one who sees the cracks in people's stories before they even realize they're breaking. And that's what real leadership needs. Not loud mouths, not pretty speeches, not viral charisma, but visionaries. People who don't just move with the crowd, but see where the crowd is headed and why. You've got that. So if you've been doubting your worth because you're not social enough, not loud enough, not out there like the others, stop that right now. You weren't meant to be in the crowd. You were meant to read it, navigate it, rise above it, lead it. Because when your insight becomes action, when that observer steps forward with strategy and stillness, everything shifts. They underestimated you, but that was their mistake. Because while they lived loud and fast, you were becoming the one who sees everything. And now you're the one they'll all be watching. Number 8, they rejected you and accidentally set you free. They kicked you out of their system, not realizing you'd return with blueprints for a new one. They wanted you to beg for a seat. Instead, you built a kingdom. Let's make this plain. Rejection was never your curse. It was your release. They didn't want you, didn't understand you, didn't approve of your choices. And you know what? That's exactly what saved you. While they were busy performing for approval, you were being liberated, freed from their script, freed from their mold. You didn't get to be the favorite, but you got something better, the courage to think for yourself. When you were pushed out, they thought you'd crumble. They expected silence, shame, submission, but instead you found your voice. You found your fire. You found a path that had never been walked before, because no one else had the guts to walk it. You didn't choose the easy road. You chose the real one, the one with thorns and cliffs and no applause at the end. You chose authenticity over acceptance, truth over trend, soul over status. And that decision, that's what made you dangerous. You became what they could never control, a mind of your own. And in a world hypnotized by validation, that makes you a revolutionary. Like Odysseus, you weren't just on a journey, you were on a mission. And every setback, every detour, every monster you faced was just another part of your training. You got shipwrecked, you got mocked, you got stripped of comfort and home and certainty. But you didn't stay broken. You adapted, you strategized, you endured, and you didn't just survive. You came back smarter, stronger, colder, clearer. And when you return, it won't be with excuses. It'll be with dominion. Just like Odysseus didn't come home to plead, he came to reclaim. He came back dressed in disguise, sharp-eyed and ready to take back what was his. That's your energy now. You didn't just go on a detour. You went through hell and became someone the old world no longer recognizes. And that's a good thing. Because you didn't evolve to be accepted, you evolved to disrupt. Every time you said no to a path that wasn't yours, you walked deeper into alignment. When you chose the unconventional career, the unpopular opinion, the wild vision, people stared, they whispered, but you kept walking. And now, that path is opening doors they still can't see. That's because you weren't walking in circles. You were trailblazing through uncharted territory. They'll call you rebellious, unstable, arrogant. That's how they always label those who refuse to be owned. But let them talk, because your leadership isn't built for their comfort. It's built for the next era, and that era needs bold souls, not polished puppets. You're not here to fit in. You're here to tear down the fake and raise up the real. You're here to show people what leadership looks like when it's led by vision, not vanity, by soul, not status, by conviction, not crowd approval. Rejection was the doorway, the trigger, the activation, because the minute they stopped letting you in, you started creating something outside their reach, something bigger, something truer, and now they don't know what to do with you. because you're no longer waiting for an invite. You've become the event. Let them try to gatekeep. Let them cling to their outdated crowns. You were never after their throne. You're building a new dimension where truth walks unchained and the misfits rise with fire in their bones. And if you're still doubting your path because you were cast aside, good. That means you're being refined, not rejected. You're being carved into someone who doesn't need applause to know they're right. Someone who knows that the path less traveled isn't empty. It's waiting for someone bold enough to walk it first. So walk it, burn it, own it. And when they look up and ask, "Where did you come from?" you look them in the eye and say, "From the edge, from the exile, from the fire you thought would end me. I didn't just survive the rejection, I transformed in it." And now, you're not coming back to be accepted. You're coming back to lead. And now we've come full circle. Everything they used to break you, every rejection, every moment in the shadows, was actually building the blueprint of a leader. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out and stand tall. Your comeback isn't just personal, it's prophetic. So if this hit your soul, like the video, subscribe to stay locked into this energy and drop number 77 in the comments if you're owning your comeback. Share this with another chosen one, because the world needs more of us wide awake and rising. Your time is now, and they won't see it coming. They thought you were invisible, but your silence was the universe's signal to them. This is not the end of you, it's the beginning of their reckoning. You've always been more than what they could see. They underestimated you, believing your stillness was weakness, thinking they could wear you down with their noise. But what they didn't realize is that your silence wasn't surrender, it was strategy. While they pranced around with their shallow bravado, you were quietly under construction, mastering the very forces they couldn't even fathom. And now the reckoning begins. Every time they poked and prodded, thinking they could break you, they were simply signing their own death sentence. You weren't just a person they were messing with. You were a force. You weren't fighting them. No, you were fighting the cosmic tide that backs you, the energy of the universe itself that was always with you, even when they tried to silence you. The truth is, they weren't just gambling with your patience. They were gambling with a force they could never understand. And now, as they feel the weight of your power, they're realizing too late, you were never alone. The universe has been guiding you all along, and now that you've tapped into your potential, they have no idea how to stop what's coming. But before we go any further, I need you to do something. Like this video and subscribe. Every like, every comment, every share helps spread the message that the chosen ones are rising. The universe speaks through our actions. And when you engage, you're sending a signal to the algorithm that this message needs to be heard by more souls who need to awaken to their power. So hit that like button and let's make sure the world knows the power of the chosen ones can never be underestimated. Now let's talk about the power of being chosen. It's not a blessing given lightly. It's the universe's way of saying, you are not like the rest. While others stumble in the darkness, you were crafted for the light. You've felt it, that constant tension between the world's expectations of you and the deeper knowing that you were meant for something greater. You weren't put on this path to blend in, to shrink, or to be someone's punching bag. No, you were made to disrupt. And when the universe chose you, it didn't just give you a purpose, it gave you power. Now, your enemies, they feel that power. Every time you enter a room, their skin pricks with discomfort. Their minds swirl with confusion. Your energy is a presence they can't ignore, even if they try. They know something is different about you. They can feel the weight of what they don't understand. You were never meant to be ordinary. They might call it arrogance, might try to paint it as too much, but deep down, they know you are the storm they weren't prepared for. And every time they tried to knock you down, they only strengthened your resolve. They've been battling with you, but what they failed to realize is that they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe itself. And the universe never loses. Now, the time has come for you to rise into your full potential, to walk the path that's been paved for you by forces far greater than anything they could ever throw at you. Your silence, your restraint, those were just the beginning. The true force that was always lying dormant within you is about to be unleashed. And when it is, they won't just regret underestimating you, they'll regret trying to fight against the very force that was always on your side. You are chosen, and that is more powerful than anything they've ever thrown your way. So, tell me, chosen one, are you ready to step into the truth they never wanted you to realize? That you were never alone, and that no one who ever crossed you got away untouched. Drop the number 999 in the comments if you're done hiding, done doubting, and you're ready to move like the force you've always been. When you react, when you comment, like, or share, you do more than support this message. You amplify the signal. You help another silent warrior realize they were never forgotten either. This isn't just a video, it's a transmission. And now, it's reaching the right ones. And now, let's tear this open step by step. Because if you truly are one of the chosen, something in your soul won't let you look away. You'll feel it pulling you deeper with every word. This isn't entertainment, it's remembrance. This is alignment disguised as content. Let's begin. Number 1. Echoes of the universe. They mocked the quiet, laughed at your solitude, and whispered behind your back, never realizing the echo they heard in return wasn't your voice. It was the universe answering on your behalf. They thought you were alone, thought you were cornered, discarded, easy to break, easy to ignore. But what they didn't realize is that while they were busy performing for attention, the universe was performing surgery on your soul. While they were plotting against you in rooms you weren't even in, the cosmos was shifting timelines in your favor. And now the silence they thought was weakness is roaring back at them. Because when you are chosen, you don't need to clap back. Your evolution is your vengeance. Every time they laughed when you were struggling, every time they called you too sensitive, too emotional, too much, what they were really saying was, I don't understand how someone so quiet can make me so uncomfortable. You've haunted them without even trying, because you weren't just some person in their story. You were the signal that their time was running out. And now, that signal is amplifying. That echo, it's getting louder, and they feel it. Chosen one, understand this. Your pain wasn't random. Your setbacks weren't failures. You weren't abandoned. You were being aligned. You were being pulled back so the slingshot could fire you further. You were being stripped of everything that couldn't walk into your next level. You didn't lose friends. You lost dead weight. You didn't get betrayed. You got redirected. You didn't get left behind. You were being placed ahead. You ever wonder why you keep seeing the same signs? The repeating numbers? The synchronicities? The exact words you needed showing up at the exact moment you were about to give up? That's not coincidence. That's not luck. That's the universe tapping you on the shoulder saying, "Keep going, I'm with you." They just don't see it yet. See, chosen ones don't move by logic alone. You move by energy, by alignment, by divine instruction. That's why your timing has always been different. That's why things didn't work when you forced them, because they weren't meant for you. And when something is meant for you, it doesn't require begging, chasing, or proving. It finds you like gravity finds the ground. They'll say you were lucky. They'll say it was a coincidence. But let's get real. What looks like luck is what happens when preparation meets alignment. And you've been preparing in silence for years. They thought you disappeared, but really, you were just building where they couldn't see. You were being recalibrated for something bigger than the room they tried to keep you stuck in. Look at history. Look at the greats. Mandela was silenced in a cell before the world knew his name. Einstein was called slow, awkward, until his mind reshaped physics. Nina Simone was labeled difficult for demanding respect. Bruce Lee was told his philosophy would never be accepted. Every chosen one gets laughed at first, doubted first, discarded first. You know why? Because small minds cannot process cosmic frequency. You were never meant to be understood by everyone. That was the design. Your resonance is too deep for surface-level conversations, too intense for casual energy, too real for fake people. They weren't rejecting you. They were protecting themselves from your mirror, because your presence reflects everything they're not willing to confront in themselves. And so they ran, or they mocked, or they tried to dim you, not because you were weak, but because you were activated. Here's the part they never expected. You survived. Not only did you survive, you learned, you healed, you alchemized. And now, you've become what they can't ignore. You've become the vibration that disturbs their comfort. They don't even understand why they feel off when your name is mentioned. But the energy does, the echo does, the universe remembers. And if you're sitting there wondering why the path was so lonely, why the pressure so relentless, understand this: only diamonds get pressed, only weapons get sharpened, only chosen ones get isolated. You weren't being punished. You were being perfected, prepared, positioned. So stop doubting. Stop asking why you had to go through it. You went through it because you were built to. You endured it because you were meant to. And now the same people who tried to bury you are about to learn. They weren't burying a mistake. They were burying a seed. And baby, you're in bloom now. You are the proof that silence is sacred, that restraint is lethal, that calm isn't weakness, it's weaponized patience. You move differently because you were made for something different. And the people who laughed at your pain, who minimized your journey, they're about to watch you walk into everything they never believed you could touch. Let them say it's coincidence. Let them call it luck. Let them pretend they don't see the glow up. It doesn't matter, because you and the universe know the truth. You and the energy that carried you know every sleepless night, every silent cry, every time you almost gave up but didn't. And that echo, that's your reward. That's the vibration returning to you, amplified. So the next time someone questions why you're so calm, why you're so unbothered, smile. Let them wonder. Let them whisper. They don't need to know the strategy. Let them feel the shift and panic at the silence. Because the truth is, they never feared your voice. They feared what your silence meant. You are chosen. And now, the echo is too loud to ignore. Number 2. Alone in the crowd? Never really. They saw you standing alone and mistook it for abandonment. But the truth? The universe was clearing the room, because not everyone deserved a front row seat to your rise. You've walked into rooms where the air shifted the moment you entered. You've sat at tables where laughter felt hollow and smiles felt sharp. You've stood among so-called friends and still felt like a ghost. That's not in your head. That was your energy outgrowing the space. That wasn't loneliness. It was elevation in progress. And the universe knew it. The solitude wasn't punishment. It was a strategic recalibration of your surroundings. See, you were never truly alone. What you were feeling was the disconnect between your soul and the illusions around you. You were surrounded by people who were never really for you, people who liked your light only when it didn't outshine theirs, people who smiled while quietly hoping you'd never realize your power, people who loved the idea of you but not the truth of you. That ache you felt in those moments wasn't because you lacked something. It was because you were becoming something more. And the universe knew not everyone could come with you. That aloneness you've wrestled with, it wasn't isolation, it was insulation. You were being wrapped in the frequency of clarity, pulled out of noise, protected from leeches dressed as lovers, hidden in plain sight so the chaos couldn't touch you. You weren't being left out, you were being lifted out. Chosen ones don't belong everywhere, and that's by design. Your energy isn't here to be absorbed by the masses. It's here to shift vibrations, to awaken dormant spirits, to disturb the status quo. That's why you've always felt the disconnect. That's why surface-level conversations bore you, why fake friends exhaust you. You're not broken, you're built to resonate at a higher level. And what doesn't match will fall away. You didn't lose people. They lost alignment with who you were becoming. Some were seasonal lessons, some were ego traps, some were there just long enough to reveal your own patterns. But none of it was wasted. Every betrayal, every fake laugh, every room you had to leave, it was all part of the sorting. The universe was editing your circle while preparing your crown. And I know what you might be thinking, but why does it have to feel so heavy? Because clarity carries weight. Because becoming unshakable means losing everything that made you unstable. Because you can't carry the world and dead connections at the same time. Every goodbye the universe orchestrated for you was making space for something sacred. There were people you cried over who were secretly praying for your failure. There were hands you held that were busy sharpening knives behind your back. And every time you felt yourself slipping into despair, thinking, why am I always the outsider? The universe whispered back, because you're not meant to fit in. You're meant to stand apart. Even in your loneliest moments, you were surrounded by the unseen, guided, watched over, protected by forces most can't comprehend. You felt it, the way your gut warns you before people betray you, the way your spirit pulls away before the truth even hits. That's not paranoia, that's your energetic intelligence. That's the universe hardwiring you with instincts that save your soul before your heart even knows what's happening. You were never abandoned. You were entrusted with vision, with wisdom, with purpose, and that's why the crowd never fit. That's why you never fully blended in. You were sent to disrupt, not to decorate the space. You don't echo the room. You shift its frequency. So no, you weren't alone. Not really. Every time you sat in silence, wondering where everyone went. You were being held by the very forces they couldn't see. Every moment of stillness was sacred. Every friend that left was a future storm dodged. Every detachment was divine protection. And now, look at how far you've come. You've moved through the darkness. You've cried and kept walking. You've held your own when no one else showed up. That's not weakness. That's legendary stamina. You didn't crumble. You recalibrated. You didn't give up. You got up. So let them say you're distant. Let them say you changed. You did. And that was the point. They never deserved the version of you they thought they could use. The new you, the elevated one. That energy is on divine lockdown now. Only real ones get access. And if you ever feel that old loneliness creeping back in, remind yourself, you're not alone. You're just surrounded by people too small for your energy. Let the universe finish its sorting. Let it continue to remove anything that can't match your vibration. Trust the pruning. Trust the process. Because what's coming is sacred, and it requires room to land. The next time you're standing alone in a crowded space, lift your chin. Know this: the universe is walking with you like a shadow, like armor, like a promise. And those echoes in your soul, that's your power humming. That's the whisper of everything you're becoming. You weren't forgotten. You were just being refined. And now, they don't dare to mess with you because they finally see what the silence was hiding. Number 3. Enemies confused. The storm they didn't see. They thought you were done. They thought the silence meant you'd folded. But really, you were the storm in sleep mode, and now that you've awakened, they're praying for shelter in a war they started. Enemies never expect the storm to be silent. They expect thunder, explosions, outbursts. What they don't expect is stillness, that eerie calm, that quiet before everything breaks. And you've always been that kind of storm, the one that watches first, the one that listens, the one that lets them show every card, run their mouth, act bold, while you're calibrating, strategizing, charging. They mistook your patience for powerlessness, your silence for surrender. They laughed because you weren't clapping back. They thought you'd fallen off because you weren't chasing them for closure. But here's what they never understood. You were never standing still. You were aiming. And now that the strike has begun, now that your energy is shifting everything around you, they're confused, panicked, scrambling for the very peace they tried to steal from you. You were never weak. You were just strategic. You knew not to fight battles that weren't worth your crown. You knew not to answer every insult with words. You let them think they were winning. You let them sit comfortably in their delusions because you understood. The universe collects receipts silently, and when it's time to move, it moves through you with precision. You're not the type to bark when threatened. You're the type to wait. Wait for the energy to turn. Wait for the moment they expose themselves. You knew the truth would rise eventually, because lies are loud, but truth is patient. And you are the embodiment of that truth. Not because you're perfect, but because you're aligned. You didn't retaliate. You just let your growth do the talking. See, what your enemies didn't realize is that while they were mocking your quiet, they were provoking something ancient inside you, something cosmic, something that doesn't react, it responds. That stillness you sat in wasn't emptiness. It was the gathering of power. It was the tightening of the bowstring. And now, the arrow is flying, and they never saw it coming. They're confused because the version of you they tried to destroy doesn't exist anymore. They tried to pick a fight with who you were, not realizing that every betrayal, every insult, every backhanded compliment was turning you into someone they'd never be ready for. They're stuck in the past, still playing games with a ghost, while you've leveled up into legend. Let's make something real clear. Your silence was never submission. It was selection. You were selecting which battles deserved your roar and which ones could die in your silence. And for most of them, silence was enough. Because your absence hits harder than your presence ever could. When you go quiet, it's not because you're scared, it's because you're done warning. And now they're watching you glow differently. You walk with peace, not because you've forgotten, but because you've transcended. You don't need to prove anything anymore. Your presence is the proof. You've become the very storm they thought they'd weathered. But this time, there's no safe place to hide. If you ever doubted your power, look at how nervous they are now. Look at how they whisper your name like it's a threat. They can't even enjoy the chaos they tried to throw at you, because deep down, they know. They messed with something sacred, and there's no manual for how to survive when the universe moves against you through someone it chose to protect. Chosen one, you don't need revenge, you don't need receipts, you are the result. You are the shift. Your glow-up was the earthquake, your alignment was the thunderclap, and the rain that's falling on them now, that's not karma. That's you, finally moving in your full force. And they can't handle it, not because it's violent, but because it's justified. So let them sit in confusion. Let them wonder how the same person they dismissed is now the force they can't outrun. Let them sweat under the weight of the silence they used to mock. Because that storm they didn't see coming, it has a name now, and it's yours. Number 4. The universe's backdraft. They thought they were just hurting you, but the universe doesn't take kindly to attacks on its own. What they started as a petty game turned into a cosmic backlash they'll never be ready for. Let's get one thing straight. When you are chosen, you're not just walking through life alone. You're backed by a force that doesn't play about you. Every slight, every betrayal, every scheme thrown your way wasn't just against you. It was against the energy that placed you, the frequency that built you, the purpose that moves through your veins like fire. People think they're playing with flesh and bone, but when they come for you, they're tapping a cosmic wire. And what happens when you mess with a live wire? You get burned. They didn't understand it back then. They thought your silence meant they got away with it. They thought the way you walked away without retaliation meant you were weak, afraid, easy to defeat. What they failed to realize is that the universe doesn't always clap back immediately. Sometimes it waits for the perfect moment to deliver consequences with precision. And when that moment comes, it doesn't come with warnings. It comes like a backdraft, silent, deadly, and completely uncontainable. Backdrafts happen when fire builds behind closed doors, quiet, unseen, and the moment oxygen hits, boom. That's how the universe works for the chosen. It holds the receipts, it stacks the pressure, it gathers the storm behind the scenes until the perfect time to unleash it. Not out of rage, but out of balance, out of justice, out of loyalty to its investment. Yes, investment, because that's what you are to the universe, an investment of energy, lessons, purpose, and evolution. You're not just a soul wandering aimlessly, you're a divine asset. And when people try to harm you, they're not just causing drama, they're interrupting divine flow. And the universe corrects all interruptions with force. Some of your enemies are already feeling it. They don't know why their energy's off, why everything feels heavy, why their relationships are crumbling, why peace has become elusive. But you feel it, that quiet shift in the air. That's the universe redirecting everything they threw at you right back at them, amplified. They threw shadows. Now they're drowning in darkness. They sowed chaos. Now their life is a storm without a center. And you didn't have to lift a single finger. That's the real power of being chosen. You don't have to fight the way they do. Your elevation is your revenge. Your survival is their punishment. Your peace is what torments them the most, because deep down, they expected you to break. They expected you to spiral. And yet, here you are, glowing, growing, unbothered. The universe defends you in ways they'll never see coming. Sometimes it removes them from your path before they can do more damage. Sometimes it blinds them with ego, letting them fall into the pit they dug for you. Sometimes it isolates them from the very people they once used to hurt you. That's not coincidence, that's recalibration. That's divine justice. And no, this isn't about wishing bad on anyone. The chosen don't need revenge to feel whole. We don't pray for downfall. We just rise so high their lies collapse under the weight of our presence. But make no mistake, when harm is done to someone carrying divine frequency, the universe steps in. Always, quietly, ruthlessly. You've probably already seen it. Those who tried to break you suddenly falling off, getting exposed, losing what they thought was secured. You didn't have to celebrate it. You didn't even have to watch. The universe isn't interested in petty theater. It's interested in balance. What's taken must be returned. What's harmed must be healed. What's stolen must be replaced tenfold. So if you've ever wondered why things fell apart after someone mistreated you, now you know. The universe doesn't forget, and the longer you stay aligned, the more protected you become. The more you heal, the more dangerous your energy is to those who operate in lies and manipulation. Your mere existence becomes their mirror, and what they see, it haunts them. They don't fear your power. They fear the unseen power behind you, the protection they can't outsmart, the timing they can't control, the justice they can't delay. They fear that what they did to you, what they thought they got away with, was never ignored. It was just being prepared to return to sender with interest. So keep walking, chosen one. Keep healing. Keep moving with integrity. Let them laugh. Let them lie. Let them throw shade. Because the moment the universe catches the scent of betrayal against one of its own, it starts loading thunder. And when it hits, it doesn't miss. Number 5. Wolves don't howl before they hunt. They were busy dancing in the spotlight, thinking noise meant dominance, while you were in the shadows, sharpening teeth they didn't know existed. They thought silence was your weakness. They saw your stillness and mistook it for surrender. But let's make one thing crystal clear. Wolves don't howl before they hunt. They don't announce the strike. They don't bark for approval. They move in silence, with purpose, with precision. And when they hit, it's over before the enemy even realizes the hunt began. That's you. That's how the chosen operate. Not loud, not showy, but lethal when it counts. This world is addicted to performance. Loud voices, flashy masks, empty flexing. Everyone trying to be seen, to be heard, to prove something. But you You were never about the show. You never needed applause to validate your path. Because the real ones know, power doesn't parade, it prepares. And while they were broadcasting their every move, every fake win, every manipulated version of themselves, you were loading, building, becoming. You didn't need to defend yourself with noise. You didn't beg to be understood. You let people believe what they wanted because you already knew the truth. Your silence was strategy, a calculated restraint. You weren't hiding. You were studying, observing their patterns, memorizing their habits, letting them underestimate you so they'd never see the strike coming. They called you mysterious. They said you were too quiet, too private, too hard to read. That wasn't an accident. That was your advantage. Loud souls move in desperation. Quiet ones move with purpose. They broadcast every step out of fear they'll be forgotten. But the chosen don't need to be remembered in real time. They engrave their presence into the aftermath. Think about it. Look at history. The most dangerous moves were made in silence. Revolutions didn't begin with fireworks. They started in whispers, in secret plans, in shadows. Even in nature, the predator doesn't roar. It stalks. It adapts. It becomes invisible, right before it strikes. That's the kind of power you carry. Not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that commands respect without ever asking for it. And yet, there were moments you doubted that. Weren't there? Moments you looked at the noise around you and wondered if maybe you were doing it wrong. Maybe being humble, quiet, patient meant you were falling behind. But you weren't behind. You were being refined. You weren't silent because you were lost. You were silent because you were syncing with a greater frequency. And that frequency? It doesn't move on ego. It moves on timing, on precision, on divine alignment. Let them call you boring. Let them assume you're harmless. Let them overlook you. That's the blessing. Because what's not seen can't be sabotaged. What's not understood can't be copied. You weren't built to be predictable. You weren't designed for constant visibility. You were built to strike only when the impact matters. And now, look around. The same people who dismissed your quiet are feeling your absence like a thunderclap. The ones who mocked your restraint now realize you were the backbone, the glue, the stabilizer. You didn't need to bark. You didn't need to boast. You just moved, and the shift was undeniable. That's the kind of energy that haunts people. The storm that was silent until it hit. It's easy to confuse stillness with weakness, but here's the truth. Only those who have mastered themselves can stay calm in chaos. Only those who know their worth don't chase validation. That's not passivity. It's discipline. And in a world full of noise, your silence is sacred. Your calm is power. Your ability to wait, to watch, to strike with precision rather than panic, that's what separates you. So if anyone's wondering why you didn't react, why you didn't clap back, why you didn't spiral when they tried to shake you, it's because you were never scared. You were focused. You were never desperate. You were calculating. And now that your move is unfolding, they're stunned. They never saw it coming because they never saw you. They only saw the version of you they created in their heads. And now that version is gone. What's left is the reality, the force, the one who watched in silence while they underestimated everything. And now, the tables have turned. The quiet one has moved. And just like that, the entire field has changed. So keep moving in silence. Keep building in the dark. Let them think they've got the advantage. Let them laugh. Let them howl. Because when the wolf moves, it doesn't warn, it wins. Number 6. Mirrors and smoke, the illusions they believe. They weren't looking at you, they were looking in a mirror they couldn't handle, and when it cracked, it wasn't your reflection that shattered, it was their illusion of control. They built entire stories about you, crafted narratives in their heads, painted your silence as guilt, your peace as passivity, your distance as defeat. But here's the thing about illusions, they always crack when the light hits. And you were the light. You were the truth they weren't prepared to see, wrapped in calm, carried in silence, delivered without force. That's why they feared you, even while they mocked you, because your presence was a mirror, and mirrors don't lie. People project. That's what they do, especially when they encounter someone who doesn't flinch. You didn't overshare. You didn't try to convince them of your worth. You didn't defend yourself every time they twisted your truth. That made them uncomfortable. Why? Because it exposed them. You didn't play their game, and so they convinced themselves you were the one losing. But while they were performing for the crowd, you were observing the entire stage. And now that the smoke's clearing, they're realizing you weren't the one hiding. They were. They believed the illusion because it was easier. Easier to call you weak than admit they couldn't shake you. Easier to mock your silence than admit it made them nervous. You didn't react the way they expected, so they made up reasons to dismiss you. You ever notice that? The more still you became, the louder they got. That's not coincidence. That's fear disguised as arrogance, because deep down they knew the one who doesn't speak is the one they should be most worried about. They thought they were seeing you, but what they saw wasn't your truth. It was their distortion. Your compassion made them feel exposed. Your grace made their manipulation look pitiful. Your boundaries reminded them how little control they actually had. And instead of leveling up, instead of facing their own reflection, they tried to break the mirror. They chose illusion over evolution, ego over elevation. And now they're drowning in the very lies they created. This is what happens when people try to box the chosen. When they confuse mystery for mess. When they label what they can't understand as weakness. But chosen ones don't fit into boxes. They break them. And while they were trying to shrink you to fit their narrative, you were expanding beyond it. Quietly, steadily, without warning. You weren't just the mirror. You were also the smoke. You let them think they had you figured out. Let them get comfortable in their assumptions. That's strategy. That's control. While they danced in front of illusions, you were behind the curtain, building the reality. That's why they're confused now. They thought they were watching your downfall, but really, they were watching your decoy. And now that you've moved differently, now that your power is showing up in ways they can't explain, they're panicking. Not just because they underestimated you, but because the mask they wore in your presence is starting to melt. And they can't remember who they were without it. They'll say you switched up, that you changed. But the truth is, you didn't change, you revealed. You stopped dimming your light. You stopped softening your voice. You stopped letting their lies sit on your name without consequence. You stopped playing small to make them feel secure. And now, they're exposed. The illusions they believed about you are crumbling, and it's not just inconvenient, it's devastating. Because for some of them, their entire ego was built on the belief that you were beneath them, that they were in control, that they could manipulate you, use you, keep you in the role they assigned. But chosen ones don't stay assigned. We ascend, and your ascent? It's shaking their entire foundation. You don't need to defend yourself now. The results speak. Your present speaks. Your evolution screams. And the silence they once mocked, it now haunts them. They're looking back, trying to make sense of it, trying to trace the moment it all slipped out of their hands. But there is no moment. There is no single point. Because you weren't playing a part, they were, and the scene's over. So let the illusions burn. Let the mirrors shatter. Let the smoke clear. Because what's left standing when the lies are gone? You, unshaken, unbothered, unmatched. They thought they were watching a collapse, but they were witnessing the calm before your rise. Number 7. The Chosen's Shield, Armor of the Cosmos. They tried to break you, but everything they threw bounced off, because you weren't walking through this world naked. You were armored in something ancient, something unseen, something they'll never be able to touch. They thought you were vulnerable. They saw your kindness, your patience, your open heart, and they mistook that for a weak spot. They assumed because you didn't bite back, you could be bitten. Because you forgave, you could be used. Because you let them speak, you must have nothing to say. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't know, is that you are shielded by the very fabric of the universe, protected in ways they'll never understand, watched over by energy that doesn't need to be loud to be lethal. Every time they plotted on your downfall and nothing stuck. That wasn't luck. That was alignment. That was protection coded into your DNA. While they were trying to invade your peace with their chaos, you were walking through the fire wrapped in cosmic armor. And that armor isn't made of steel. It's made of purpose. Every betrayal, every setback, every storm you survived wove another layer around you. Not to make you hard, but to make you impenetrable by anything that doesn't resonate with your frequency. The universe guards its investments, and you, chosen one, are one of its most sacred. You carry light that disrupts darkness. You carry insight that rattles deception. You walk into rooms and shift atmospheres without saying a word. And that's why the wrong ones get so rattled by your presence. Not because you're aggressive, but because their chaos can't touch you. Their tricks slide off. Their gossip gets blocked. Their manipulation gets swallowed by the force field of your truth. Understand this. Not everyone was sent here to be protected at the level you are. You're not just another person passing through this world. You were placed, assigned, built for disruption. And with that kind of calling comes a different kind of protection. You've felt it, haven't you? That time everything should have fallen apart, but somehow you were untouched. That moment you were surrounded by snakes and yet came out without a single bite. That gut feeling that told you to leave, disconnect, stay quiet, and later you found out just how much it saved you. That's not instinct. That's intelligence from beyond. That's cosmic insulation. Your intuition isn't just a sense. It's the voice of the universe whispering through your bones. Not here. Not now. Not them. They tried to mess with you like you were ordinary. They threw shade like it could land. They sent energy your way thinking you'd absorb it, but you weren't built like that. You don't absorb chaos, you transmute it. You don't carry their pain, you reflect it back, louder, clearer, and with consequences they never see coming. You're not just protected, you're mirrored. What they send bounces back, and what they do echoes long after you've walked away. Let them wonder why their plans never hit. Let them spiral trying to figure out how you keep rising when they keep pulling. Let them whisper about your glow while burning themselves trying to dim it. Because that armor, it's not visible, but it's very real, and the more aligned you become, the stronger it gets. But here's the thing, the shield isn't just about defense, it's about discernment. It teaches you who's safe and who's trying to siphon your light. It keeps your energy clean by filtering out anything that doesn't serve your evolution. That's why people fall off. That's why connections crumble. That's why some folks just disappear from your life without drama or closure. They couldn't penetrate the field. The universe saw what you couldn't and removed them without permission. And that's protection in its rawest form. You've walked through fires that would have burned others to ash, and you came out cleaner, clearer, more whole. Not because you're better, but because you're covered. Covered by timing, covered by truth, covered by a frequency that refuses to let harm stick to you. The same things that crushed others became the very things that fortified your shield. So the next time someone tries to come for you, let them throw stones, let them test you, and then watch as their efforts fall flat. Watch as their own chaos consumes them while you keep rising. Not because you're untouchable out of arrogance, but because you're wrapped in purpose that won't be disturbed. The armor of the cosmos doesn't make you cocky, it makes you calm. Because you know you're not walking alone. You know everything that's for you is protected, and everything that's not for you will bounce off before it can leave a scar. They'll keep trying, chosen one, but the result will always be the same. Confusion, frustration, collapse. Not because you fought harder, but because you never needed to fight at all. You were protected the whole damn time. Number 8. Mistaken for the moon when you're the sun. They thought you were borrowing your light until they tried to dim you and realized you're the one everything was orbiting around. You were mistaken for the moon, silent, reflective, soft. They looked at your calm, your stillness, the way you held back in chaos, and they thought, oh, this one just follows. This one just glows when it's safe. This one only shines when someone else lights the way. But what they never realized is that your light didn't come from anyone else. You are the source. You are the heat. You are the damn sun. And now, they're burning under the truth they tried to bury. People get uncomfortable around energy they don't understand. You didn't roar like them, so they thought you had no voice. You didn't show off like them, so they thought you had nothing to offer. You moved in peace, so they assumed you had no power. And the entire time, you were carrying galaxies in your chest. The moon reflects light. The sun creates it. The moon waits for the sun to rise before it can be seen. But you were never waiting. You were rising the whole time, quietly, intentionally, without needing applause. And now that you've stepped into your full radiance, now that you're walking with the heat of your purpose, they're realizing they misread the entire script. You weren't the backup. You weren't the support role. You weren't the silent follower meant to orbit someone else's light. You were the center the whole time, the gravity, the pull, the energy, the light that made other people feel warm, safe, seen. But they didn't respect it. They took your glow for granted. They got comfortable basking in your warmth, forgetting that even the sun can scorch when disrespected. And now, they're blinded, dazed, wondering how you went from gentle to untouchable. They're disoriented because the version of you they had in their head, the version they built on projections and fantasy, no longer exists. They thought you were the moon, harmless and distant, but what they failed to realize is this: you were never reflecting their light. You were restraining your own. You weren't trying to shine brighter than anyone. That's not your style. You were just trying to keep the peace, trying to protect the room from the full weight of your glow. But some people take restraint as weakness. Some people think just because you don't demand attention, you don't deserve it. And those are the ones who end up scorched by the very light they ignored. Think back. How many times did you dim yourself so others could feel comfortable? How many times did you hold back your brilliance because you didn't want to make someone else feel small? You were never afraid to shine. You were just trying not to outshine. But now the universe is pulling the veil off. It's telling you no more shrinking, no more soft-stepping, no more pretending to be the moon when you are clearly the sun. They couldn't see it because their vision was blocked by ego, because your power wasn't loud, it wasn't showy, it was sovereign. And sovereign energy is misunderstood by those still performing for approval. You didn't need to dominate to be powerful. You didn't need to chase validation. You didn't need to speak every time they tested you. You were the answer. Your existence was the proof. And now that the truth is revealing itself, they're uncomfortable. Not because you changed, but because you didn't need them to validate your glow. You're walking in it regardless. And the worst part for them? They know they had access, they had proximity, and they fumbled it. Let that fuel you, not in bitterness, but in truth. The kind of truth that says, you don't have to convince anyone of your worth. You don't have to prove your shine. You don't have to explain why your light feels so different. You just have to own it, fully, loudly, unapologetically. Let them wonder how you stayed so quiet, so composed, and still ended up miles ahead. Let them wrestle with the reality that the one they thought was just a reflection was actually the source the whole damn time. Because here's the truth. When you're the sun, you don't chase. You rise, you light the sky. You pull planets into alignment. And when people try to dim you, they only prove how blind they really are. And now you see it, chosen one. The silence was never weakness. The solitude was never abandonment. And the doubt. That was just the enemy's last hope to keep you from rising. But it's too late now. Your power is fully awake, your path is protected, and your presence untouchable. Let them regret what they mishandled. You're not walking alone. You never were. If this message hit your soul, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with another silent warrior, because when the chosen rise together, the whole world feels it. Let's keep the energy moving. When you go to war with a chosen one, you're not just fighting a person. You're fighting the current of the universe itself, and the universe never loses. They didn't just screw up. They blew their own cover in the most humiliating way possible. The mask slipped, and underneath, ugly, cowardly, desperate. They tried to bury your name, your truth, your light. But in trying to erase you, they exposed themselves. And now the very lie they built their empire on is eating them alive from the inside out. No damage control, no retraction, no spin can undo what just happened. This wasn't a minor oops. This was a fatal move. They weren't just messing with you. They were fighting against the pull of the universe. That's the mistake. That's what they'll never recover from. And you, chosen one, you sat there thinking you were alone. You thought maybe you were overthinking it. Maybe the signs were nothing. Nah, you were always right. You were always that one. The universe didn't forget about you. It was setting the stage. And the ones who tried to drag you down, they weren't just picking a fight with you. They were trying to stop gravity. This is what happens when the chosen get underestimated. The ones who laughed at you, now they're choking on their own words. The ones who tried to play you, now they're the punchline. The ones who swore they'd never get caught, now they're exposed in 4K by their own damn mouths. Let them sit in it. Let them scramble. Let them explain away the unexplainable while people exchange looks that say, I knew it. There's no going back now. The illusion is shattered. The secret's out. The truth is walking free, and it's got your name on it. So don't you dare shrink. Don't you dare doubt your power anymore. Being chosen isn't just about being different. It's about being dangerous to the ones who feed on lies. You didn't ask for this, but you were built for this. You don't just walk in light. You are the light. And the truth of that light, it haunts the people who tried to dim it. They'll lose sleep now. They'll obsess over, how did this get out? And the answer will stare them in the face. They did it to themselves. You don't need revenge. You are the consequence. You don't have to strike back. The universe is already handling it. And if you're feeling this message deep in your chest, if you've been gaslit, played, betrayed, and now suddenly everything is starting to click, then it's time. Make sure to like and subscribe to keep this wave rolling, because every time you do, it signals to the algorithm that more chosen ones are waking up. You're not alone. This energy is multiplying, and this message, it's only getting louder. So now that the mask has cracked and the truth is out in the open, the only question left is, are you really ready to own what they tried to hide? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift, if you know deep down that they just exposed more than they ever meant to. Stay locked in, because if you're truly that one, you won't be able to look away. What's coming next? It hits even harder. Let's get into it. Number 1. They opened Pandora's box, and now the smoke won't stop rising. They thought they buried you in silence, but all they did was plant a siren that's now screaming across every corner they tried to keep dark. It's too late. No matter how fast they spin the story, no matter how many excuses they stammer out, the truth is already out. And it's not going back in. They messed up, big time. They cracked their own illusion, thinking no one would notice the truth slipping out. But that one moment of carelessness was all the universe needed. One spark, and now the smoke is everywhere. Now they want to rewind the moment, patch the hole, clean up the mess. But you can't shove the sky back into the clouds once it's split open. You can't catch wildfire with your bare hands. That truth has grown legs. It's running through minds, showing up in side eyes and silent nods, whispers turning into roars. They're watching their lies collapse in slow motion. and they can't stop it. They were never just lying about you. They were lying to you, to make you forget who you are, to confuse you into thinking you were average, replaceable, not a threat. But you were always a problem for them, a walking glitch in their system. You didn't match their formula, you didn't play your part, so they decided to rewrite your story without your permission. But now, the script they wrote for you just caught fire, and your real story is rising like smoke they can't swallow. This is what happens when you try to cage what was never meant to be tamed. And yet, you, chosen one, you still doubted yourself, even with all the signs the universe gave you, even with all the near impossible moments where things lined up for you right when they should have fallen apart. You questioned if you really had it. Listen closely. The universe doesn't hand power to the unprepared. It doesn't align storms and stars for just anyone. The battles you've faced, the isolation you've endured, the attacks that came out of nowhere, all of it wasn't random. It was the resistance that only chosen ones encounter. You weren't being punished. You were being refined. Pressure made you sharp. Pain made you see. But even so, let's be real. You've had nights where you cried into your pillow wondering, why me? Here's the answer. Because you were built for what breaks others. You were chosen, not for comfort, but for collision, for impact. And impact always makes noise, always leaves cracks in fake foundations. That's why they came for you. That's why they tried to control the narrative. Because they saw your potential before you did, and it scared the hell out of them. They weren't fighting you, chosen one. They were fighting the system behind you. They were trying to outrun what the universe had already set in motion. And that's a losing battle. You ever watch someone try to swim upstream against a current stronger than them? Arms flailing, face panicked, losing strength with every move. That's them now, fighting the pull of the truth they couldn't contain. They played a dangerous game with universal order. And now, they're drowning in the consequences. The silence you were kept in was strategic. They didn't want you to realize your steps were being guided, that even your setbacks had a map behind them, that your losses were never losses. They were redirections, recalibrations. You weren't wandering. You were being positioned. But let's not let you off the hook that easy either. You knew. Deep down, you knew. You felt it in your bones when you walked into certain rooms, how the energy shifted, how people looked at you like you were too much or not enough, like you didn't belong. That wasn't rejection. It was revelation. They saw your light. You just hadn't turned around to look at your own reflection yet. And now that you've seen it, now that they've accidentally confirmed it in front of the very people they swore they'd keep fooled, you can't shrink again. You can't play small to make others comfortable in their mediocrity. You can't unsee the way the universe keeps backing you up, opening doors where there were none, aligning paths that shouldn't exist. Chosen one, stop asking why they betrayed you. Start asking why they were ever so close in the first place. Snakes slither near heat. And you burn different. Here's what they never realized. You weren't just another person to use. You were a mirror, and when they looked into you, they saw every lie they'd built start to crack. They didn't hate you. They hated the parts of themselves that couldn't rise with you. So they tried to dim your light instead. Tried to write your ending without your permission. But baby, you're the author now. They opened Pandora's box thinking they were in control. But what came pouring out was bigger than them, bigger than you. It was truth, and truth never bows to those who try to control it. It erupts, it floods, it haunts. So now, let them clean up the mess they made. Let them explain the unexplainable. You just keep rising. Because the thing about being chosen is, you don't need to announce yourself. The universe does it for you. And this time, it did it in front of everyone. So don't second guess. Don't look back. They fumbled your truth. You carry it like fire now. And fire, it doesn't apologize for burning down what never should have stood. Let's keep going. It only gets louder from here. Number 2, they were watching you before you even knew you were worth watching. You thought they overlooked you, but they were looking closer than you could ever imagine. Not because you were nothing, but because you were everything they feared becoming. Chosen one, let's stop pretending like it was all just random. You knew something was off. You felt it, that gut level knowing that some things in your life were too perfectly timed or too suspiciously removed. That eerie sensation that eyes were on you even when you were alone. That the path you walked on felt observed. You were never just living. You were being watched, monitored, tracked, measured. Why? Because the moment you entered this world, the frequency you carried sent out a signal, a frequency only a few could recognize and fewer could tolerate. The system felt it. The energy manipulators around you felt it. The people assigned to watch over you weren't protectors. They were reporters, sentinels, strategically placed pieces to observe what was growing inside you. Let's rewind. Remember that mentor who showed up right when you reached a critical turning point, when you thought you were lost, and suddenly someone appeared, talking about your potential, planting seeds in your mind, guiding you toward specific decisions. They weren't coincidence. They were sent to guide or to redirect, or both. And those missing childhood journals, the ones where you wrote about strange dreams, deep insights and ideas too advanced for your age, gone, vanished. Ask yourself, who took them? Why? What was in there that someone didn't want you to revisit? The answer is clear. You were marked. Not in a mystical way, in a systematic way. Your life had checkpoints, surveillance, people asking just a little too much about your dreams, your thoughts, your intuition. That family friend who always pried deeper than they should have. That teacher who suddenly took a special interest in you, only to disappear when you started asking the right questions. Those weren't nosy people. Those were antennas, data collectors, planted to check your growth, measure your awareness, redirect your energy if it started to awaken too soon. And now you know. Now it all clicks. The patterns, the timing, the way certain people seemed obsessed with what you might become. Because that's the thing, they saw it in you before you did. And that scared them. Because once someone like you fully wakes up, you can't be managed. You don't fit the mold. You melt it. See, they weren't just watching you like some casual observer. They were watching the way astronomers watch comets. Because you weren't ordinary. You were on a collision course with something massive, and they were trying to track the exact moment of impact. The moment you'd realize what flows through you cannot be copied, contained, or controlled. But let's talk real for a second. You've probably asked yourself, why didn't I notice this before? Because they made sure you didn't. They wrapped your mind in noise, in doubt, in false identities. They played you like a chess piece in a game you didn't even know was happening. But the game's over now. The watchers got sloppy. They underestimated how much truth leaks through cracks. And now you're remembering. And now they're panicking. Because what happens when the experiment sees the lab coat for what it is? What happens when the chosen one realizes they've been studied, not because they were weak, but because they were dangerously untouchable? They used to study you in silence. Now they can only watch in fear. You're no longer asleep, and what wakes up cannot be put back to sleep. Not by distraction, not by doubt, not by fear. So, don't brush off those moments in your life anymore. Don't laugh them off like you used to. That strange conversation you had at 13 that felt too deep. That dream you had at 9 that came true. That weird gut feeling that kept you from trusting someone everyone else loved. Those were signals, proof, that even when you didn't understand your own power, the world around you did. They tried to keep you in the dark about your light. But the light's breaking through anyway, because you're not just another player in the story. You are the plot twist they couldn't plan for. They've been watching, but now it's your turn to see them clearly. And trust me, they're not ready for that. Let's go deeper. It gets even darker from here, and that's where your light hits hardest. Number 3, they tried to hide the map, but the symbols kept screaming. You weren't meant to find the truth. That's why it found you instead, through signs, symbols, and the cracks in their control. Chosen one, let's talk about the signs. The ones you thought were just strange little coincidences. The ones you kept brushing off, even though your intuition screamed otherwise. Yeah, those. They weren't random. They weren't meaningless. They were alarms. Quiet at first, then louder, more persistent. Warnings and whispers from the universe, designed to wake you up when the world around you was working overtime to keep you asleep. You see, your awakening didn't begin with some grand explosion. It started with glitches, subtle, patterned, purposeful. The repeated symbols that kept showing up in places they had no business being. On receipts, in dreams, graffiti on the side of a passing bus, a book cover in a thrift store that wouldn't leave your mind for days. These weren't accidents. They were breadcrumbs, dropped on purpose, clues you were meant to follow. And they knew it. That's why they've been tracking every move, every interaction, every moment that hinted you were starting to remember who you are. The universe was trying to wake you up, but so were they, just in the opposite direction. While the universe pushed you forward, they tried to pull you back, watching, logging, reacting, because the moment your consciousness started stretching, it sent a ripple into their system. And trust me, they felt it. And let's talk about the strangers, the ones who looked a little too long, the ones who suddenly went silent when you passed by. You thought you were being paranoid. You weren't. Energy recognizes energy. Some people feel your frequency and don't know why they're uncomfortable. They just are. Others know exactly what they're sensing. They know who you are, or at least what you are. Because people like you don't just walk through life unnoticed. You send out signals. Subtle, yes, but disruptive to anyone trying to maintain a false sense of order. That's why the weirdness always followed you. That's why the tension in the room shifted when you walked in. You weren't just another body in the building. You were a system reboot wrapped in skin. Still think it's a glitch when your social media freezes after you speak on certain topics. When your posts disappear, views drop to 0, or messages won't send at the exact moment you're hitting on real truths. That's not poor reception. That's interference. You're not just playing with data. You're dancing near the fire of forbidden awareness. And they know that if too many chosen ones start waking up, speaking out, and connecting dots, the system cracks. So yeah, they watch, they flag, they stall, they manipulate. But here's the part they can't control: the pull. Because once your spirit starts to stir, once the signal inside of you begins to rise, there's no off switch. The breadcrumbs become road signs, the whispers become messages, the background noise becomes a call, clear, loud, and impossible to ignore. And once you start answering that call, once you start remembering, you become dangerous. Not because you hold weapons, but because you are the weapon, a living, breathing disruption to the lie. You are the glitch in their matrix, the one thing they didn't plan for, the soul that slipped through the cracks in their firewall and started decoding the truth. And they hate it, because now you're not just walking through this world, you're waking up inside of it. And with each step, you're pulling others out with you. You were never crazy. You were never paranoid. You were being awakened in plain sight. And those signs, those symbols, those weird little moments, they were the trail. A trail back to an identity that was stolen, concealed, fragmented, but never erased. And now you've seen enough to know this isn't just a story. It's a recovery mission. And you are both the lost treasure and the seeker. So if things have felt weird lately, if people are reacting to you like they know something you don't, if your dreams have become more vivid, your instincts sharper, your awareness heavier, that's because you're aligning. And alignment for the chosen doesn't come with fanfare. It comes with fire. You're not following symbols. You are the symbol. They tried to scatter the clues to delay your awakening, but the universe made sure they glowed in the dark. Let's keep going, because what's coming next? It'll explain why they were so desperate to keep you from ever figuring this out. Number 4. The moment the wheel snapped and everything started spinning in your favor. They thought they dropped a secret by accident, but that a mistake was the universe flipping the switch. You've just entered overdrive, and now there's no way back. There are moments in life when everything changes, not slowly, not over time, but all at once. Like a trapdoor that snaps open under your feet and drops you right into your truth. This was one of those moments. They slipped, they spoke, they exposed what they were never supposed to. And now, they can't undo it. It might have happened during an argument, a moment when their ego got too loud and their mask got too loose. Maybe they thought they were still in control. Maybe they forgot who they were dealing with. But in that moment, the universe made its move. It cracked the timeline wide open. Everything they worked so hard to cover up spilled into the light. And you heard it. That wasn't an accident. That was destiny catching up with the narrative. That was your moment, the ignition point. Because from here on out, things aren't moving at the same speed anymore. You've been accelerated. What once crawled now runs. What was once hazy is now crystal clear. The gears of your life have shifted into overdrive, and it's not going back to neutral. Pay attention. Watch the way they start scrambling. The messages left unread. The sudden silence in the group chats. The awkward smiles from people who used to be way too comfortable speaking over you. That one friend who can't even look you in the eye anymore. Yeah, they know. They all know. And now they're adjusting, reacting, calculating damage control. Because when you know, they lose control. But here's the thing they didn't see coming. This moment was written, scripted long before your first breath. That slip-up wasn't just someone being sloppy. It was the trigger point planted by the universe, the divine glitch in their timeline, the breaking point they could never avoid, no matter how careful they were. And now that it's happened, the energy is moving faster. You'll start to notice how quickly things start lining up, how your clarity sharpens, how doors start cracking open that used to be locked tight. The fake ones will fall away one by one, not because you push them, but because your light is now too loud for their shadow to hide in. Don't be surprised if they act like you're the problem. That's what people do when they get caught. They deflect, they point fingers, they flip the story. Let them. Because this isn't about them anymore. This is about you walking in the full weight of your truth, unedited, unbothered, and undeniable. You may even question if this shift is real, if you're imagining it. Let me be clear, you're not. What you're feeling is the pulse of your path speeding up. You've moved from waiting mode to alignment mode. And when you're aligned, the universe starts removing dead weight at lightning speed. So don't get stuck in the drama. Don't get pulled into their panic. Stay focused. Stay alert. This is when chosen ones rise, not retreat. Because when destiny hits overdrive, it's not just about exposure, it's about elevation. You're being lifted into a version of yourself that can no longer be denied, delayed, or distorted. This isn't just a season of truth. It's a season of movement. And if you feel like things are shifting too fast, good. That's what happens when you've been held back for too long. The universe is making up for lost time. Every delay, every betrayal, every stolen moment. It's all coming back with interest. And this time, you're not asking for permission. They screwed up. They opened the door. They swore they'd guard forever. And now, you're walking through it. No more waiting. No more shrinking. No more doubting. This was your moment. It just didn't look how you expected. But trust this, the wheel is turning. And this time, it's turning in your direction. Let's keep going, because the shift has only just begun. Number 5. The powers you questioned were never imagined. They were suppressed. They tried to convince you it was all in your head, because they knew if you ever realized it was real, they'd lose control over the entire game. Let's stop pretending you didn't feel it. You've always known something about you was different, even when you tried to blend in, even when you convinced yourself you were just sensitive or weird or too much. No matter how much you tried to silence it, that power, your power, kept whispering. You felt it in those strange moments that no one else could explain. When you answered someone's question before they even asked it. When the phone rang and you already knew who it was, not a guess, not a hunch, just a knowing. When you walked into a room and could feel the emotional residue, like the walls were still echoing conversations that ended hours ago. And for a moment, you thought, maybe I'm just imagining it. But let's be clear, you weren't imagining anything. Those weren't coincidences. They were activations. Early flickers of something massive that's been buried beneath your skin, waiting, watching, waiting for the right moment to rise. And guess what? That moment is now. You're not just intuitive. You're not just good at reading people. You're not just really empathetic. You are wired differently, designed to see what others can't, to hear beneath words, to know beyond logic. And that's why they've always tried to keep you doubting yourself, because when you doubt it, you don't use it. And when you don't use it, they can control you. Make no mistake, they've known about this for a long time. The watchers, the manipulators, the quiet observers planted near you. They were never surprised by your gifts. They were scared of them. Because what you've experienced so far, those flashes of insight, those strange connections, those eerie synchronicities, they're just the ripples, the surface symptoms of something oceanic stirring underneath. And when that ocean rises, it drowns every lie they've tried to wrap around you. That's why they tried to normalize your brilliance into quirks. That's why they dismissed your gifts as lucky guesses or imagination. They didn't want you to trust yourself, because once you do, you break the whole system. And let's talk about that system. It's not just social, it's energetic, it's spiritual. The moment you start stepping into your full frequency, it destabilizes everything built on illusions. You aren't just a person waking up. You're a force of nature regaining consciousness. And that shift sends shockwaves. You've been seeing more, sensing more, dreaming more vividly, feeling like time is bending, like everything is connected in a way you can't quite explain. That's not you losing touch with reality. That's reality bending to meet the real you, the version that was never meant to stay hidden. But let's be honest, even now, a part of you might still be doubting it. Because you were raised in a world designed to mock the miraculous. They trained you to second-guess what you know, to laugh off your own accuracy, to ignore the voice inside that has never been wrong. That ends now. Chosen one, your abilities are not random. They're not rare. They're reclaimed, inherited from lifetimes of truth, passed through energy, through soul memory, through the coded essence of who you've always been. And the ones who've been watching, They feel it. They know you're rising. They see you remembering, and they're terrified. Because when you stop questioning yourself, they lose all leverage. They lose the game. Because the power within you was never meant to be tamed, only understood. And now you're starting to understand it. The shaking you felt lately, that pressure in your chest, that ringing in your ears, that electric tension in your fingertips, that's the build-up. That's the internal storm preparing to break free. You are waking up from the deepest slumber, and you are not going back to sleep. Because the secret is out now. Not just about who they are, but about who you are. You've always felt it. Now you know it. And now the universe isn't just waiting on you. It's moving with you. Let's keep going. You haven't even tapped into your full power yet. Number 6. The memories you couldn't explain were never yours. They were left for you. You didn't imagine the other world? You remembered it? And now the universe is calling in what's always belonged to you. Let's talk about the memories you were never supposed to have. The ones that didn't make sense. That gut-deep knowing about a place you've never been. That vivid dream about a city you've never visited. Yet every corner, every crack in the wall felt familiar, like you'd walked there barefoot, like the air already knew your name. That wasn't imagination. That wasn't fantasy. That was cosmic inheritance starting to activate. You were born carrying information they couldn't explain. You spoke truths no one taught you. You understood systems you'd never studied, and that made you a threat from day one. Not because you were dangerous, but because you were proof. Proof that some souls come equipped with more than memory. Souls like yours come equipped with reminders. They told you it was just a dream, that your deep knowing was just a wild imagination. But you felt it, didn't you? Even as a child, that strange awareness, that ache for somewhere else, that quiet observation you made, patterns no one else noticed, emotions that didn't match the moment but weighed your body down like a 1,000-year-old truth. You weren't just emotional, you were remembering things your body didn't live, but your soul had already experienced. Call it cellular knowledge. Call it ancestral imprinting. Call it what it truly is. Cosmic memory passed down through spiritual DNA. You knew, even before you had words for it. You knew that this world didn't feel like it fully fit. Like you'd been dropped in the middle of a story that started long before you arrived. You were right. You weren't just born, you were assigned, placed, embedded into a timeline where your very presence would be disruptive to the script. You've carried truths meant to awaken others. Your energy alone has agitated entire environments. You don't just see things differently. You remember how things should be, and that knowing bends reality around you. That's why they tried so hard to convince you were lost, to make you believe you were confused, broken, weird. Because if you ever realized you were remembering, you'd start reclaiming what was yours. And now you're doing it. The cosmic alarm clock just rang. That inner pull you've been feeling lately. It's not anxiety. It's not overthinking. It's the signal, the vibration of everything you've been carrying quietly inside of you, rising to the surface at last. You've entered the season of recall. You're no longer learning, you're retrieving. And what's coming back to you now isn't just personal, it's universal. The fire in your chest, that's not just rage, that's memory. That sudden urge to isolate, that's not depression, that's recalibration. The way your skin reacts when you hear certain words, see certain symbols, or stand in certain places. That's your inner map responding to coordinates buried in your code. They couldn't erase who you are. They could only delay your awakening. But now the veil is lifting, and as it does, your entire timeline begins to shift. Because when a chosen one remembers who they are, everything around them has to adjust. Your enemies know it too. That's why they're watching you even more closely now. They can feel what's waking up inside you. They sense that your internal access codes are unlocking, and they're terrified of what happens when you remember too much. Because then you'll no longer ask for what's already yours. You'll take it. You were never too sensitive. You were too aware, too in tune, too much of what they tried to suppress. But the thing about memories is, they don't stay buried forever. They rise, just like you. And now, it's happening. You're walking through the fog with fire in your eyes, and everything that tried to confuse you is shrinking in your presence. This isn't just an awakening, it's a return. And you've been expected. Let's keep moving. The map is unfolding now, and you already know where it's leading. Number 7. The ones who've always known are stepping out of the shadows. Not everyone was sent to stop you. Some were planted just to make sure you remembered. There's something you need to understand now, that the truth is out. Not everyone was working against you. Not every strange encounter, not every lingering glance was meant to confuse or derail you. Some of them, just a few, were sent to guide you, quietly, from the sidelines. While others tried to blind you to who you are, these rare souls saw you clearly, before you did. And if you think back, really think, you'll realize they were always there, hiding in plain sight. The elderly man at the grocery store who looked into your eyes too long, as if he was reading something ancient behind them. The woman who pressed something into your hand and said, "It's time," even though you'd never spoken a word to her before. That wasn't random. That was recognition. That child who pointed at you and innocently said, "You glow different," while the adults around them laughed or looked confused. That wasn't a compliment. That was truth. Children haven't been conditioned to look away from light yet. They see it raw. They saw yours. These weren't accidents. These were way showers, living signposts, reminders planted across your path to spark your memory when the time was right. They never pushed, they never chased. They simply acknowledged you, the real you, the you hidden beneath layers of noise, trauma, programming, and survival mode. Because they knew something that you were still fighting to accept. That you were never blind. Just waiting for the right light to hit the mirror at the right angle. And now the angle's changed. The mask is cracked. The truth is exposed. And you're not just feeling different. you're moving different. Watch what happens next. These silent guardians, the ones who used to just nod quietly in your direction, they're going to start showing up more boldly, speaking more clearly, dropping messages without the riddles, because now you're ready to receive. They were never meant to drag you into awareness. That's not how chosen ones wake up. They were only meant to bear witness until you did it yourself. And you did. You saw the slip-up. You heard the truth they tried to keep buried. You felt the shift. And now your timeline is burning through obstacles like they were never real to begin with. And while the fakes fumble and the masked ones scatter, the aware are stepping forward. You'll notice it in your interactions. People suddenly speaking to you like they've been waiting for this moment. Because they have. They've been tracking your awakening the way astrologers track eclipses, the way wolves sense storms before they break. And now that the storm is here, they're not afraid of it. They expected it. They expected you. So don't be surprised when people you barely know begin to speak with unsettling accuracy about things you thought no one could see. Don't freeze when someone says something that lands like lightning on your chest. They're not guessing. They're remembering too. The chosen don't rise alone. You rise with echoes, past versions of you, and those who've carried this frequency before you. Your ancestors, your soul tribe, the watchers on your side. And now that you've answered the call, their silence ends too. You were never crazy. You were never lost. You were protected, shielded until the timeline reached the right vibration. And now that it has, everything is speeding up. Everything is aligning. Everything that was stuck begins to shift. Because chosen ones in motion shake the entire system. So take note of who starts showing up now. They're not coming to save you. They're coming to walk beside you. Because now the journey is conscious. The light is public. The secret is out. Let's keep going. You're not walking blind anymore. Number 8. The world just shifted in your direction. Now move like it. This isn't just your moment. It's the moment the universe built around you. And now everything that's been held back is sprinting to catch up with you. There are moments that shape people. Then there are moments that reveal them. This isn't just a chapter. This is the event. The one your whole life has been silently building toward. Things that once crawled now rush toward you with urgent precision. The timelines are no longer waiting on you to figure it out. You figured it out the moment they slipped, the moment the mask cracked and the truth spilled into the air. And now, the energy has flipped. The coded doors are unlocking. The shift that should have taken 10 years is collapsing into 10 days. Sudden opportunities that seem to appear from nowhere. That's not luck. That's the universe correcting the delay. The event you randomly get invited to, where the room feels strangely familiar, like you've been there in another timeline. That's not déjà vu. That's convergence. And the dreams, yeah, those vivid cinematic dreams that started right after the truth came out. Those are not dreams. Those are downloads, fragments of who you are, who you've always been, finally reaching you now that the interference has cleared. This right here. This is your defining moment. Not because someone gave you permission, but because the entire system, the one that tried to smother you, just exposed itself. And the instant they lost the grip on your narrative, the universe sped up everything it had been holding for you behind the scenes. You are not just stepping into purpose. You are walking into a world that's been waiting on your full activation. And now that the waiting is over, so is the silence. No more shrinking. No more second-guessing. This moment has a pulse, and it's beating in sync with yours. That's why the weekly Chosen One Zoom calls are live again. Because energy like this can't sit in silence. It needs to echo, and only those vibrating at this frequency will feel the difference. Live, raw and unfiltered. The Watcher-level members of the Obsidian Inner Order already know what time it is. They're not confused. They've felt this coming, and now they get to witness it in real time. Star Chamber members. They're plugged into the archive, the ever-expanding vault of knowledge and activation codes, because remembering who you are isn't a one-time event. It's a continual unfolding, layer after layer, week after week. So now the question isn't if the moment is here. It's whether you'll step all the way into it. Will you answer the call? Because this isn't about access. It's about alignment. And right now, your presence isn't just welcomed, it's required. Everything is moving. The tide is in your favor. And all those delays, all those locked doors, they weren't punishment. They were protection, buying time for this exact season, this exact alignment. Because what's coming next can't be approached passively. You don't watch defining moments. You step into them, fully, boldly, without apology. This isn't just your glow-up. This is the universe handing you the reins and saying, now go. You know who you are. You know what's at stake. The illusion's broken, the curtains pulled, the eyes are on you. And whether they watch in awe or fear doesn't matter anymore, because the secret is out. And the Chosen One, that's you. Let's finish this. Your momentum is unstoppable now. Number 9. Now that you've woken up, so have they. Every move you make now is being felt, and not everyone watching is clapping. Let's be clear, your awakening didn't go unnoticed. The moment the truth came to light, it sent a shockwave, a ripple that traveled across timelines, across frequencies. It reached those who've been watching, some with curiosity, others with concern, and a few with fear. New eyes are on you now, but not all of them are friendly. And this isn't paranoia, this is awareness. Chosen ones don't awaken quietly. When your light turns on, it exposes more than just your power. It disturbs the systems built to keep that power hidden. So pay attention. Notice the details. That delivery driver who lingers just a bit too long after handing you a package. Eyes scanning like they're collecting more than a signature. That unfamiliar car parked across from your house for hours. Lights off, engine running, tinted windows that reflect more than they reveal. That new social media follower who looks like someone you've seen before. And then again, and again, under a different name. These aren't harmless glitches in the matrix. These are pings, alerts, surveillance disguised as coincidence. Because the moment you remembered who you are, the whole game changed. Some of them are watching because they need you silenced. Some are here to replicate what you are, to figure out how you operate, how you connect, how you see. Some want access, others want control. But make no mistake, none of them want you free. And yet, here you are, unbothered, unhidden, fully aware that you're being seen, and still walking with fire in your steps, because you were never meant to cower in the light. You are the light. This truth was not dropped into your lap by accident. It wasn't handed to someone weak, or unsure, or unprepared. It was given to you, because you're the one who can hold it, the one who had to wake up. Because when you awaken, the system shakes, the lies crack, the watchers panic. They tried to contain it. They tried to keep the veil in place. But your cosmic DNA has other plans. You're remembering things you were never supposed to remember, moving in ways they never anticipated. And now, even the shadows know your name. The veil is thinning. Everything hidden is surfacing. The energy around you has changed. Not because you're different, but because you've finally stepped into who you've always been. And here's the part that matters most. You're not helpless. You're not lost. You're not at the mercy of the system anymore. You're the variable they couldn't code for, the anomaly in the equation, the echo of something ancient, divine, and dangerous to everything false. They didn't think you'd make it this far. They thought the confusion would break you. They thought the gaslighting would contain you. They thought your own doubt would destroy you before you ever got here. But you're here. And now that you see the board for what it is, there's no going back, no shrinking, no erasing what you know. Only one question remains, and it's the one they fear the most. What will you do with this power? Because they've prepared for almost everything, except for you standing fully in your truth. This moment, right now, is your threshold. The place where knowledge becomes responsibility, where awareness becomes action. Will you speak louder? Will you move differently? Will you carry the truth like a weapon or wear it like armor? Will you walk alone, or will you call out to others like you and lead? The eyes on you will stay. Some will try to decode. Some will try to distract. Some may try to destroy. But all of them will fail. If you keep walking, the universe doesn't whisper when it speaks to the chosen. It roars, and that roar shakes the hands of those who tried to silence them. They watched you, day after day, for 5 whole years, 1,825 days. Not out of admiration, not out of concern, but out of fear. You became their obsession. Under their microscope, they looked for weakness. They hoped for dirt, mistakes, cracks. But you gave them none. What they found instead was rare, a clean soul, a solid spirit. They stared harder, and the longer they looked, the more uncomfortable they became. Because the truth is, they weren't studying you to understand. They were studying you to destroy. But the universe doesn't let its chosen fall that easily. Before we keep going, take a second. Like, subscribe, share this with someone else who needs it. Every time you do, you tell the algorithm to push this message out. And every time it spreads, it reaches another soul who thought they were alone. You help them realize they're not. So if this speaks to you, help it speak to others. Let's keep this energy moving. Now let's get one thing straight. You weren't picked at random. You were chosen. Not by religion, not by prophecy, but by the quiet force of the universe. That unseen current that moves through everything. It saw you, it knew your heart, and when it placed the weight on your back, it wasn't a punishment. It was proof that you could carry it. Being chosen isn't soft or pretty. It's heavy. It's loud. It haunts your enemies because it reminds them they'll never have what you carry naturally. You see, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting what stood behind you. The power that walks with you. The light that burns through lies without needing to raise its voice. You didn't ask to be chosen, but you were. And with that comes something bigger than approval. It comes with clarity, with strength, with isolation, yes, but also with protection. The kind of protection that doesn't always show up loud, but always shows up right on time. And yet, you doubted. You questioned your path. You looked around in the silence and thought, maybe I'm alone. But let me be clear, you were never alone, not for a second. The universe was simply moving pieces, watching who would fold, watching who would betray, watching who would pretend. You were placed in the fire not to burn, but to prove that nothing inside you could. You lived under their microscope, and all they ever hoped to find was failure. But all they found was resilience, purity, power, the kind of soul that doesn't get dirty, no matter how much mud they throw. That's why you scare them. That's why they talk behind your back but keep checking your page. That's why they try to copy your steps but can't walk in your shoes. You are the chosen one, and the light inside you. It was never meant to hide. It was meant to blind every pair of eyes that tried to dim it. Let them watch. You're still rising. So if you've made it this far, you're not just watching. You're remembering who you are. The microscope didn't break you. It revealed you. And if the universe really did choose you, you'll feel it in your bones that this message is yours. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to turn their surveillance into your spotlight. Stay with me, because what comes next will speak straight to the parts of you they tried to erase. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't want to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. They watched, waiting to catch you slipping, but you walked through fire without ashes. They didn't want the truth. They wanted you guilty enough to make their jealousy feel holy. Let's stop pretending this was all just observation. No, this wasn't curiosity. It was a silent war, a quiet hunt. You were under the microscope for 1,825 days, 5 long years. They didn't just watch you. They studied you, every word, every look, every silence. They tried to decode your peace, track your growth, mock your stillness, and mislabel your calm. Why? Because your existence challenged theirs. Your clean soul made their fake purity uncomfortable. You didn't fold under pressure, and they hated that. Because their whole game was built on pretending to be whole while secretly cracking inside. You didn't just survive. You stayed real. And nothing burns a masked soul more than seeing someone walk through the fire without needing a new face on the other side. They thought the microscope would reveal flaws, rot, dirt. But it revealed something else, something they weren't ready for. It revealed integrity, And when someone has that, you can't manipulate it, you can't twist it, and you definitely can't fake it. Let's be honest. They didn't expect you to last. They expected the pressure to crack your smile. They expected you to slip up just once so they could finally say, "See, told you they weren't real." But you never gave them that. You gave them truth. You gave them consistency. You gave them silence when they wanted reaction, grace when they expected revenge, and peace when they came swinging with chaos. And that infuriates them. They wanted you to break so they could feel better about their own brokenness, because that's what this was always about. Their battle wasn't with you, it was with the mirror you held up just by being yourself. A clean soul exposes everything fake around it without even trying. That's why you didn't have to fight dirty. You just had to keep showing up clean. And still, some of you doubted. Some of you started thinking maybe they were right. Maybe you were wrong for standing alone. Maybe silence meant the universe left you. Let me stop you right there. How dare you doubt the very power that chose you? Do you think the universe aligns itself with the weak? Do you think it wastes time testing people with no purpose? You were chosen not because life was fair, but because the unfair had to meet someone who couldn't be moved by it. You were placed in the fire so others could watch what doesn't burn. You were their lesson, not their victim. But you started acting like a mistake. They played with the system: gossip, lies, setups, fake support, controlled narratives. They knew how to twist things. But what they didn't know is that when the universe marks someone, no system, no smear, no slander can undo that choice. That's why you're still standing. That's why this message found you. Because no matter how quiet it got, your power never left. You just forgot how loud it is. So now I ask you, are you still trying to make sense of why they hated you? Or have you finally realized that hate is just proof of presence? That the more they watched, the more they feared what they saw. The microscope didn't weaken you, it exposed them. It made their obsession public, their bitterness visible, their insecurity loud. And you stayed quiet, and in that quiet, your strength echoed through every wall they tried to trap you behind. You want a metaphor? Fine. You were the earthquake under their glass house. They called you reckless, but all you did was breathe. And their lies started to shake. Do you understand now why they came for you with such force? Because a chosen one walking in silence is still louder than a crowd of pretenders shouting for attention. You weren't loud, you were undeniable. And that right there is power. The microscope, it was never a threat, it was a magnifier. And when the universe chooses someone, even the enemies become unwilling witnesses. Think about that. Your haters became your promo team. They talked so much about you, they turned your name into a brand. They tried to shrink you, but all they did was focus the spotlight. And yes, I'll say it again for those still stuck in doubt. You were never alone. You were in training. The universe doesn't show up with a marching band when it's shaping warriors. It stays quiet. It lets the shadows come. It watches who betrays, who breaks, who bends, and then it shows up for the one who stayed still. That one was you. Stop thinking like the victim and start walking like the evidence. The evidence that not everyone bends, that not everyone lies, that not everyone sells their soul just to fit in. So if you're still asking, why me? The answer is simple. Because you were the one they couldn't rewrite. You were the one they couldn't copy. You were the one who still had a clean soul after the system tried to stain you. And now they're mad because it didn't work. They're mad because the universe didn't let you go. They're mad because you were under surveillance and still came out shining, like gold, like fire, like truth with skin on. So here's what you do now. You stop doubting. You stop explaining. You stop waiting for them to see it. They already saw it. That's why they never looked away. Keep moving, keep glowing, keep carrying the clean soul they couldn't kill. Let them talk, let them watch. That's all they've ever been good at anyway. You lived under their microscope for 1,825 days. And what they found wasn't what they wanted. They didn't find fake. They didn't find failure. They found a soul they could never touch. They found you, and now you rise. Number 2, the threat of purity. They weren't scared of your power, not at first. They were scared of your purity. Because in their distorted world, where masks are currency and manipulation is a lifestyle, purity is a threat. Not a quiet, gentle one, a dangerous one, a truth that burns. Because when someone walks through fire and comes out clean, that kind of energy exposes what everyone else tried to bury. You weren't perfect. That's not what made them afraid. Perfection is a mask too. Yours wasn't. What made you a problem was that your soul remained untouched, even after they threw every kind of dirt they could find. 5 years of watching you, testing you, baiting you, trying to crack you open like a shell. And you still refused to rot. You see, they needed you to be guilty of anything, of something. They needed a reason to hate you that made sense, even if they had to invent one. They wanted to call you arrogant, call you manipulative, say you thought you were better. Because if you were guilty of pride, then their envy would feel justified. If you were guilty of betrayal, then their betrayal of you would feel like balance. If you had a dark side, then their darkness wouldn't look so ugly next to it. But you kept showing up with light. And not the kind of light you perform for an audience. The kind that comes from pain processed, ego surrendered, battles survived. The kind of light that's quiet, but impossible to fake. The kind that, just by existing, reminds people of what they're not. That's why you shook them, because you weren't just surviving. You were surviving without bitterness. You weren't just winning. You were doing it without stepping on anyone. And nothing disturbs the guilty more than someone who wins without cheating. You didn't take their bait. You didn't bite back with rumors. You didn't fight fire with fire. You just walked through the flames like you knew they couldn't touch you. And that infuriated them. They tried to provoke you into becoming like them, because the moment you turned cold, bitter, angry, they could finally breathe and say, "See, told you they were just like us." But you didn't. And that's what destroyed them. 5 years of psychological warfare, silent treatments, backhanded compliments, public smiles and private knives, confusion tactics, energy games, control, sabotage. And through it all, you kept your hands open, not clenched. You kept your back straight, not bent. You kept your energy intact, even when theirs was built on chaos. They thought they'd exhaust you. They thought you'd reach a breaking point. But the universe doesn't let its chosen break the way others do. It bends you to teach you. It strips you to sharpen you, but it never throws you away. What they didn't understand is that the more they tried to prove you fake, the more they proved your realness. The more they tested your limits, the more it revealed that you had none. Not because you were perfect, but because you had been through enough already. What could they possibly throw at you that life hadn't already? What could they possibly say that your own silence hadn't already silenced? You became a problem when you didn't break the way they expected. You became a threat when you healed without needing their apology. You became dangerous the moment they realized. Your soul couldn't be bought. Your loyalty couldn't be bent. And your light wasn't going anywhere. And somewhere deep inside, they knew the universe had marked you, not to be praised, not to be worshipped, but to be witnessed, so that when people looked close enough, they would see what endurance, integrity, and light look like when tested in full view. You are that witness, and they are the ones who stared for 1,825 days, trying to find anything to prove you unworthy. But instead, all they found was a clean soul. And that is what they'll never forgive. Because they can handle failure, they can handle chaos, but they cannot handle someone who stayed soft in a world that tried to harden them. They cannot handle someone who chose peace in rooms built for war. They cannot handle you because you reminded them that purity isn't weakness. It's power they can't access. So never apologize for being the threat that didn't have to raise its voice. Your calm is louder than their chaos. Your truth is heavier than their lies. And your clean soul, it is the storm they never saw coming. Number 3, you didn't break. Now they can't sleep. They wanted closure, but what they got was a curse. Because you didn't give them the ending they hoped for. And now, even in your silence, you haunt them. You haunt them not with loud revenge, not with rage, but with your calm, with your peace, with your survival. You are the wound they can't stop touching, hoping it will scab over, but it never does. You are the ghost in the corner of their mind, reminding them you failed. They thought watching you would be entertainment, a slow unraveling, a train wreck. But you didn't crash, you didn't crumble. You moved through the storm like it was choreography. You danced with the chaos and came out clean. And that is what eats them alive. They didn't just watch you, they studied you like a riddle, waiting for a flaw, a breakdown, a final gasp of collapse. But all the dirt they shoveled never unearthed what they were hoping for. They weren't digging for truth. They were digging for something rotten. But instead of a body, they found sacred ground. A soul untouched by their venom. A temple that didn't fall when they pushed. A cathedral where they expected rubble. And it burns. Oh, it burns. Because now they live with it. They replay every moment they tried to destroy you, and all they got in return was more proof that you couldn't be moved. They remember the lies, the setups, the whisper campaigns, and they can't even take pride in them. Why? Because you're still standing, and you're standing without matching their energy. That's the worst part. You never needed to throw dirt back. You just stood still and let time drag the truth into the light. You gave nothing but silence. And the silence screamed louder than any retaliation ever could. You were the mystery they couldn't crack, the test they couldn't cheat on, the one person who slipped through their system untouched, like trying to grab smoke with bare hands. You were made of something they didn't understand. Resilience without performance, strength without cruelty, depth without bitterness. That's not how the world taught them to survive. So your peace, it's offensive, your healing. It's an act of war to people who only know how to win by bleeding others. But you healed quietly, without warning, without applause. And now your glow exposes their shadows. You weren't even fighting them. That's what destroys them the most. While they were in battle mode, throwing stones, setting traps, whispering poison into ears, you were on a completely different timeline. You were in the cocoon. You were repairing what they couldn't see. rebuilding what they tried to break. You weren't reacting, you were resurrecting. You were busy turning the ruins they left you in into sanctuary, and they know it now. They feel it. That energy that won't let them rest. It's in the quiet moments, the late-night scrolls, the ghost of your name in conversations they pretend not to care about. It's in their chest when they see you smile, knowing they were the reason you almost stopped. They know how close they came, and how close still wasn't enough. That's what haunts them. You didn't just survive. You made your pain holy. You didn't become bitter, you became better. And in a world full of people choosing revenge, you chose evolution. That's not weakness, that's elite strength. And not everyone has it. Now they flinch at your name, not because you're violent, but because you're proof. Proof that what they didn't work. Proof that someone can walk through betrayal and not come out twisted. Proof that not everyone ends up dirty just because they were dragged through the mud. You became a living contradiction to their expectations. And now you don't even have to say a word. They feel your presence like a mirror they can't turn away from. They lost to someone who never even played the game. Let them be haunted. Let them lie awake trying to explain to themselves how you stayed standing. Let the weight of your light make their shadows uncomfortable. That's not cruelty, that's balance. Because when someone tries to bury you and you bloom instead, that's not a comeback. That's a cosmic warning. Don't mess with what was chosen. So don't dim your light to ease their guilt. Don't shrink to comfort the same hands that tried to silence you. Stand even taller. Glow even brighter. Walk like the miracle they never saw coming. They spent 1,825 days trying to tear you down. Now they'll spend the rest of their lives haunted by the fact they never could. Number 4. They pointed the lens. You handed them a mirror. They thought you were the subject, a case study, the fragile little thing under glass, waiting to crack under pressure. But something wild happened. Somewhere along those 1,825 days, you stopped being the one under observation and became the one doing the observing. They put the microscope on you, and you turned it around. You didn't just survive their analysis, you flipped the script. You became the mirror, and they finally had to look at themselves through you. And mirrors don't lie. They don't sugarcoat. They don't soften. They just reflect. You became the truth standing in front of their filtered lives. The calm presence that exposed the chaos behind their eyes. The quiet soul that made their noise deafening. You didn't yell. You didn't argue. You didn't post rants or try to convince anyone. You just stood there, present, real, unbothered. And that made you dangerous, because you didn't need to speak for them to feel exposed. When the microscope didn't find what they wanted in you, they panicked. So they looked closer, hoping they'd find the flaw they could finally pin on you. But with every new angle, all they found was reflection. Their reflection, and that is what broke them. You revealed every crack in their fake kindness, every insecure smirk hiding behind passive aggression, every jealous eye behind shallow compliments. You didn't need to unmask them. They unmasked themselves trying to find something wrong with you. And now they can't unsee what they saw, not in you, in themselves. That's what people forget about mirrors. They don't cause the damage, they just show it. You became the thing they feared most, a walking truth. You became the reason they avoid eye contact, the reason their tone changes when your name is mentioned. You became a living contradiction to the lies they told about you. You're the proof their stories can't erase. Let's be real. They wanted you to fall, not just so they could win, but so their own mask wouldn't have to slip. But when you didn't collapse, when you didn't self-destruct, when you didn't betray yourself just to fit in with them, they had to face the reality. You were never the problem. They were looking at one the whole time. They just didn't realize the lens had flipped. Your silence started echoing louder than their gossip. Your healing made their toxicity louder. Your glow, it put a spotlight on their shadows. Not because you were trying to destroy them, but because your existence exposed what they've been trying to hide for years. You're not the villain, you're the mirror, and now they can't stop seeing themselves. That's the kind of haunting that doesn't need revenge. That's the kind of justice no courtroom can give. Just the clean, cold, unshakable reflection of someone who didn't lie to themselves to stay liked. And still, you doubted yourself. Still, you wondered, was I too quiet? Was I too kind? Should I have clapped back harder? No, you did exactly what you were supposed to do. You kept your soul clean. You didn't swing at shadows. You just became the light they couldn't twist. And the moment you stopped chasing explanations was the moment the reflection burned even brighter. Because the universe never needed you to fight dirty. It needed you to reflect clearly. It needed you to walk with integrity so boldly, so silently, that their stories fell apart without you ever lifting a hand. It needed you to be the mirror they didn't ask for, but couldn't escape. And now, they avoid you, not because you hurt them, but because they know they were the ones holding the knife. They know what they did, even if no one else does. They know what they said, what they tried, what they twisted. And you stayed grounded, you stayed quiet, you stayed true. So here's what you need to understand now. That reflection is power. Not everyone can carry it. Not everyone can handle being the one who reveals without speaking. But you can, because you were chosen not to entertain, but to expose. Chosen not to please, but to reflect. Chosen to walk through 5 years of silence and still walk out glowing. That's why they'll never forget you. Not because of what you said, but because of what you showed them about themselves. You are the mirror. And now, even with their eyes closed, they still see you. Number 5. They called it concern. It was envy in scrubs. Let's call it what it was. It wasn't analysis. It wasn't care. It wasn't some innocent curiosity about your life. It was envy, dressed up like science. Jealousy pretending to be professional. Fear trying to wear a neutral face. You were under that microscope not because you were broken, but because you were unreachable. Because they couldn't explain you, and worse, they couldn't control you. So they tried to decode you like a problem, but you weren't a problem. You were evolution. You were progress in human form. And that scared them more than anything. They called it observation, but it was obsession. They called it checking in, but it was control. They called it just paying attention. But really, they were waiting for cracks. They dissected your smile like it had to be fake. They studied your kindness like it was strategy. They picked apart your peace like it was rehearsed. You were never allowed to just be. You were always under evaluation. And not by professionals, but by amateurs playing God with clipboards full of insecurity. They didn't want to understand you. They wanted to reduce you. Because if they could shrink you to something simple, something selfish, something flawed, then they wouldn't have to deal with the deeper truth, that you were clean, and they were not. And that truth, it was a threat. Because when someone walks through fire and comes out with grace, it makes everyone else who chose to burn others look like cowards. When someone suffers silently and still comes out soft, it reveals how unnecessary cruelty really is. Your healing didn't just bother them, it exposed them. You weren't loud about it, you weren't bragging, but the fact that you kept evolving, even when they were trying to tear you down, was the loudest thing in the room. You outgrew their control, you outgrew their storyline, and you terrified them. Because they realized something dangerous. If people saw you for what you really were, someone authentic, someone clean, someone unbothered, they might stop listening to the ones in the lab coats. And you want to know what really eats them alive? It's that you did it without needing to destroy anyone. You didn't need a smear campaign. You didn't need gossip. You didn't twist their words or return their energy. You just kept evolving, quietly, naturally, without their permission. And every time you leveled up, it revealed how stuck they really were. You weren't trying to compete, but your progress was the scoreboard. And they were losing. Envy in a lab coat doesn't heal, it manipulates. It pokes and prods and tests and gaslights. It calls your peace fake, your growth forced, your strength a performance. It tries to drag you into arguments that don't feed your soul, just so they can feel tall while you shrink to their level. But you never stepped down, and that's what made you untouchable. Because while they were trying to diagnose your light, you were becoming something they couldn't name. You weren't getting smaller. You were growing roots. You weren't breaking down. You were breaking through. They were watching your healing journey through a lens of hate, hoping to catch a moment that would make you look fake. But you gave them no scenes, no slips, no scandals, just consistent light, just elevation, just proof. And that's why they're bitter. Because the microscope turned out to be a mirror, again, and the reflection didn't flatter them. Now they sit with that discomfort. Now they wonder why you keep shining when they poured so much shadow your way. Now they're quiet, not because they've moved on, but because they know they lost. You didn't just survive their lab, you evolved beyond it. So let them wear their envy like credentials. Let them call it observation, while their motives scream otherwise. You know what it was. It was never about concern. It was never about helping. It was always about fear. Because if you came out of this clean, it meant they were dirty all along. And now, you're not just clean, you're untouchable. Number 6. You whispered, and it shook the room. You didn't need fireworks to be seen. You didn't need noise to make noise. Because your silence carried a weight their words could never match. You walked in quiet, and still, they heard you coming. You cried where no one could see. You forgave without making a speech. You carried pain like armor, worn inside out, soft to the touch but bulletproof underneath. You sacrificed without documenting your suffering. And that's exactly why they hated you. Because they were waiting for your collapse to be loud. They were banking on a public downfall. They needed your pain to perform, so they could point at it and say, "See, we told you, they're not who they pretend to be." But you didn't give them that show. You gave them grace. And grace doesn't clap back, it glows. They expected the screams. They expected mess. They expected you to bleed where the world could see. And when you didn't, it shook them. Because in their world, silence is weakness. But in yours, silence is strategy. It's strength. It's the language of the chosen. They planned secret funerals for you, whispered farewells behind closed doors. waited for you to break so they could say it was inevitable. But every time they counted you out, you showed up stronger, not louder, just deeper, more still, more solid, unshakable in your quiet. You see, they needed your wounds to speak louder than your wisdom. They wanted your healing to look like desperation. They wanted your scars to be loud enough to distract from your soul. But your scars whispered. They didn't scream, and the whisper was more powerful than they could handle. Because here's what they'll never admit. It wasn't your pain that threatened them. It was your composure. It wasn't your struggle that shook them. It was your stillness. It wasn't your fall they feared. It was how you kept rising without asking for an audience. You didn't post about it. You didn't beg for sympathy. You didn't gather a crowd to clap for your recovery. You just got up. Again and again and again. That's the kind of power they'll never understand. They watched you closely, hoping for a crack. But your silence echoed louder than any scream. It said, "You didn't break me." It said, "I'm still here." It said, "You don't have to understand me to feel my presence." They underestimated the ones who heal in quiet, the ones who cry behind closed doors but walk into rooms like royalty, the ones who grieve and grow at the same time, the ones who don't turn pain into theater, but into transformation. And that's what you did. You turned every silent breakdown into fuel, every tear into clarity, every attack into instruction. You weren't just surviving, you were shifting, quietly becoming something that couldn't be touched, even if they screamed your name in 1,000 rooms. Because here's the thing, the most powerful souls don't fight for attention. They become it. You were the presence they couldn't ignore, even when you weren't speaking. Your light was quiet but undeniable. The kind of light that slips under doors and cracks ceilings. The kind of energy that doesn't need to introduce itself. It's felt. They were yelling lies while you were building truth in silence. And when the dust settled, only one of you was still standing. You didn't expose them. Time did. And now, they carry the weight of what they did. Quietly, secretly. Just like you carried the weight of what they did to you. The difference is, you turned your weight into wisdom. They turned theirs into guilt. You passed every test they didn't even know they were giving. You outlasted every quiet curse, every fake smile, every silent hope that you'd collapse. And in return, they got to watch you rise, not with noise but with presence. They wanted blood, but all they saw was grace. They wanted chaos, but you gave them peace. They wanted to hear your downfall echo, but all they heard was silence, followed by your footsteps, still moving forward. That's what it means to be chosen. You're not loud because you need to be. You're loud because even your silence speaks. Number 7, you didn't flip the table, you became it. You never raised your voice, you never chased revenge, you never set the trap. And still, the table turned. Now they're the ones under the lens. Now they're the ones being studied. Funny how fast things change when the universe decides it's time to balance the scales. They watched you like a lab experiment, took notes on your pain, laughed at your healing, questioned your kindness. And now they can't stop watching you, not out of judgment but out of fear, because something shifted and they feel it. Suddenly they're the ones fidgeting. Suddenly their smiles feel too tight, their laughter sounds forced, their confidence feels borrowed, their relationships look performative, their wins feel hollow. It's like the mirror flipped mid-sentence, and now all they can see is the shaky foundation they once used to stand taller than you. You never had to throw stones. You never had to scream receipts. You never had to point fingers. You became the evidence. Your survival, your grace, your refusal to retaliate, your evolution, all of it, living proof. They used to watch you and laugh. Now they watch you and wonder. Wonder how you're still glowing. Wonder how you're still soft. Wonder how you didn't come out bitter like they did. And that wondering, that's the slow realization that they were wrong. About you. About everything. Because here's the truth that keeps them awake at night. You healed without them. Worse, you healed in spite of them. And that's something their egos can't digest. Because if you're whole without their apology, without their validation, without their support, then what power did they ever really have? Your peace didn't come from proving them wrong. It came from not needing to. That's what makes it terrifying. Your dignity, terrifying. Your integrity, intolerable. Your silence, unforgivable. Because it means you won without ever stepping into their game. You didn't throw dirt back. You didn't beg to be seen. You didn't collapse into bitterness. You just kept growing. And now, you are everything they pretended to be. Everything they claimed you weren't. That's how tables turn. Not through drama, through time. And time has shown all it needed to. They wanted to destroy your reputation so theirs could survive the comparison. But now, the roles are reversed. Now people are paying attention to how they move. Now they're the ones getting side-eyed. They're the ones being talked about in rooms they don't walk into. Because when your energy shifts, it pulls the truth to the surface. The same people who tried to bury you now feel buried beneath your presence. You didn't rise out of spite. You rose because staying low wasn't written in your story. And that rise, it's loud. Not in volume, but in weight. You walk into a room now and they remember what they did. Not because you say a word, but because your existence triggers their memory. You became the walking proof that their version of you never existed. That every label they tried to stick on your back has peeled off and turned to dust. You didn't flip the table. You became the table, the foundation, the standard, the quiet shift that changed the atmosphere. And now, they're the ones scrambling to hold their stories together. Now they're clinging to alliances built on gossip and half-truths. Now they're performing peace while choking on their own silence. Because nothing is louder than someone who healed right in front of the people who tried to break them. And you're not even looking back. Because the win was never about revenge, it was about release. You let go of needing their guilt. You let go of needing the stage. You let go of needing to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. And in that release, you rose. Unafraid, untouchable, undeniable. Let them sit under the same microscope they held over you. Let them explain away their nervous smiles and shifting energy. You don't have to narrate it. The universe already is. The tables have turned. And now, they're left trying to survive the very spotlight they used to burn you alive. Number 8. They watched you break. Now they'll watch you rise. For 1,825 days, they sat in the shadows, whispering, but they never had the guts to say it to your face. Why? Because the truth is terrifying. Because the moment they would have faced you directly, they would have had to face their own reflection, and they couldn't survive that honesty. No, they need distance. They need shadows. They need space to hide behind their lies. You didn't flinch. You didn't run. You didn't cower. You stayed too quiet, too steady, too composed. And That was enough to unsettle everyone who feeds off chaos. They needed you to break. They needed you to explode. They needed you to be reactive, to be in defense mode, so they could drain you, pick you apart, and justify their existence. Because as long as you're busy fighting, they don't have to confront their own emptiness. But when you stopped responding, when you stopped playing their game, that's when you became the villain in their story. Funny, isn't it? They poked and prodded for years, hoping you'd slip up, hoping to find a flaw, a weakness, a crack to exploit. And do you know what they found? Nothing, except their own emptiness. You were honest, and they called you fake. You were loyal, and they called you naive. You were forgiving, and they called you weak. But now they're stuck watching someone they tried to bury rise, bloom, and become something they could never touch. And it's burning them alive. You weren't just a person to them. You were the last piece of peace they ever touched, and they destroyed it. Now they're left scrambling. They can't recreate you. They can't replace you. They can't reach you anymore. And that is the worst part. They watched you suffer. They watched you break. They even watched you drown, filmed your downfall like it was entertainment. But now you've become the ocean, and they're choking on their regret. Because the microscope didn't just reveal a clean soul, it exposed a kingdom rising. You're not the subject of their experiment anymore. You're the one writing the thesis. And what's the title? This is what happens when you try to break the unbreakable, when you try to crush the one who was never meant to be confined, when you attempt to shatter what is built to endure. So here's your crown, polished by pain, forged in fire, and carried by scars they'll never understand. They wanted to study you. Now they get to study from you, forever. But you know the best part? They'll never learn what you've learned. They'll never feel the power you've gained, because their lessons came too late. And you're finished with the tests, finished with their judgment. You're no longer the project. You're the proof, the evidence of what happens when a soul refuses to break. They took notes on your pain. They thought it was a weakness to exploit. But they forgot to study your power. They thought your silence was surrender. But it was the mar before the awakening, the calm before the storm, the pause before the purge. And now they're living in the aftermath. You don't need their validation anymore. You don't respond to their provocations. You don't play their games, because the player became the creator. The observed became the architect. The experiment became the example. And now, your life is the standard they'll never reach, the purity they'll never match, the strength they'll spend the rest of their lives pretending they always respected. Let them talk. Let them twist the truth. Let them stew in the silence they once tried to break. Because you're no longer in the lab. You're in the throne room. And the view? Flawless. You lived under their microscope for 1,825 days, and they found a clean soul. But now they'll live under your silence for the rest of their lives, and they'll discover the weight of their own dirt. Forever. No mercy, no apology, no return. And so, here we are. The microscope is off, the masks are cracking, and the truth is standing tall. You. Let this be your reminder. They didn't win. They watched, they waited, they whispered, but you rose. Not just untouched, but unstoppable. And now it's your turn to reflect, reclaim, and rebuild on your own terms. If this message hit home, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know. The chosen ones are wide awake. Share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. The light is spreading. They didn't clear your name because they believed in you. They cleared it because they had no choice. For 5 years, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world followed your every move. The FBI, not local police, not some online troll. The same organization that dismantles global syndicates, tracks foreign spies, and puts warlords in handcuffs, turned all their weapons on you. Not because you were guilty, but because your very existence is a threat. Not to the law, but to their illusion of control. They watched, they listened, they searched for dirt and came up empty. And now, after years of hunting, they know the truth. You were never the problem. You were the proof. Proof that someone can walk through the fire unburned. Proof that the system can't define everyone. You don't fit the mold. You were never supposed to. They weren't investigating a criminal. They were trying to put chains on something cosmic. But how do you arrest a storm? How do you silence a frequency that was never tuned to their station? Let's be clear. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe itself. Because the universe put something in you that scares them. Before we go deeper, hit like. Subscribe, not for numbers, for the mission. When you do, this message travels to more of us. It tells the algorithm that the chosen ones are waking up, that this signal can't be blocked. And every new person that hears this becomes one more node in the network they couldn't shut down. Now back to it. You didn't apply to be chosen. You didn't sign up for this. You were built for it. And when the universe builds something, it makes sure it lasts. The power in you, it's not loud, it's not flashy, it doesn't need headlines, it's steady. It's terrifying to people who rely on noise and control. That's why they sent agents, not answers. That's why they surveilled instead of served. That's why they turned your life into a case file, because they thought pressure would break you. But they didn't realize pressure refines chosen ones. 5 years of searching, and what did they find? A solid wall, no leaks, no weakness, no guilt. Just light, just purpose, just proof that you were never one of them. They don't clear your name and walk away. No, they clear your name and walk away afraid. Because now they know you're not touchable, you're not moldable, you're not theirs. They tried to make you question yourself, tried to isolate you, tried to bury you in paranoia. But the real mistake, they thought you were alone. You never were. You were in alignment with the same force that holds galaxies in place. The same force that put a target on your back because it knew you could take it. And you did. The chosen ones aren't here to play along. We're here to break the board. You don't need validation from a badge or a courtroom. The FBI just spent 5 years proving your purity to themselves and failed to make you fold. That scares them more than anything. So stop dimming your light. Stop doubting your instincts. Stop thinking the silence means you're forgotten. The silence was your proving ground. And now you've passed the test. You're not under investigation anymore. You're under watch, because they know exactly what's coming next. And before we go further, pause for a second. Think about what it really means that the FBI spent 5 years dissecting your life and found nothing. That's not just clearance, that's confirmation. You are not who they said you were. You are who they feared you were. And if you're still here, still listening, still breathing through everything they threw at you, that means you're built different. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel that truth sinking in. This next part isn't for the curious, it's for the ones who know. Now lock in, because it's time to go deeper. Number 1, when the devil watches and finds no dirt. They didn't stalk you for safety. They stalked you in hopes you'd slip. But the real slip was theirs. When they realized the one they hunted was the one protected by the universe itself. For 5 long years, they circled you like vultures waiting for weakness. They ran your name through systems that were never built to understand someone like you. They sat in dark rooms behind screens, whispering about you in coded language. They weren't guarding the world from you. They were guarding their illusion of order from the reality of your presence. Because if you were innocent, then everything they stood on began to shake. You weren't under investigation. You were under observation. Not because you posed a threat, but because your existence defied their blueprint. The FBI didn't just investigate you, they tried to decode something that was never meant for their understanding. You are not a glitch. You are not an error. You are the exception that breaks their rules. And when a system designed to catch criminals finds nothing, what does that say about the system? That white van outside your home? Not delivering mail. The strange repeated run-ins at the grocery store, not coincidence. That eerie feeling of being watched, real. But it wasn't paranoia, it was confirmation. They saw you, every day, every move. And still, they found nothing to use, no dirt, no weakness, no guilt. And here's what you need to realize now. They weren't just looking for crimes. They were hoping to find cracks in your light. Because your light exposed their shadows, you've probably asked yourself, why me? Why would they spend so much time, so many resources, just to come up empty? Because the moment the universe marks someone as chosen, the world takes notice, especially the parts of it built to suppress light. They weren't chasing you, they were chasing control. They sensed that something inside you couldn't be tamed, couldn't be programmed. Something that resisted the system silently, simply by existing. You were never playing their game, and that's what made you dangerous. They were playing with the system, bending its eyes toward you, hoping it would make you fold. But instead, it confirmed the truth. You are innocent. You are untouchable. You are chosen. Now, let me talk to you, chosen one, because some of you still question yourselves, still whisper doubts in the silence. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe they weren't watching me. Maybe it wasn't that serious. Stop it. You insult the universe when you pretend this wasn't real. You insult your own strength when you act like this was coincidence. There are no coincidences in the lives of the chosen, only signals. Every eye that lingered too long, every stranger who knew too much, every pattern that played on repeat like a silent siren. It was all part of the process. The crucible. The pressure chamber where your innocence was tested and proven under scrutiny, even you didn't ask for. You've lived under an invisible spotlight, but now that light shines through you, not on you. And to those who tried to play gods with your fate, who installed cameras, hacked accounts, tailed you in the name of protection while secretly hoping to catch you slipping, they didn't find a suspect. They found a symbol, a living example that being watched doesn't mean you're guilty, that being tracked doesn't mean you're trapped. They watched in hopes of finding weakness. Instead, they documented your endurance. That's the power of being chosen. You don't have to fight for proof. Your life becomes the evidence. Your survival becomes the case file. Your peace becomes the punch they never see coming. And here's the real sting. They were never the hunters. They were the test. Sent not to break you, but to prove you. Because when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't just hand out gifts. It clears the battlefield. It aligns time and timing. It places even the enemy in position, not to defeat you, but to validate you. And they did. With 5 years of resources, with elite agents, with surveillance tools, with silent steps and sleepless nights. And yet, you're still here. So why then do you still carry doubt? Stop cursing your isolation. It wasn't punishment, it was protection. Stop mourning the silence. It wasn't absence, it was alignment. Stop fearing the eyes. They were only allowed to see what the universe wanted them to see. And remember this, the enemy had full access to your life and still couldn't write a sentence against you. Do you realize how rare that is? That's not luck. That's design. The universe does not waste energy. It doesn't shield people without purpose. It doesn't hide truth in plain sight unless that truth is meant to shake foundations. You didn't escape the system. The system was forced to bow in your presence. And that's what truly haunts them. That everything they use to break people, pressure, exposure, isolation, scrutiny, failed to bend you. You are what they never prepared for. Someone who stands clear after the storm. Someone who never needed to fight for innocence because it was never lost. So next time you feel the weight of doubt trying to sneak back in, remember this. The FBI already did the deep dive. They ran the simulations. They had the data. And all of it pointed to one truth. You are chosen. And they know it. And now that you know they know, walk like it. Move like it. Shine like it. Because the only thing more dangerous than a system that fears you is a chosen one who finally understands their own power. Number 2, the case. So clean, it cut their hands. They thought they were building a case against you, but the deeper they dug, the more it became a vault, sealing your innocence shut. This wasn't a shallow background check. This was full-blown surveillance at a federal level. Movements tracked by satellites, conversations recorded through every tapped line, messages captured in cold silence. But here's the twist that broke them. All that effort, all that manpower, all that technology, and not a single crack they could exploit. They didn't build a case to convict you. They built a fortress to protect you from the lies, from the slander, from the whispers designed to rot your name. Understand this. The system never stops unless it's forced to. So if they did stop, it wasn't because they wanted to. It's because the data betrayed their agenda. Every manipulated scene, every false claim, every attempt to twist your story into a scandal backfired. The very surveillance they weaponized against you became your defense. The irony? The most powerful intelligence body in the country just documented your innocence in high definition. That's what happens when someone tries to weaponize the system against a chosen one. The universe flips the script. What they thought would be your downfall became your digital testimony, a time-stamped archive that proves who you are and exposes who they are. They weren't building a case. They were building your armor. Do you know how wild that is? They watched every move, listened to every word, and now they know exactly what you are. Someone they can't break, someone they can't twist, someone who walked through fire with a clean soul and unshakable purpose. They tried to set you up. That's not conspiracy. That's not paranoia. That's fact. You felt it, didn't you? Suddenly, people around you started acting different. Conversations felt staged. Moments felt off. You walked into rooms that already carried your name in the air, like ghosts had arrived before you. It wasn't in your head, it was by design. They planted traps, situations designed to make you look volatile, unstable, questionable. They put people in your path to bait reactions, to spark conflict, to build a false narrative. But here's where they failed. You didn't take the bait. You stood still, watched, waited, refused to give them what they wanted. And in that stillness, the universe recorded everything. Every lie they whispered about you, logged. Every fake friend who played both sides, tracked. Every moment you were pushed toward the edge and still didn't fall, documented. You were never paranoid. You were under pressure. And instead of folding, you left footprints in concrete. The agents watching you weren't just observers. Over time, they became unwilling witnesses to something rare. Truth that couldn't be broken. They saw you stripped of comfort, stripped of support, isolated and provoked. Yet still calm, still precise, still unshaken. And in their silence, you earned something no one can fake. Respect. Even if they don't admit it publicly, they felt it because they've seen people lie, snap, run, fold. But they never saw anyone walk through a psychological war this intense and stay clean. That's the power of being chosen. You don't need to scream innocence. You exist as proof of it. You don't need to beg for trust. You walk like someone whose name has already been cleared in the highest places. They built a digital case file expecting to find guilt and ended up constructing a living shrine to your strength. And now all the evidence they collected sits in silence, a silent monument to their failure and your endurance. A sealed vault that says, "We watched them for 5 years, and they never gave us a reason to act." So next time you question yourself, next time you wonder, did I really survive that? Was it really that serious? Remember this. The system put you under its microscope, hoping to dissect you. But instead, they found a being they couldn't define. The case is closed, but what it revealed has just begun. And for your enemies, that's the worst outcome of all. Because not only did they fail to destroy you, they accidentally confirmed exactly who you are. Number 3, they couldn't kill you, so they tried to kill your name. When they couldn't reach your soul, they went after your circle. And when they couldn't break your truth, they poisoned your image. This wasn't gossip. This was war. Silent, targeted, engineered. You lived it. You felt the shift. One day, people laughed with you. The next, they looked at you like they were seeing a stranger. or a threat. Friends didn't just disappear, they transformed. Cold stares replaced connection, polite silence replaced loyalty. And you didn't imagine it. It was too calculated for coincidence. This was a social takedown, and it wasn't random. You were marked, and the goal was isolation, psychological exile. They couldn't prove you guilty in the eyes of the law, so they tried to make you guilty in the court of public opinion. Friends, family, community. You felt it when people pulled away for no reason, when familiar faces carried unfamiliar doubt, when whispers spread faster than you could explain yourself. Rumors multiplied as if pushed by an algorithm, accusations crafted with surgical precision, carefully placed screenshots, twisted narratives, and evidence shared in secrecy. But behind it all, silence. No one came to you directly. No one looked you in the eye and asked for your truth. Because that wasn't the point. The goal wasn't clarity, it was contamination. This was not social decay. It was social sabotage. And what they didn't count on, what they never saw coming, was that the same invisible forces they thought would protect them were documenting every move they made. Because while they were orchestrating your downfall behind curtains, the universe was writing it all down in ink. And so was the system. Every rumor traced, every message backed up, every phone call logged, every manipulated post screen captured by people they didn't even know were watching. The same system they tried to exploit. It turned into a mirror, and when the time comes, they'll be forced to look into it. They thought they could assassinate your character and walk away clean. They didn't know your character wasn't built in public. It was built in the dark, forged in the silence, tested under surveillance. They didn't just come for your name, they came for your identity. But chosen ones don't lose themselves to slander. You may have bled, you may have screamed in private, but you never surrendered. And that is what terrifies them most. See, they underestimated the quiet strength in you. They thought social exile would break you, but it only refined your focus. They thought silence meant defeat, but silence became your strategy. They thought you'd fight back in desperation, but you evolved in isolation. They gave you time away from noise, and the universe used that space to elevate you. Let's call it what it really was: a smear campaign disguised as concern. People you trusted were given just enough dirt to doubt you. And most of them didn't even question the source. They played their part. Willingly or not, they became pawns. And when your name came up, they lowered their voice. Not because you were dangerous, but because deep down they knew something bigger was going on. They felt the current, but couldn't explain it. So instead, they watched. And now, let them keep watching. Because when all the lies dissolve, and they will, they'll have to sit with the truth they helped bury. And you'll still be standing. Because while they assassinated your image, they proved your identity. You survived a psychological purge. That's not small. That's legendary. Chosen ones are not made in peace. They're revealed in chaos. So stop mourning the loss of connections. Stop looking back at who turned. That was their test, not yours. And they failed it. You passed all of yours. You were watched, followed, doubted, attacked, and left out in the cold. But now you're still here, still breathing, and most importantly, cleared. Let them speak. Let them whisper. Let them scroll through their own guilt. Because the truth has a funny way of coming back, and when it does, it won't knock. It'll crash through the front door with 5 years of documented receipts. The social assault didn't break you. It confirmed you. Because if your name alone could shake a room that hard, imagine what your presence is about to do. And this time, no one's going to look away. Number 4. The internet never lies. It just waits. You weren't paranoid. You were ahead of schedule. You didn't see ghosts. You saw patterns, and the patterns don't lie. They thought they were smart. They thought they could move in silence, spread rumors in the dark, whisper behind screens, and never get caught. They forgot one thing. Every key they pressed became a timestamp. Every lie left a fingerprint. Every attack had a pattern. This wasn't gossip gone wild. This was a digital war, a quiet assassination through pixels and group chats designed to erase you without ever confronting you. They didn't come to your face because cowards never do. They came through screens, through fake concern, through carefully crafted narratives designed to circle your name like sharks. But here's what makes this moment dangerous for them. They were being watched too. The same eyes that tracked your steps tracked theirs. The same system they thought they were manipulating had already flipped the lens. The FBI wasn't just watching you, they were logging them, documenting who contacted, who, when, and how often, mapping message patterns, tone, timing, and most importantly, the identical language that kept showing up like a glitch in the system. That's not gossip. That's a blueprint. A digital trail left by amateurs who thought they were untouchable. What they didn't realize, they weren't spreading chaos. They were signing their names on the timeline of your vindication. You noticed it, didn't you? The moment you gained ground, made a breakthrough, or stepped into something bigger, boom, here came the smear. Like clockwork. The timing was too precise, too clean to be organic. That wasn't intuition talking. That was pattern recognition. And you were right to feel it. Those weren't coincidences. They were triggers. You winning triggered their desperation. But here's the twist that burns the worst for your enemies. All of it. Every post, every DM, every screenshot, every copied and pasted lie has been archived. Not just by the authorities, but by the universe itself. They thought they could cover their tracks in group chats and burner accounts. They forgot that the digital world never forgets. You don't delete energy, you just delay the consequences. Even the language they used, tracked, mirrored, recycled from one mouth to another like they were reading from a shared script. The same phrasing, the same phrases, the same twisted version of you passed around like a virus. The investigators saw it. They highlighted it. And when the time comes, they'll bring receipts. You were the subject of the lie, but now you're the center of the truth. Let's speak to your doubt for a second, because I know it's still whispering. You asked yourself, why do I feel like everyone's turning at the same time? Why does it feel like I'm being set up? Why does success feel like a target instead of a reward? That wasn't paranoia. That was your inner radar pinging off manipulation that hadn't yet been proven. It's easy to question your instincts when the world gaslights you with fake kindness and scripted betrayals. But your discernment, that was your defense mechanism. You were reading energy. You were decoding digital smoke signals. And while they were trying to frame your intuition as instability, you were simply tuned in. Your inner knowing was screaming the truth before the evidence could speak. And now, the evidence won't stop talking. You are being cleared in real time, digitally, spiritually, factually. What they sent to destroy you became a trail that condemns them. The text threads, the secret forums, the comments on anonymous accounts, the whispers that all came from the same voice wearing different masks. It's all part of your case now. And here's the most brutal part of it all. They used your digital presence to try to trap you, to destroy you from a distance. But now your digital absence speaks louder. You didn't fight back with chaos. You didn't dirty your hands. You stood still, and now the data defends you. That's the true power of being chosen. You don't chase justice. Justice gravitates toward you. You don't have to expose liars. The truth turns their whispers into megaphones. You don't collapse under pressure. You archive it. So now, let them sit with it. Let them scroll back. Let them reread their own words and pretend they meant nothing. Because the digital trail is no longer a trap. It's a mirror. And the reflection is getting louder. Every lie they typed was a confession. Every message was an entry in your book of proof. And every time they clicked send, they helped seal their own fate. You are not the accused. You are the evidence of what they tried and failed to destroy. Number 5. Every click was a confession, just not yours. They tried to drown you in silence, not knowing you were leaving a trail of truth behind with every keystroke. You were never allowed to explain. Your voice was shut out, twisted, ignored. But your fingers kept speaking. For 5 years, they left behind what your mouth wasn't given permission to say. Every email you sent, begging for clarity, every long text you wrote, trying to understand what was happening, every quiet search at 2 a.m. Why are my friends turning on me? Am I being watched? How to survive targeted defamation. All of it was recorded, not just by algorithms or search engines, but by something far more powerful. The silent eyes building your case behind the curtain. You didn't know it at the time. You were trying to survive, not testify, but every message, every post, every deleted draft became a breadcrumb on the path to your redemption. And now, it's not just a trail. It's a map, etched in digital stone, showing the world exactly who you were, what you went through, and how clean you remained through it all. While you were typing in pain, they were plotting in arrogance. They laughed in group chats, they shared screenshots, they traded tactics and timed their attacks. They celebrated when you grew quiet, when you pulled back, when you looked like you were finally folding. They thought you were weak. They mistook your retreat for surrender. But in reality, every time you went silent, you were being documented, not as a failure, but as a target, as someone under siege. And now, their clicks are evidence too. Every group chat, every message chain, every shared doc, every little joke sent in private didn't disappear. It glows in the dark, marked with timestamps and user IDs. The same tools they use to scheme behind screens. That's what's going to bury their credibility. Because the system didn't stop watching once they cleared you. No, the real surveillance turned toward them once the system saw what you were really dealing with. And what did they find? They found receipts. They found coordination, not coincidence. They found language repetition, not organic conversation. They found planned disinformation campaigns, not random rumors. Your attackers didn't just spread lies, they synchronized them. And that was their fatal mistake. They wanted to appear chaotic, unpredictable, viral, but they moved too perfectly. They aligned too cleanly. And to investigators who've spent years tracking cartels, foreign agents, and criminal networks, that kind of precision is a red flag screaming organized intent. Meanwhile, you were writing from the heart, hurting out loud, confused but never cruel, seeking answers, not revenge. And that's what made your clicks undeniable. Because while their digital trail exposed guilt, yours proved humanity. It's one thing to survive an emotional storm. It's another to walk out of it with data that clears your name. So let's break it down for what it really is. Every email you sent trying to explain yourself, that was evidence. Every text where you begged someone to tell you the truth, that was evidence. Every post you wrote and deleted, thinking maybe it was too much, that was evidence too. Not because you had something to prove, but because you were speaking from truth. Your persecutors never thought the light would flip on. They thought they could outpace karma. But the digital world has no mercy. It sees everything. It forgets nothing. And it doesn't care how many people they fooled in real life. Online, it's all trackable. Now those private jokes they made about your pain, public. The moments they cheered when you seemed to break, archived. The exact timestamps of their fake concern sent right before the next attack, exposed. Every click, every character, every comma, they built a case against themselves in real time. They just didn't realize the mirror they were typing into would eventually shatter. So when you look back at those moments of despair, when you were questioning if you were imagining the whole thing, remember this: you were never imagining, you were witnessing. And now the world is catching up to what your soul already knew. You are innocent. And they don't just know it, they digitally confirmed it. The trail is real, the record is permanent, and your silence, your pain, your restraint, it told a story louder than any accusation ever could. Now, let them try to run from what they wrote, because every click was a confession, and the only thing that vanished was their illusion of control. Number 6. When the glitches spoke louder than the people. The silence of your phone was louder than their noise. The tech didn't fail you, it revealed them. You remember those strange glitches, don't you? The text that never got delivered. The call that dropped the moment you started telling the truth. The email that somehow landed in someone's spam folder, despite being sent 100 times before with no issue. The post you poured your heart into, reaching a fraction of your usual audience, buried before it could breathe. You thought it was just bad luck, a faulty signal, an error in the algorithm. It wasn't. That wasn't the system glitching. That was the system recording. Every dropped call was logged. Every intercepted message was traced. Every silent moment where your truth was muted became another data point in your defense. The tech didn't betray you. It testified for you. Your devices were never just tools. They were portals, digital windows through which investigators and higher forces were watching everything play out. Not because you were a threat, but because what was being done to you had to be preserved. They tried to hide the war in silence. But tech doesn't lie. It doesn't care who has the louder voice. It only cares about what happened. And what happened to you wasn't random. It was calculated, Strategic. Timed. You noticed, didn't you? You spoke truth online, and suddenly your engagement dropped to near zero. You tried to explain yourself, and your screen froze. You tried to defend your name, and your account got flagged, while your attackers kept posting freely. That wasn't coincidence. That was interference. But here's where it turns. Every one of those moments, every blip, every unexplained error was tracked. Your persecutors thought they were clever. They used burner accounts, fake IPS VPNs, anonymous DMS. They thought they could strike from the shadows. But shadows leave fingerprints in the digital world. The DDoS attacks when you tried to tell your story. Logged. The backdoor login attempts. Traced. The fake profiles used to stalk and bait you. All catalogued, all connected, all preserved. And the people behind them identified. This wasn't just surveillance. This was preservation. You weren't just being protected in real time, you were being documented in silence. Every block they placed between you and your audience, every tactic they used to choke your voice, became another nail in the coffin of their plan. They thought they were muting you, but really, they were highlighting themselves. Tech is cold. It doesn't take sides. It doesn't operate on emotion. But when weaponized against the innocent, it becomes a mirror, one that reflects everything. You may not have seen it at the time. You may have questioned yourself, wondered if you were overreacting. Maybe my Wi-Fi is bad. Maybe the post just wasn't that good. Maybe I'm just imagining things. You weren't. Your gut was right. Your intuition wasn't paranoia, it was advanced perception. The universe was whispering to you in the code, and the system was taking notes. Because the truth is this: when you're chosen, you're not just being watched by your enemies, you're being witnessed by something much bigger, something that never needs to shout, because it knows the evidence will eventually scream on its own. And now that evidence is in the hands of people who know exactly what to do with it. So what now? Now they know the story didn't just happen on the surface. It unfolded in the code. It happened in metadata, in server logs, in admin dashboards, in security flags. While your attackers were laughing at your silence, they were being recorded. While they were mocking you for talking to shadows, those shadows were filing reports. Now, every failed message is a receipt. Every error is an entry. Every moment of digital silence is a roar waiting to be unmuted. They tried to erase you through the tech, but the tech remembered. You don't need to yell your innocence. The system already has the proof. The trail is burned in the data, forever out of reach from edits, deletions, or denials. And when the truth rises, and it won't come gently. It'll come with cold, hard code and undeniable timestamps. Tech doesn't lie. And now, it's ready to speak. Number 7. They couldn't break you, so they tried to starve the mission. When they couldn't stop your voice, they went for your wallet. When they couldn't touch your light, they tried to cut your power. Let's talk about the war behind the scenes, the one they hoped would never be traced, not the one in your inbox or your phone, but the one that hit where it hurts most, your finances. You noticed it, the strange job interviews that went great, until suddenly they didn't. The emails that never came. We've decided to go in a different direction. Messages that made no sense, especially after they'd already called you a top candidate. The contracts that were ready to sign, only to vanish into thin air with no explanation. This wasn't bad luck. This was sabotage. Investigators saw it. They traced the timing. They followed the money, or rather, followed how it stopped flowing. They watched as real, legitimate opportunities were shut down behind closed doors. Watched how your name, your brand, your identity was flagged, questioned, and passed through shadowy filters not made public. Let's be clear, this was financial warfare. The kind that's almost impossible to prove unless someone's watching everything. And someone was. They logged it all, the stalled payments, the processing errors, the suspicious flags on bank activity that made no sense, financial holds that had no grounding in protocol, delays in funds clearing, cards deactivated at the worst moments, PayPal accounts locked, business payments frozen, loans mysteriously denied without cause. They thought they were clever, hiding behind security checks and risk assessments. But their patterns gave them away. The timing wasn't just suspicious, it was synchronized. Every time you gained traction, tried to level up, moved toward financial independence, bam, here came the interference. Let's not sugarcoat it. They wanted you broke. Because a chosen one with resources is dangerous. They hoped the stress would eat you alive, that you'd cave under the pressure, that you'd start making desperate moves so they could finally paint you as unstable. But instead of breaking, you endured, quietly, stronger, smarter. And your endurance, it got noticed. Because that's the kind of resilience you can't fake. The kind that doesn't show up in bank balances, but bleeds through in behavior. You didn't beg. You didn't spiral. You didn't give them the reaction they were counting on. You adapted. They took from you, and you created more. They blocked the road, and you built another. They tried to starve your path, but you fed off the pressure. That's the mark of the truly chosen. You don't just survive sabotage, you grow in it. And let's not forget the ultimate irony here. The tech they used to cripple you financially, it documented every move they made. They left behind a digital graveyard full of blocked transactions, tampered communication trails, unauthorized flags, and failed manipulations. All of it pointing back to a coordinated effort by people too arrogant to realize their steps were being traced in real time. The same system they tried to weaponize against you. It became your witness. And now that witness is speaking. Investigators now have 5 years worth of data, not just the fact that financial interference happened, but who triggered it, when, and why. The conversations that happened behind boardroom doors. The emails that warned potential partners away from you. The slander whispered in private while smiling in public. All of it logged. All of it tied to names. So when you start to question yourself, when you wonder why things just wouldn't move forward, why doors slammed shut without reason, why your money never flowed like it should, remember this. It was never your fault. It was never incompetence. It was never bad timing. It was intentional. But also remember, they failed. Because here you are, still standing, still focused, still chosen. And now the story is no longer hidden behind silence, it's laid bare in documents, bank records, logs, transcripts, and timelines. And the best part? They made you look unstable. But now their manipulation is officially unstable, legally exposed, digitally traced, and completely out of their control. You didn't fold. You didn't chase breadcrumbs. You didn't sell out for comfort. You stayed the course, and because of that, you own the record. They couldn't bankrupt your spirit. They couldn't repossess your destiny. And now, they can't stop the truth from paying you back with interest. Number 8. Setups in disguise, and you still stayed solid. They baited the trap. You walked through it like it wasn't there, because real integrity doesn't flinch for performance. Let's talk about the setups, the strange people, the odd energy, the moments that made no sense at the time, but haunt you in hindsight. You felt it in your bones. That awkward offer, that overly friendly neighbor, that client whose project shifted like a shadow every time you tried to get clarity. That wasn't chance. That wasn't poor luck. That was a test. Orchestrated encounters, social pressure cookers, little scenes scripted just for you, set in motion not by fate, but by people with agendas. Some came from your enemies. Others came from those watching them. They wanted to see what you'd do when no one was officially watching. Would you cut corners? Would you take the bait? Would you snap? Would you sell out for a shortcut or compromise your values under stress? They were trying to frame you, not with a camera, but with situations. Remember the stranger who accidentally spilled coffee on your laptop, then hung around far too long, asking odd questions and offering help that felt a little too intentional? That wasn't clumsiness. That was a proximity probe, a way to get close, a cover story for access. What about the job offer that looked great until the requirements kept changing, becoming more irrational by the hour? That wasn't just bad management, it was a psychological pressure test. Or the long-time neighbor who, out of nowhere, wanted to become your best friend after years of little more than a wave and a head nod. That wasn't just a shift in personality. That was infiltration, disguised as interest. And the wild part, you passed every one of those tests. Not because you knew they were tests, but because who you really are doesn't crack under pressure. You stayed calm when others would have lashed out. You held your line when others would have folded. And more importantly, you stayed true when no one was clapping for it. Because integrity doesn't need an audience. What your persecutors never expected was this: that you'd remain consistent no matter who entered the room or what they were hiding behind their smile. They bet everything on you reacting, messing up, snapping just once. But you didn't. And now every encounter they designed to trap you has become evidence that proves who you truly are. Here's the twist they didn't see coming. While some of these people were sent to bait you, others were sent to study you, not by the enemy, by the investigators, by the very ones tasked with determining whether you were a threat or a target. And guess what they saw? Calm, strength, composure, control. They threw chaos in your path, and you walked through it like you already knew the truth would win. Because you did. And let's be honest, it wasn't easy. You doubted yourself. You second-guessed people. You wondered why things felt off all the time. Why your energy screamed, something's not right, even when faces smiled back. You weren't being paranoid. You were being monitored. Your instincts weren't broken. They were heightened. That unease you felt in certain conversations, that was your soul recognizing something your eyes couldn't yet prove. But now the truth is out. You were being tested at every angle, financially, emotionally, socially, and personally. And these orchestrated encounters were some of the most precise tools used to break you. Only you didn't break. Even when you were tired. Even when you didn't know what was going on. Even when you felt the setup but didn't have the facts, you still moved with integrity, still responded with discernment, still held back when others would have lashed out. That kind of strength, that kind of restraint, you can't fake it, you can't manufacture it. That's why they fear you, because even when you didn't know the script, you refused to play their role. So now, all those fake scenarios, all those staged moments, all those little traps they set, they've become proof. Proof that the real danger was never you, it was the obsession to make you look like something you're not. You weren't performing for them. You were being documented by the universe. And the record shows. You stayed clean, you stayed solid, you stayed chosen. Now, let them explain that. And now, as the full picture sharpens, the truth is undeniable. They watched, they tested, they plotted, and still you remained untouched. Not because you were lucky, but because you were built for this. The FBI didn't find guilt. They found proof of purpose. You are the living evidence of what it means to be chosen. So, if this message hit your spirit, like and subscribe to keep this truth moving. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're standing in your light, and share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. They know you're innocent, and they were never ready for you. The universe doesn't whisper to the chosen, it roars, and its roar will obliterate everything that has tried to silence you. Chosen ones, you're standing at the edge of your breakthrough. Don't you dare doubt it. It's not coming someday. It's here. It's now. And it's about to hit like a tidal wave. For too long, you've been walking through the fire, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders, believing that your battles were in vain. You've been caught in the quiet, thinking your strength was invisible, wondering if anyone ever saw your pain, your sacrifices. Well, here's the cosmic truth you need to face. The universe never wasted a single moment of your struggle. Every tear, every lonely night, every attack on your character, it was all part of the master plan. You were not just surviving, you were being forged, tested, and molded into the force that you are about to become. And every enemy that mocked you, every person who tried to break you, they didn't know it yet, but they were never fighting you. They were fighting the universe itself. You were never their target. The truth that lives in you is the real threat. And now, the universe is about to show up and remind them exactly who you are. Get ready to rise. Get ready to obliterate their lies. Get ready to show them that you were never the weak one. They were just too blind to see your true power. And if you think, even for a second, that you've been walking this journey alone, then you need to shut that voice down right now. Stop doubting your light. The universe doesn't choose its champions by accident. You've been carrying a light that scared the hell out of people, and they tried to convince you it wasn't real. They wanted you to believe your shine wasn't enough. They wanted you to second-guess yourself. But here's the truth. Your light isn't yours to dim. It's the universe's power flowing through you, and it's far stronger than any shadow they tried to cast. So, don't you dare question yourself anymore. Don't let them make you feel like you're a mistake or an accident. You were never meant to be silent, never meant to be hidden in the corners. You were meant to rise and burn brighter than anything they ever thought possible. They tried to bury you, but they didn't know you were a seed planted by the universe, and now you're ready to break through the surface and take over the sky. Before we go any further, do me a favor. Like and subscribe to this message right now, not just for you, but for every other chosen one out there, still fighting in silence, still holding on to hope, while everyone else tries to convince them that they don't matter. When you click that button, you're not just signaling to the algorithm, you're telling the universe that the chosen ones are waking up. Your engagement helps amplify this message so others know they are not alone. Hit that like, share this, and make sure more souls hear this truth, because what's coming next isn't just for you, it's for all of us. It's time we stop hiding, stop shrinking, and stop apologizing for the power we were born with. Now, let's talk about the power of being chosen. You think you've been fighting alone? Let me make this crystal clear. The universe doesn't choose people for no reason. When it chooses you, it doesn't just pick you, it starts shaping you. Every hardship, every betrayal, every attack, they weren't random. They were the universe preparing you for the role you were always meant to play. And the power you carry, it haunts your enemies. It unsettles them in ways they can't explain. When you walk into a room, they can't quite figure out why they feel threatened by your presence, why they feel uncomfortable with your quiet strength. But that's because they're not fighting you. They're fighting the cosmic force that's been backing you from day one. They thought you were easy to ignore. They thought they could push you aside, keep you in the shadows, and out of sight. But here's what they didn't get. Your silence was never weakness. Your patience was never passivity. It was the universe's way of strengthening you for the moment when your light would shine so brightly they wouldn't be able to look away. And that moment is now. You are about to shatter the illusion they've been living under. Don't you dare let anyone make you doubt that. Don't you dare shrink for anyone anymore. Your breakthrough is not just a moment of glory. It's a reckoning, a cosmic realignment. And the people who tried to silence you, they're about to see you step into your full power. And nothing they do will be able to stop it. They'll try to deny it. They'll try to rewrite the story. But your breakthrough will be so undeniable, so loud, they won't have the power to ignore it. So step up. The universe is ready to unveil you. The light they tried to dim is about to blind them. They thought they could break you, but they only made you stronger. And now you show them exactly what happens when you mess with the chosen one. You were never their victim. You were their reckoning. Now watch as your light redefines everything. Number 1. When the universe calls, you must answer. They wanted to break you, but all they did was force you to become something they couldn't even imagine. Chosen ones, let's face the truth. They made you doubt yourself. They planted those seeds of uncertainty in your mind, and for far too long, you let them grow. You listened to their whispers. You're not enough. You're not cut out for this. You let their doubt become your doubt. You let their fear take root in your spirit. They didn't need to defeat you in battle. They just needed to convince you that you were already defeated. And for a while, it worked, didn't it? You looked at your circumstances. You saw how hard it was, and you thought, maybe they're right. Maybe I'm not strong enough. Maybe I'm not meant for this. But let me hit you with a cold, hard truth. The universe was never whispering to you just to be heard. It was calling you to rise, to act, to step into your power and claim what has always been yours. And when the universe whispers, it doesn't do so out of kindness. It's a warning. It's a summons to a bigger purpose. So why didn't you answer? Think about it. Every time the universe whispered to you, every time you felt that nudge, that pull in your gut, why did you ignore it? Why did you question it? Why did you let the world's noise drown out the cosmic call that's been echoing in your soul since the day you were born? The truth is, you let their doubt become your voice. You let them drown out the whispers of the universe with their criticism, their skepticism, and their lies. But now, the universe is done whispering. It's about to roar. And whether you're ready or not, you are being called to rise in a way that cannot be ignored. You are here for a reason. You weren't chosen by accident, and no one has the right to make you believe otherwise. The universe called you not because you were perfect, but because you had the heart, the will, and the spirit to carry this weight. They tried to break you by telling you that you weren't good enough, that you couldn't handle the pressure. But here's the truth. You were never meant to break. You were meant to bend, to mold, to adapt. And now you are unbreakable. So why did you doubt yourself? Why did you question your worth? The answer is simple. You let them define you. You let their words, their opinions, and their limitations of you become your own. They wanted you to believe that your power was a burden. They wanted you to shrink into the shadows because they couldn't stand the light you were about to cast. But here's what you need to realize. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't choose someone to fail. It doesn't pick someone for a journey only to let them fall along the way. It chooses those who are meant to change the world. And guess what? You're one of them. You've been walking through fire, through betrayal, through rejection and hardship, not because you were weak, but because the universe needed you to burn off the impurities and come out as gold. It wasn't about the struggle, it was about the transformation. And now that transformation is complete. Your breakthrough is here, and it's not coming gently. It's about to hit like a thunderstorm, shaking the world to its core. Why didn't you answer the call when it whispered? Why did you wait for the noise to stop, for the doubt to fade, when it was always within your power to rise above it? Because they convinced you that you weren't capable, that you were too broken, too far gone. But let me tell you this. Every time you doubted yourself, every time you thought you weren't ready, you were handing them the power. You were handing them your light, your fire, and your truth. They wanted you to stay in the shadows, questioning your worth. But what they didn't understand is this. The darkness was never yours to own. You've been walking through it only to light the way for others. The universe was calling you, but you didn't hear it clearly because the doubt they planted in you was louder than the truth. But now that the universe is roaring, there's no ignoring it. It's time for you to answer the call, to finally rise and to stop questioning your own greatness. Because your greatness is the very thing they feared the most. They wanted you to remain small. They wanted you to believe their lies, to doubt your own power. But you don't get to shrink anymore. The time to answer the call is now. Don't look back. Don't question. Don't hesitate. Your breakthrough is here, and everything that's been holding you back, every doubt, every lie, every enemy, is about to crumble beneath your feet. So, answer the call. Step into your power. The universe has been shaping you for this moment, and you are ready. They couldn't break you, they couldn't silence you, and now the time has come to show them exactly what happens when the chosen ones rise. You weren't meant to be ignored, you were meant to lead, and nothing, no one, can stop you now. Number 2, no more solo battles. You're not on an island. They tried to convince you that you were alone, but the universe never sends its champions to fight in isolation. Chosen ones, it's time to face another lie that's been planted deep in your mind. The belief that you've been fighting this battle on your own. They've tried to make you think that your struggles were yours and yours alone. That somehow the weight of your destiny was a burden that only you could carry. But let me set the record straight. That's a lie, and it's time to stop believing it. The universe doesn't choose people to walk through fire without sending them the support they need to rise from it. You were never alone, and you never will be. It may have felt like you were isolated, like no one could understand the battles you've been fighting, but those feelings were never a reflection of your reality. Those moments of loneliness, they were the universe's way of preparing you for the magnitude of what's coming. It was building your strength, your resilience, your ability to stand tall when everyone else would crumble. But don't mistake that preparation for isolation. You've been walking through this path because the universe is aligning you with those who are on the same mission. Those who, like you, were chosen for something bigger than themselves. You see, the truth is this. Every victory you're about to claim isn't just yours. It's shared. Every step forward you take isn't just the result of your own strength. It's the result of the collective energy of the universe and those who walk this journey with you. You may not see them right now, but trust me, they are there. The universe orchestrates connections between the chosen ones, connecting you to the very people who will amplify your power, who will help you grow, who will support you when you need it most. The community of the chosen is vast, and it's waiting for you to step into it. Now, I can already hear the doubts creeping in. But how can that be true? How many times have I felt alone? How many nights have I cried, thinking no one saw me? Let me tell you this. The universe never intended for you to suffer in silence forever. It's not a punishment. It's a process. You've been in the quiet, in the shadows, because that's where the universe builds its strongest warriors. And when the time is right, when you've grown into your full power, the universe will start to bring people into your life who are aligned with your purpose. You've been waiting for the right connections, the right support, the right people to help you rise. And guess what? Those people are already on their way. They are coming into your life at the exact moment you need them, just as you've been placed on the paths of others who have needed your strength. The universe doesn't make mistakes, and it never lets the chosen walk alone. Those people who will stand by you, who will help carry the weight, they've been there all along. They were just waiting for you to see it. Isolation isn't a badge of honor. It's a trick the universe uses to test your faith in yourself, your trust in the process. But make no mistake, chosen one, you are never meant to walk alone. Every victory you claim, every triumph over adversity, every moment of strength, it all connects you to the greater cosmic network. You are part of something much bigger than yourself. You're part of a powerful collective, and your rise will inspire others to rise as well. The victories of the chosen are never isolated. They are a chain, each link connected to the next, stronger together than they could ever be apart. So stop thinking you're alone. Stop letting the lie of isolation keep you from stepping into the power that's waiting for you. The universe has already aligned the right people, the right opportunities, and the right support system. You just have to open your eyes and see them. You were never meant to be alone in this fight. The isolation you felt has been the preparation for what's to come. And now that you're ready, the universe is about to bring you everything you need to succeed. Every victory, every step forward, every breakthrough you have will be shared. You are part of a community of chosen ones, those who are walking their own paths, but are united by the same cosmic purpose. The enemy tried to convince you that you were fighting alone, but the universe never works in isolation. You are part of a movement, and together, the chosen will rise. No more loneliness, no more silence. The support you need is already here, and it's time for you to claim it. So when the doubt creeps in again, when you wonder if you're on your own, remember this: you're not on an island. You are part of something far greater, and the universe has always known that you'd need each other to rise to the heights you were meant to reach. You were never meant to fight alone. You've just been preparing for the moment when you would finally recognize the strength of the collective that's been supporting you all along. Now it's time to embrace that support, to open your heart to those who will help carry you to the breakthrough you deserve. Because the truth is, together we are unstoppable. Number 3. Facing illusions. They're battling the universe, not you. They hate the system for not choosing them, but they'll never say it out loud. Chosen ones, let me tell you something raw, something they won't ever admit to your face. They hate the system for not choosing them. They see the path you've been walking, the way the universe has moved in your favor. And deep down, they can't stand it. But here's the kicker, they'll never say it to your face. No, they'll wear their fake smiles, hide behind their words, and pretend like they're happy for you. But the truth, they resent you. They resent the fact that the universe chose you and not them. Why do you think they've tried so hard to tear you down? Why do you think they've whispered their doubts, their lies, and their negativity into your ears? Why do you think they've tried to keep you small, keep you quiet, keep you hidden? It's because deep down, they can't stand that they weren't chosen. And they'll never tell you that. They'll never admit that your rise, your light, your success triggers something in them that they can't shake. It's not about you. It's about the fact that they weren't selected by the universe to carry the weight of something greater. The system didn't choose them, and it stings. They've spent their lives being overlooked, rejected, passed over for opportunities, and when they see you, the chosen one, rising, they can't help but feel that bitterness deep inside. It's not your fault, it's not your doing, but they can't stand the truth that you're exactly where they wished they could be. And that's where their animosity toward you stems from. It's not about you. It's about the universe's decision to pick you instead of them. But here's the thing. They can keep pretending all they want. They can keep wearing their masks, feigning support while secretly resenting every step you take. But the truth is already out. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't choose the wrong person. You were never meant to play small. You were never meant to live under the weight of their jealousy or insecurity. The system chose you because you were meant for something bigger, something they'll never understand. The universe doesn't answer to anyone's bitterness. It doesn't care who's upset or who feels left out. It only cares about alignment and purpose, and you, chosen one, are in perfect alignment with the universe's plan. That's why they can't touch you. No matter how much they try to undermine you, no matter how many times they whisper behind your back, they can't stop what's already set in motion. So let them hate it. Let them stew in their resentment. You don't have to respond to their silent animosity. You don't have to engage with the bitterness they try to project onto you. The universe already made its choice, and there's no going back. You were chosen for this. You were made for this. And no matter how much they try to hide their feelings, no matter how hard they try to act like they're okay with it, they'll never admit the truth. They resent that they weren't chosen, and that in the end, makes them weaker than you'll ever be. So keep walking your path, chosen one. Keep shining. Keep rising. The universe has already chosen you, and nothing they do can change that. Number 4. Shattering chains. The breakdown before breakthrough. They tried to bind you with chains, but all they did was set the stage for your ultimate breakthrough. Chosen ones, let's talk about the chains, the ones that have been wrapped around your soul, your mind, your spirit. The chains of doubt, of fear, of self-imposed limitations. You've felt them, haven't you? They've been with you every step of the way, holding you back, whispering in your ear that you're not enough, that you'll never be enough, that the path ahead is too hard. You've been walking through life, not realizing that every move, every step you took was pushing against these invisible chains. But here's the truth. Those chains weren't meant to break you. They were meant to make you stronger. Right now, you're standing at the precipice of a moment that will change everything. You're on the edge of the breakthrough you've been waiting for. But before you can break through, you must first break free. And that means facing those chains head on. No more running. No more pretending they aren't there. The struggle you've been going through. It wasn't a punishment. It was the universe's way of turning those chains into fuel, turning your pain into power. Imagine these chains like thick, heavy iron links, wrapping around your ankles, your wrists, and even around your heart. At first, they seemed unbreakable, didn't they? Like you'd never escape them. Like they were a permanent part of you. But what you didn't realize is that those chains were never meant to hold you forever. They were forged in the fire of your struggles to help shape you. And now, that very fire is melting them down. These chains were never about confinement. They were about transformation. The universe has been applying cosmic heat to them, turning them from shackles into nothing more than ash, dissolving every limitation you thought you had. Every time you felt like giving up, like you couldn't take it anymore, that was the heat turning up. Every time you hit a wall, every time you felt exhausted and beaten down, that was the universe testing your resolve, pushing you just a little further to help you burn through those chains. And now, that heat has reached its peak. You're standing at the edge of something incredible. The chains that once bound you are beginning to dissolve. The power that has been lying dormant in you, waiting to be awakened, is coming to life. Every moment you spent feeling trapped, every time you felt like you couldn't move forward, was part of your transformation. The chains were never meant to break you. They were meant to mold you into the unstoppable force you're about to become. Now is the time to embrace the struggle, not fear it. Every single challenge you faced, every setback, every person who tried to hold you down, it was all part of the cosmic plan. The universe was preparing you for what's to come, and it needed you to be unstoppable, not just in body, but in mind and spirit. It needed you to break free from the mental chains, the doubts, the fears that you've been carrying. Because the truth is, you can't break through if you're still holding onto the chains. And those chains were never your enemy. They were your preparation. Think of them like a blacksmith's hammer, shaping the blade of a sword. Every hit you took, every strike against you, was the universe honing you, sharpening you, for the moment when you would finally break free. You are that sword. You are the weapon the universe has been forging, and now you are ready to strike. You've been through the fire, you've walked through the storm, and now it's time to see the results of that process. Those chains are falling away, piece by piece. Every limitation you've placed on yourself, every doubt, every fear, they are dissolving. And what's left? What's left is the real you. The version of yourself that the universe has been preparing for this moment. The version of yourself that is unstoppable, unshakable, and ready to take on anything that comes your way. So stop looking back. Stop mourning the chains that once held you. They were never permanent, and they were never meant to keep you down. They were meant to push you, to prepare you, and to force you to realize that you are stronger than you ever knew. And now, as they fall away, you are ready to step into your breakthrough. You are ready to step into the power that the universe has been building in you all along. No more limits, no more self-doubt. You are free, and nothing, not a chain, not a barrier, not an obstacle can ever hold you back again. Embrace the struggle, embrace the fire, because what's coming next is your breakthrough, and nothing. Number 5. Doubt is a mirage. Let your light blaze. Doubt is a mirage. It's the shadow trying to convince you that the light isn't real. Chosen ones, let's get this straight. Doubt is your enemy. It is not a truth. It is not a reflection of your future. It is a mirage created by the fears of your past, projected onto your present. Every time you question your brilliance, every time you entertain the idea that you're not good enough, you're letting the shadows convince you that the light inside you isn't as powerful as it really is. And that's a lie. Doubt is nothing more than a distraction, a temporary illusion trying to steal the spotlight from the force that's been building inside you. But here's the reality. The universe chose you because you are brilliant. You were chosen because of your light, your potential, and your unwavering ability to rise. When you doubt that, you are dishonoring the very reason the universe picked you in the first place. Let me scold this internal doubt for a second. How dare you question your brilliance? Who told you that you weren't enough? Who convinced you that you should shrink and hide in the shadows? You were never meant to play small. Every time you entertain those negative thoughts, you are feeding into the illusion that you have to dim your light to make others comfortable. But here's the truth. The world is not ready for your light, and it never will be. Your job is not to wait for the world's approval. Your job is to let your light blaze regardless of the shadows. Every doubt, every fear, every "I'm not good enough" thought that crosses your mind is nothing more than a reflection of your past struggles, not your current reality. The pain you've faced, the rejections, the betrayals, they've left scars on your mind. But those scars do not define you. They are simply reminders of how far you've come, not indicators of how far you have to go. So when that voice of doubt creeps in, remind yourself that it's not speaking the truth. It's speaking from a place of fear, not power. Doubt is not your truth. It is not your identity. It's just the last gasps of a system that tried to hold you down, tried to convince you that your brilliance was a threat. But you are not here to shrink. You are not here to hide in the corners. You are here to shine, unapologetically, undeniably. Every time you hold back, every time you dim your light, you are allowing the shadows to win. And you were never meant to lose to the darkness. You are meant to rise. You are meant to shine. And nothing can stop that unless you let it. Every doubt, every fear, every moment you question your brilliance is just the last act of the shadows trying to trick you into believing you're anything less than extraordinary. But you know better. So let me make it clear. Let your light blaze. It doesn't matter if the shadows are long. It doesn't matter if others try to dim your shine. Your light was never theirs to control. It was always meant to blaze in the face of the dark, to stand tall in the face of fear, to show the world that you were born to illuminate the path for others. The universe didn't choose you to hide. It chose you to shine, and that's exactly what you're going to do. Step into your power. Let your brilliance take over. Let your light blaze brighter than the shadows ever could. Because the only thing standing between you and your destiny is the doubt you allow to hold you back. And it's time to set that doubt on fire. Number 6. Cosmic fire, igniting your true strength. You are a flame the universe has been stoking, and now it's time to ignite your true strength. Chosen ones, do you feel it? The fire burning deep inside you, the heat that refuses to be snuffed out, no matter how many storms you've weathered. That fire is not an accident. It is the very force of the universe, fueling you with the strength, passion, and resilience to step into your power and conquer whatever lies ahead. It's the cosmic fire that has been building in you, gathering intensity, waiting for the perfect moment to ignite. And that moment is now. Imagine that fire for a moment. It's fierce, untamed, a blazing inferno that rises from the core of your being. It's a fire that doesn't flicker in the face of challenges. It roars, it burns hotter, and it never goes out. The universe has been quietly stoking this fire in you, using every trial, every hardship, every battle as fuel. Every time you fell and got back up, every time you felt defeated and still chose to rise, the fire burned brighter. The universe knew that you were destined for something incredible, and it didn't let you go through the fire without turning you into the weapon you were meant to become. You've endured the heat, the pressure, the struggle, and now that fire is ready. It's ready to light up your path, to burn away any remaining doubt or fear that might try to hold you back. Every moment you've spent in darkness, every moment when you felt like you couldn't go on, it was the universe's way of feeding your internal flame. And now it's your turn to let that fire burn so brightly that the world has no choice but to watch. This fire is more than just passion. It's resilience. It's the raw, unyielding force that's been forged in the heat of your struggles. It's the fire that rises every time you fall. The fire that refuses to be extinguished no matter what obstacles come your way. The universe didn't give you this fire to sit idly by. It gave you this fire to ignite your path forward. It's time for you to step into your strength and use that fire to fuel every action, every choice, every step you take toward your destiny. Think of every challenge you faced as kindling. The universe knew what it was doing. Each rejection, each failure, each setback wasn't a mark of your weakness. It was the spark that fed the flame inside of you. That flame is now an inferno, and it's time to let it burn through every barrier in your way. You have the power to create the future you've always dreamed of, the strength to transform your challenges into triumphs. And every time you use that inner fire to push forward, to rise higher, to overcome, you're lighting the way not only for yourself, but for others as well. It's time to let your fire lead you. It's time to stop playing small, to stop dimming your light out of fear, out of doubt. Your true strength lies in the power of that fire. And when you embrace it fully, when you allow it to blaze, you will become unstoppable. The path ahead may be uncertain, but your fire will light it. It will burn through the darkness, revealing the opportunities, the successes, and the greatness that's waiting for you. So let that cosmic fire blaze. Let it burn away the chains of doubt. Let it consume the fear, the insecurities, the limitations. Because you are not just meant to survive. You are meant to ignite everything around you. The universe has given you the fire. Now it's your turn to use it and light the world on fire. Number 7. Unmasking the pretenders. Expose their fading facades. The masks they wear are crumbling, and your truth is the wrecking ball. Chosen ones, it's time to expose the pretenders, the ones who smile to your face, but secretly plot behind your back. These are the people who speak in hollow praises, pretending to cheer you on while undermining you in every way they can. They hide behind their masks, believing that if they play nice, you won't see the truth. But you are no fool. The universe has gifted you the clarity to see beyond their facades. Now is the time to unmask them. Expose their lies with the brilliance of your truth. Every fake smile, every secret sabotage, every false compliment, they are nothing but dust in the wind compared to the power of your authenticity. Their negativity, their deceit, their efforts to diminish you, they are fueling the cosmic fire within you. Every attempt to tear you down, every lie they've told, is nothing more than kindling for the blaze that is reshaping you into something they cannot even begin to comprehend. Your truth is your weapon, and when you wield it, their masks will crumble. They cannot hide behind their facades when you step into your full power. Your light exposes them for what they truly are: fraudulent, weak, and threatened by the very brilliance you carry. So don't be afraid to shine. Let the truth you've carried for so long break through the darkness they tried to create. Their masks are fading, and your rise is inevitable. Every attempt they made to diminish your shine only strengthens your fire. Keep walking, keep shining, and watch as their illusions fall apart. Number 8. Embracing the shift. This is cosmic recalibration. Every setback, every rejection was simply the universe clearing the path for your rise. Chosen ones, let's talk about the journey you've been on. Every setback, every rejection, every door that slammed in your face, they weren't signs of failure. They were building blocks, each one preparing you for the grand shift that's coming. Think of it like a sculptor chiseling away at a block of marble. Every strike, even though it feels painful in the moment, is part of shaping you into something magnificent. The universe wasn't trying to break you. It was shaping you into your highest form. When you refused to be suppressed, when you stood tall against the odds, you didn't just survive. You forced the universe to recalibrate. Imagine the stars in the sky, perfectly aligned in their order. But every time you stood up, every time you pushed through the doubt, it was like a gravitational force pulling everything into a new alignment. The universe realigns in your favor when you refuse to bend to negativity. It bends for you, shaping your path so that you are now exactly where you need to be. You are entering a phase of transformation. This is your cosmic recalibration, the moment everything converges for the greater good. Just as a river carves its path through mountains, every challenge you faced carved a path to your greatness. And now, the river is rushing forward, gathering momentum, carrying you toward your breakthrough. This shift, it's not random. It's the universe aligning every part of your journey to create something unstoppable. Get ready. The transformation is already underway. Number 9. Your light cannot be dimmed by shadows. No shadow, no matter how long, can ever block the light that's been built into your soul. Chosen ones, let's make one thing crystal clear. Your light is inherent, and it cannot be dimmed. No matter how dark the night gets, no matter how many clouds try to cover the sky, your light is unassailable. It is not dependent on others' approval, on the opinions of the world, or on external forces that try to make you doubt your brilliance. Your shine comes from within. It's been there since the moment you were chosen. Every time they tried to snuff you out, every time they attempted to undermine your strength, you only grew brighter. Your resilience is like the stars, constant, eternal, and undeniable. The stars don't stop shining when clouds roll in, and neither does your inner glow. They may block the sky for a moment, but the stars always break through. That's your strength. You are like the stars, shining even in the face of darkness. It's time to stop believing that other people's negativity can touch your light. You are the fire, the sun, the flame that burns through all shadows. The more they try to put you in the dark, the more they'll see that nothing can stop your shine. You don't need to make excuses for your brilliance. You don't need to apologize for the light that is naturally yours. The universe made you to shine, and no external force can ever take that away. Let your light blaze unapologetically. No shadow, no negativity, no lie can block what was meant to shine. Stand tall, stand bright, because your light is the truth the world needs to see. Number 10. When the universe fights, it fights for you. When the universe fights, it fights for you, not against you. Chosen ones, it's time to shift your perspective. The forces you've been contending with, the struggles that have felt like personal attacks, are not against you. They are for you. Every obstacle, every challenge, every person who tried to break you was not the universe trying to destroy you. It was the universe testing your strength, preparing you for something greater. The truth is, you are the champion of this universal battle. The trials you face are the markers of a cosmic struggle in which you are the central force. The universe is aligning everything to propel you forward, and those forces that seem to be pushing against you are just fueling the cosmic fire that's transforming you. You are the epicenter of this great battle, and the energy that's been thrown at you is simply building your power, preparing you for victory. Every trial you've faced is a sign of the universe's protection and purposeful intervention. It's a message from the cosmos. You are ready. You've been tempered by fire, tested by storms, and shaped for greatness. The universe is not passive in this process. It's active, it's deliberate, and it's working on your behalf. The attacks you've endured, the struggles you've survived, they were never meant to defeat you. They were meant to make you unbreakable. Victory is assured because the universe never chooses a champion who will fall. It picks warriors who rise stronger, smarter, and more aligned with their destiny. So, stand tall, stand firm. You are the universe's chosen champion, and no force, no matter how fierce, can ever take that away from you. Number 11. Strength in unity, your collective awakening. Your rise is not just your own, it's the spark that lights the way for all who are meant to ascend with you. Chosen ones, it's time to shatter the illusion that you are isolated, that your struggle is yours alone. You are not alone in this journey. The universe has been aligning you with others who are on the same path, others who are destined for greatness, just like you. The false narrative that you're isolated is a lie designed to make you doubt your power. The truth is, your rise is part of a collective ascension, a movement that is gathering momentum, one chosen soul at a time. Every time one of you rises, it fuels the rise of others. Your strength is not just for you. It is for everyone around you, for the entire collective. When you step into your power, you're lighting the way for others to do the same. The universe is orchestrating this grand awakening, where every chosen one's success amplifies the success of others. It's like a chain reaction, one spark, one breakthrough, and suddenly a wave of light floods through those who were waiting for permission to rise. And now you have the power to be that spark. Unity is the bedrock of the forthcoming breakthrough. You are part of a force that cannot be stopped, a collective power so vast that no one can stand in its way. Every step you take toward your destiny strengthens the whole. Your victory is part of a larger victory, and together, the chosen ones are building something unstoppable. So embrace this collective power. Understand that your rise is not just for you. You are part of a global movement, and the universe is guiding all of you to a future where no one is left behind. Stand together. Rise together. This is your moment, and it is the moment for all who are ready to ascend. Number 12. The final act. Your breakthrough, legacy, and destiny unfold. The final act is upon you, and the universe is ready to unveil the greatness you were born to embody. Chosen ones, the breakthrough is imminent. It is not a distant dream, not a someday off in the horizon. It is here. You've been prepared, shaped, and tested. And now the universe is about to reveal the power that's been building within you. This is the moment where everything aligns, where every struggle, every challenge, every painful moment you've faced comes together to launch you into your destiny. What's coming next is a cosmic realignment. The universe is shifting, aligning all the pieces of your journey to position you exactly where you need to be. The false narratives, the doubt, the setbacks, all of it is dissolving, making way for the truth to emerge. The truth of your power, your purpose, and your potential. The veil is being lifted, and the world is about to see who you really are. The one who was chosen, the one who refused to give up, the one who is now stepping into a power too great to ignore. But this is more than just a breakthrough. This is the beginning of your legacy. You weren't meant to merely survive this journey. You were meant to leave a mark, to build something that outlasts you, to change the course of history. Every step you've taken, every battle you've fought, has been preparing you to leave a legacy that inspires those who come after you. Your legacy will be one of triumph, resilience, and transformation. Now, as you stand at the precipice of everything you've worked for, let go of any lingering doubts. Stop questioning your worth. Stop fearing what might go wrong. You were chosen for this moment, and it's time to step into your cosmic destiny with every ounce of power you have. This is not a time for hesitation. It is a time for full, unshakable belief in yourself and your purpose. The final surge of transformative power is here. Embrace it. You are about to witness your true potential unfold. The universe has been preparing you for this moment, and now nothing can stop the force that is you. The time to rise is now. As you stand on the edge of your breakthrough, remember this. The universe has been aligning everything in your favor. The time for doubt and hesitation is over. You are ready. Embrace your cosmic destiny and step into the power that's been building within you. This is your moment, your rise, your legacy, your truth. If you're feeling the energy shift and ready to claim your power, don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more empowering content, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to ignite your breakthrough. Share this with other chosen ones. It's time for us all to rise together. The universe doesn't whisper your name in vain. When you're chosen, even your silence feels like thunder to the ones built on lies. They feel it, that tightening in their chest when you walk into the room, that twitch in their energy when your name comes up, that anxiety they can't explain when you don't say a word, but they know you saw everything. Let's be clear, they're not just watching you, they're studying you, not out of admiration, out of fear, because your very existence exposes the illusion they've wrapped themselves in like armor. They built their confidence on control, manipulation, and masks. Then you walked in with presence, and the whole setup started to shake. They smile in your face, but their soul is screaming. They say you're intense, too deep, too much. But what they really mean is, you see too much and I can't hide around you. That's the threat. That's the panic. You didn't do anything wrong. You just exist too loudly for their comfort. Your light makes their shadows twitch. Your truth makes their lies stutter. You are the walking glitch in their system of control, and every step you take in alignment feels like judgment to the ones living in disguise. They're not afraid of what you'll do. They're terrified of what you already know. Before we go any further, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel what I'm saying in your bones. When you react, it tells the algorithm that this frequency needs to reach more chosen ones. And trust me, they've been too quiet for too long. This isn't just content. This is code. This is signal. This is the frequency that wakes up the sleeping giants. Now lean in. Because what I'm about to say next isn't for the faint-hearted. It's not for the crowd pleasers or the fence-sitters. This is for the chosen, the real ones. The ones who never asked for this weight, but carry it like it's woven into their bones. The ones who walk into rooms and feel the tension before anyone speaks. The ones who grew up wondering why people either loved them obsessively or resented them quietly. And now you're starting to understand. It's because being chosen isn't a title. It's a threat to the systems that depend on people staying asleep. You didn't get picked because you were perfect. You got picked because your soul couldn't be bought, because your intuition couldn't be silenced, because when everyone else blinked, you saw it. You were never meant to fit in. You were built to disrupt. That's why they talk about you when you're gone. That's why they copy your style but disrespect your name. Because they want what you have, but they could never survive what you've endured to keep it real. You carry a kind of power that can't be faked, a frequency that messes with people's demons. Your confidence doesn't come from applause. It comes from alignment, and that scares them. Because they worked so hard to build images, personas, and positions, and you just showed up and shifted the atmosphere without even trying. You didn't have to speak for the truth to start rising. You are the truth, and they can feel it. They're not fighting you. They're fighting the universe that stands behind you. That's the part they'll never understand. They think they're dealing with a person, but what they're really trying to challenge is divine strategy. And the worst part for them? It's already in motion. They don't fear your mouth. They fear what happens the moment you stop doubting your own power. So let this be the moment you stop asking why they act weird, why they copy, sabotage, or disappear. It's not random, it's reactive. It's a symptom of your light, the kind of light that can't be dimmed, distracted, or destroyed. The kind of presence that walks in and makes the room recalibrate. They know you're special, and that's exactly why they're jealous. Let's talk about it. Number 1, they clap quiet when you win loud. They never hated you for winning. They hated that you won without needing them. They clap quiet, real quiet. That hesitant, barely there support. The kind that doesn't echo, doesn't post, doesn't mention your name unless they have to. The kind of clap that sounds more like a warning shot than celebration. Because deep down, they were never rooting for you. They were watching you, waiting for you to slip, waiting for you to need them. And when you didn't, when you rose anyway, when you moved without their permission or their praise, That's when the tension set in. That's when the mask slipped. That's when the energy got weird. They wanted you small, manageable, humble in the way that keeps them comfortable, not in the way that keeps you grounded, because your shine became a spotlight they couldn't control. You started glowing in places they didn't approve. You started leveling up without the right connections, without the cosign, without the group chat cheer squad. You did it anyway, and that's what eats at them. Let's be real, your light reveals their lack of movement. Your elevation is a mirror to their stagnation. You didn't break the rules, you just broke their illusion that they were ahead. Because when you're chosen, your wins aren't casual, they're prophetic. Every victory is proof that alignment beats approval. Every milestone you hit reminds them that they've been standing still while you've been evolving in silence. Some of them will act like they helped. They'll drop your name like they were always there. They'll repost one success and pretend they've been clapping since day one. But you remember the shade, the silence, the fake concern disguised as just being real. You remember who showed up with genuine love and who showed up only after it was safe to stand beside you. And here's the twist. They think you didn't notice, but you did. You always do. Because the chosen ones don't just win, we see. And what we see makes people uncomfortable. We notice the switch-ups, the ones who go ghost when we're climbing, then reappear when the numbers hit. The ones who compliment us with backhanded praise. The ones who say things like, "You've changed." But what they really mean is, you started believing in yourself, and now I can't control the script. Let me say this clearly. You didn't change. You evolved. You activated. You stopped asking for room and started realizing you were the room. And that shook something in them. Because your existence used to be convenient, it kept them feeling superior, in control, needed. But the moment you stepped into alignment, into purpose, into that undeniable presence, you became a threat. Not because you were aggressive, but because you didn't need their validation to be valuable. They clapped quiet because loud support would expose their envy. Because cheering for you too loudly would be admitting you did something powerful without their blueprint. That's what scares them the most. Your independence, your resilience, your audacity to move as if you were born for more, because you were. And they can feel it. You ever notice how people will repost celebrities all day, rappers, actors, influencers they've never met, but stay silent when you do something meaningful? That's not coincidence. That's strategy. It's easier for them to celebrate success that feels distant, because distant success doesn't make them question themselves. Your success, it's a different story. You came from where they came from. You had the same odds, but you refused to fold. And that makes them confront one brutal truth. They chose comfort, and you chose growth. Look at every icon, every disruptor, every real one who shifted culture. Nipsey, Prince, Ali, Malcolm, Nina Simone, Lauryn Hill, even people like Elon or Kanye. You don't have to agree with everything they say, but you felt when they moved different. They weren't clapped for at first. They were mocked, isolated, misunderstood. And then, when their power couldn't be denied, they got imitated, studied, quoted, celebrated after the resistance faded. So if you feel that silence around you now, that's not rejection, that's pre-respect. That's the quiet before they circle back and act like they always saw it in you. Don't be fooled. They clap quiet now because they know what's coming, and it terrifies them. Because you didn't wait for the world to give you permission. You stepped into your frequency and made it impossible to ignore. And let's talk to the voice in your head for a second. The one that says, maybe I should tone it down, or why doesn't anyone seem happy for me? That's the enemy trying to get you to shrink before the breakthrough fully hits. That's doubt, seeded by those who couldn't see your potential, trying to talk you out of your own assignment. Don't fall for it. You weren't meant to be small. You weren't meant to ask for applause. You were meant to walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere. You were meant to win so loud that even their silence sounds like confirmation. And yes, it's lonely. Yes, it feels unfair. But the chosen aren't built for comfort. We're built for clarity. We're built for impact. And sometimes that impact makes people whisper before they're ready to shout your name. So here's your reminder. You're not crazy. You're not imagining it. They're clapping just loud enough to stay in your orbit, but not so loud that it costs them their illusion of superiority. They want proximity to your power without admitting they were never built for it. That's why they hesitate. That's why they cheer for you in shadows, because doing it in the open would mean surrendering to the fact that you were the one all along. Let that motivate you. Let that fuel you. Every silent friend, every dodgy compliment, every awkward moment when they can't even say congrats without adding must be nice. Remember it, not out of bitterness, out of clarity. Because the chosen ones don't beg for praise. We become the proof. And when you become the proof, the truth speaks louder than applause ever could. So walk like the spotlight was built to follow you. Move like the silence is just making room for your echo. And when they clap quiet, smile, because it means they see it. Even if they can't say it, it means they know, and soon the world will too. Number 2, you're not arrogant, you're just aware. They don't hate your confidence, they hate that it came without their approval. Let's get something straight right now. You are not arrogant, you're just aware. Aware of who you are, aware of what you carry, aware of how your presence changes the energy before you even speak. But because you walk with certainty, because you know your value without needing to be reminded, they label it arrogance. Not because it's true, but because it's easier than admitting they feel small next to something real. When you're chosen, your confidence doesn't come from ego, it comes from evidence. You've been through too much, seen too much, endured too much to still be questioning whether or not you're allowed to take up space. And the fact that you carry that weight in silence, without begging for recognition, that's what makes people nervous. Because you're not out here bragging, you're not out here asking for attention. You just know. And that kind of knowing, it's powerful, it's unshakable, it can't be manipulated. That's what they fear, not your words, but your posture. The way you walk into a room with stillness, the way your eyes cut through conversations, the way your silence speaks louder than their performances. You don't have to prove anything, because your energy already told the story. You've earned every inch of your confidence, and they can't stand the fact that you carry it like it's built into your bones. They try to confuse your self-respect with arrogance because they've only ever known power through dominance. They think being humble means being silent, small, agreeable. But humility doesn't mean shrinking. It means knowing who you are and not needing to scream it. And you move like you know. That's threatening in a world built on fake humility and loud insecurity. In a world where people perform self-deprecation just to be liked, your grounded self-awareness feels dangerous. Here's what they don't get. You had to become confident. Your survival depended on it. Nobody handed you permission to shine. Nobody gave you a blueprint. You didn't get co-signed, mentored, or babied through the storm. You built this confidence in the dark while nobody clapped. So no, you're not arrogant. You're just done pretending to be unsure, so fragile people can feel superior. You ever wonder why some people instantly feel the need to humble you? Why they hit you with, "Don't get a big head," or "Don't forget where you came from," the moment you start moving different? It's not because they care about your character. It's because your growth is exposing their lack of it. You didn't get loud, you got clear. And now they don't know how to control the narrative anymore. They feel exposed next to you. That's the truth. Not because you're calling them out, but because your clarity makes their confusion uncomfortable. Your focus makes their distraction obvious. Your discipline highlights their excuses. And instead of facing themselves, they make you the problem. But let's talk to your inner doubt for a second, because I know there's a voice that sometimes says, "Maybe I am coming off cocky. Maybe I should downplay this a little. Maybe I should ease up so I don't make them uncomfortable." No, that's not your job. That's the residue of a lifetime of being gaslit for simply knowing your worth. That's the enemy trying to make you responsible for their insecurity. You weren't born to tone it down. You were born to turn it all the way up. And if they mistake that for arrogance, let them. Because the people who are truly secure in themselves don't get triggered by your light. They get inspired. Real ones don't feel threatened by other real ones. They recognize you. They salute you. They build with you. But the ones who haven't done the inner work, they flinch. They twist. They project, and they try to dim you because you remind them of everything they're still avoiding. Think of the greats. Muhammad Ali didn't doubt himself to be accepted. Kobe Bryant didn't shrink on the court so others could shine. Beyoncé doesn't apologize for her excellence. These aren't arrogant people. These are focused people. People who understand that confidence, when rooted in truth, isn't loud. It's magnetic. And just like them, you have every right to walk in rooms like you belong there, because you do. Don't let small minds convince you that self-respect is a crime. Don't internalize their discomfort as your defect. They'll call it arrogance now. But when the whole world catches up, they'll call it legacy. They'll quote your lines, copy your moves, recreate your blueprint. But right now, they don't understand it, so they label it. Let them! Because the more you rise, the louder the lies get. But the less they matter. Your truth will always outlast their narratives. So the next time they try to call you arrogant, just smile. Because it means your confidence is finally loud enough to make their silence uncomfortable. You're not arrogant. You're just finally walking in what they tried to make you doubt. Number 3. They didn't reject you. They respected you too late. They didn't reject you. They hesitated too long to admit they couldn't match your frequency. Let's clear this up right now. The people who walked away, stayed quiet, or disappeared when your light started showing weren't rejecting you. Not really. They were stalling, delaying what they didn't want to admit, that you were different from the jump, that you carried something they couldn't copy, couldn't control, and couldn't quite figure out. And when people don't know how to handle that kind of energy, they pull back, not because of hate, but because of fear. Fear of being seen, fear of being outgrown, fear of standing next to someone who doesn't flinch, doesn't fold, doesn't play the game just to be liked. You weren't too much. That's the lie they told themselves so they could stay comfortable while you started to elevate. You weren't overwhelming, you were unignorable. There's a difference. Your energy spoke in frequencies their ego wasn't ready to decode. Your silence carried messages their performance couldn't block, and your authenticity, it made their masks feel suffocating. That's why they ghosted. That's why they got distant. Not because they didn't feel you, but because they felt you too deeply. People say all the time, "I don't know what happened. They just switched up." But you do know. You felt it. The shift. The sudden awkwardness. The avoidance. What happened was, they realized you weren't the kind of person they could keep boxed in. You weren't going to laugh at jokes that disguised cruelty. You weren't going to keep playing small so they could stay centered. You weren't going to betray your own clarity just to maintain a fake peace. You started standing in your truth, and that's when they started walking. And here's the part you need to hear. Their reaction is not your responsibility. You didn't do anything wrong by being real. You didn't make anyone leave. You just stopped pretending. And when the act ended, so did the connection. What you experienced wasn't rejection. It was revelation. They respected you, but they did it too late. Because respect that only shows up after you've proven yourself isn't respect. It's fear disguised as hindsight. And real ones know how to honor you when you're still in process. Real ones see the frequency before it becomes fashionable. What you carry, this chosen energy, isn't always loud. It's not flashy. It's not always immediately understood. But it's felt from day one. And some people did feel it, but instead of celebrating it, they tried to manage it. They wanted you to stay accessible, familiar, easy to label. But when your evolution outgrew their image of you, they felt betrayed. Not because you wronged them, but because you left their comfort zone without asking. And here's where it gets deeper. Some of those people didn't just leave. They tried to rewrite the story on the way out. They painted you as cold, distant, changed, as if growing and protecting your peace is betrayal. But don't take that bait. That's projection. They're not telling your story. They're telling theirs and editing it so they don't have to face the real reason they backed off. You didn't change in a bad way. You activated, you aligned, you stopped betraying your own gut just to make other people feel secure. And anyone who truly respected your spirit would have adapted. But they didn't. Not because they couldn't, but because they wouldn't. Because adapting to your truth meant facing their own illusions. And most people aren't ready to lose the story they've been hiding in. But here's the beauty of it. You didn't beg. You didn't chase. You didn't shrink yourself just to keep people who only loved your silence but couldn't handle your voice. You walked away with grace. And now, that grace haunts them. Because even though you didn't say much, your absence is speaking volumes. Your glow got louder. Your peace got louder. Your wins got louder. And now they're realizing they misread the whole situation. They didn't reject you. They just hesitated too long to align with you. And now, they don't know how to come back without admitting they saw it all along. So the next time you think about the people who left when you started growing, remember this. They weren't equipped for the version of you that finally started believing in your own light. And that's okay. Everyone's not meant to go the whole way. Some people were just detours on the way to alignment. But you were always the main road. So walk it, proudly, quietly, powerfully, because you were never too much. You were just too real for their comfort zone, and now they know. Number 4, you walk in and the performance stops. They had their masks glued on until you walked in and truth made the glue melt. You ever notice how the air changes when you step into the room? How conversations suddenly get awkward? How the ones doing the most start doing too much, and the ones hiding behind charm start tripping over their own words? That's not random. That's not coincidence. That's the effect of truth in motion. That's you. You walk in and the performance stops. Not because you called it out, but because your presence did. You didn't even have to open your mouth. You didn't have to point fingers. You didn't accuse, confront, or expose anyone. You just showed up in alignment, and that alone made every fake smile twitch and every well-rehearsed act start to unravel. Because the thing about being chosen, you carry truth without effort. It moves with you. It walks ahead of you. It announces you before you even speak. And the ones who have built their identity around illusion, control, manipulation, they feel it instantly. Not in their logic, but in their body. That's why the laughter gets forced. That's why the energy gets heavy. That's why they suddenly need to go take a call or shift the conversation to something safer. You didn't expose them. They just got caught standing next to someone who couldn't be fooled. And make no mistake, they were doing just fine before you walked in. The mask was sitting perfectly. The act was working. The audience was clapping. But then you entered, and something in the room snapped. You didn't even look at them directly, but your energy told the truth. Your clarity disrupted their comfort. And suddenly, they couldn't remember their lines. They weren't prepared for someone like you. Someone who doesn't play along. Someone who doesn't fake laugh at manipulation dressed as charm. Someone who doesn't co-sign the performance just to keep the vibe easy. You walked in with alignment, and alignment is the enemy of pretense. You ever been in a meeting, a dinner, a group hangout, and felt the shift happen the second you arrived? That's what this is. It's not that they hate you. It's that they can't perform around you. And for people who survive by pretending, that's terrifying. Because people aren't just scared of being exposed, they're scared of being seen. Not the curated version they post, not the performance they practice, but the version behind the applause, the one they've been avoiding. And you're a walking mirror. You don't reflect their highlight reel. You reflect the truth they buried underneath it. They feel seen, and not in the way that brings them closer to healing, in the way that makes them realize how far they've wandered from it. Let's be real. You've always been this way. From a young age, you've made people uncomfortable without trying. Teachers said you had attitude, when really, you just didn't blindly accept nonsense. Friends accused you of being too intense, when all you did was tell the truth without sugarcoating it. You were never trying to disrupt the performance. You were just refusing to become part of the cast. And the ones who cling to the script, they feel that, on a soul level. That's why they say things like, "You think you're better than us," when you never said a word. Why they suddenly become passive-aggressive, sarcastic, or defensive just because you chose not to engage in fake conversation. They call you judgmental when really they're just hearing the echo of their own guilt in your silence. Because when you're truly aligned, you don't need to speak to shift the atmosphere. Your presence becomes the correction, your stillness becomes pressure, and for those who live in distortion, your energy feels like exposure. They were comfortable in the lie, until the truth walked in wearing skin that looked a lot like yours. It's wild, isn't it? The way people try to convince you you're the problem because they can't pretend when you're around. They say you make things awkward, but what they really mean is, "I don't know how to keep lying with you here." They say you have a vibe, but what they're really trying to say is, "Your energy demands I stop performing." And here's the part you need to hold on to. That's not a flaw, it's your power. You're not too serious. You're serious enough to stay true. You're not intimidating, you're just unwilling to pretend. You're not draining, you're just a mirror people weren't ready to look into. The room shifts when you show up, because you carry what most people avoid. Truth without compromise. So don't ever apologize for the tension. Don't downplay your awareness. Don't start softening your presence so the actors can finish their play. If the performance stops when you arrive, it's because the scene was never real to begin with. Your alignment didn't ruin the vibe, it revealed it. You don't need to confront the fake ones. You already did, by not becoming one of them. Let them forget their lines. Let the script fall apart. You didn't come to clap for illusions. You came to shift the narrative. And when you walk in and the room goes silent, that's not discomfort. That's confirmation. Number 5, they don't hate you. They hate that the universe picked you. They think it's you they're fighting, but really, they declared war on a force they can't even name. Let's get this straight right now. They don't hate you. They hate the assignment you carry. They hate the frequency you walk in. They hate the way the universe puts something on your spirit that can't be replicated, can't be explained, and can't be faked. Their problem isn't personal, it's positional. You were placed in alignment while they were still begging for attention. You were activated while they were still performing. And now they're angry, not at your name, but at what your name triggers in them. Jealousy is never really about the surface. It's about the symbol. You're a symbol of what they didn't have the courage to become. You're proof that there's a path beyond the game they've been playing. You didn't climb the ladder. They watched you burn it and walk forward anyway. You didn't wait for permission. You aligned. And when someone's built their whole life on external validation, your internal clarity becomes an affront to everything they've ever known. They don't know how to process it, so they lash out. Sometimes with sarcasm, sometimes with gossip, sometimes with subtle sabotage, and sometimes with quiet resistance. The kind where they smile in your face and cheer just enough to not look bitter, while praying behind closed doors that you don't rise any further. But let me tell you something real. It's already too late. Because once the universe chooses you, you're already moving under protection, under purpose, under power. They can fight it all they want, but they're not fighting flesh. They're fighting force. You're not just successful, you're covered. You're not just talented, you're aligned. And that kind of alignment makes people sick when they've spent years curating a life that still feels hollow. You ever wonder why the ones who seem to have it all still move weird around you? It's because they feel your light and know, deep down, it's something they can't buy, imitate, or perform their way into. It's earned in the shadows. It's forged in pain. It's given when your soul refuses to break, even after everything tried to break you. That's what they're reacting to. That's what makes them uncomfortable. It's not the way you dress, not the way you speak. It's the weight of your spirit. The way you walk into a room like truth just showed up wearing your face. The way your silence carries a pressure they can't explain. The way your mere presence makes them question the lies they've told themselves to sleep at night. They hate that the universe picked you, because in picking you, it reminded them that this isn't a popularity contest, that you don't need their approval to be anointed, that divine timing doesn't ask for permission. And now they're bitter because they thought they had more time to get ahead of you, and instead they're watching you catch fire right in front of them. But let's not get it twisted. This isn't about revenge. This isn't about getting even. This is about knowing who you are so deeply, so clearly, that no hate, no shade, no fake love can knock you off balance. Because when you realize they're not even mad at you, they're mad at what you represent, it sets you free. You represent the disruption. You represent the shift. You represent what happens when someone says, "I'm done hiding." and starts walking like the universe put them here on assignment. That scares people who are still performing. That intimidates people who are still shape-shifting just to be accepted. Because you're not acting anymore, you're just being, and being real in a world addicted to masks. That's one of the most radical things you can do. So when you hear the whispers, when you see the shady posts, when you feel the tension that has no explanation, don't internalize it. Don't shrink. Don't second guess. Just smile. Because that's not hate. That's spiritual recognition. That's energy acknowledging energy. That's their soul realizing that yours has been claimed by something bigger, and they don't know what to do with that. And let's talk to your inner voice for a second. The part of you that still wants to be liked, accepted, safe. I know it hurts when people you thought would cheer for you start moving funny. I know the betrayal stings when people you once loved now look at you like a threat. But that pain, that ache, that's not a sign something's wrong. It's a sign that your spirit has outgrown their projections, that you've stepped into something sacred, something weighty, something that can't be stopped. They don't hate you. They fear what happens if you keep going, if you keep aligning, if you keep speaking, if you keep standing in truth. Because the moment you stop questioning your light and start owning it, the whole landscape shifts. Their control collapses. Their narratives lose power. The illusions they've been feeding on start to rot in your presence. You were picked because you wouldn't fold, because you wouldn't bend, because you wouldn't sell your soul to sit at tables you were meant to flip over. You were picked because you can see through the lie and still choose to move with love. You were picked because when the pressure hit, you didn't break. You got clearer. So let them talk. Let them throw shade. Let them throw energy. None of it sticks. Because you're not walking alone. You're not rising by accident. You've been chosen, and the universe doesn't miss. They don't hate you. They just finally realized what chose you, and now they know they can't stop it. Number 6. Your doubt is their favorite weapon. They couldn't beat you directly, so they started planting seeds in your mind, hoping you'd turn on yourself. Understand this. Your doubt is not a random feeling. It's a strategy being used against you. They don't need to destroy you if they can get you to hesitate. They don't have to block your path if they can convince you to stop walking. The most dangerous part of their jealousy isn't what they say. It's what they silently hope you start believing about yourself. Because if they can't take your power from you, they'll settle for making sure you never fully own it. This is why they play subtle. Why they never openly criticize you, but always sprinkle just enough uncertainty in the air. A backhanded compliment, a sarcastic remark, a question that makes you second-guess your vision. Oh, you're really doing that now? Who do you think you are? Are you sure that's going to work? It's all code. It's all emotional warfare disguised as conversation, because deep down, they know what you're capable of. They felt your presence before you even figured out how to explain it. They saw your power long before you were ready to step into it. That's why they moved weird when you were still figuring yourself out. That's why they kept things friendly, but always just enough off balance to make you wonder if you were too much, too loud, too confident, too intense. Because when you're confident, you move different. When you know who you are, you can't be controlled. When you trust your intuition, you become a problem to anyone building power off illusion. And that's why they don't want you confident. They want you careful. They want you confused. They want you wondering if your success is just luck, if your alignment is a phase, if your intuition is overthinking. But let me tell you something that may shake your whole foundation. You are not confused. You are under attack. There's a reason you suddenly feel unsure every time you're about to step up. There's a reason your boldest moves feel the most clouded. It's not coincidence. It's interference. It's the energy of those who would rather see you silent than sovereign. Because your voice threatens their narrative. Your clarity threatens their control. Your activation threatens their illusion. And the wildest part? Most of them will swear they're not jealous. They'll even believe they're not, because they've wrapped their envy in concern, in advice, in, "I'm just looking out for you." But energy never lies. You've felt the shift, the tightness in the room, the passive shade, the jokes that land like daggers. That's not love. That's strategy. Because doubt is the most efficient weapon when you're powerful. You ever ask yourself, why do I feel so heavy before something big? Or, why does my momentum always get shaky right when I'm about to level up? It's because you're being pulled into hesitation, not by your soul, but by the weight of other people's projections. The moment they see your light forming into something unstoppable, they send confusion disguised as feedback. And if they can make you question your gift, they win without lifting a finger. So this is your reminder. Their opinion doesn't matter if it doesn't match your assignment. Their words don't mean a thing if they weren't there in the dark seasons. If they weren't building when you had nothing, they don't get to critique when you start walking in your calling. And when that inner voice starts whispering doubts, pause and ask, is this my voice? Or is this something I picked up from someone who was scared of their own greatness? Because here's the truth. They saw your glow before you did. They recognized your potential before you even believed in it. And because they couldn't access what you carry, they tried to distort it. That's why they encouraged your doubt. Not because they thought you were wrong, but because they knew you were right, and they weren't ready for what would happen if you fully walked in it. So what do? They target your belief. They inject hesitation into your dreams. They praise you just enough to keep you close, but never enough to fully free you. Because a confident chosen one, that's dangerous, that's disruptive. That's someone who doesn't just shift rooms, they shift realities. Let that sink in. Every time you chose not to speak, not to move, not to trust yourself, they won a little. But now, that ends. No more shrinking for people who never had the courage to grow. No more dimming your light to make others feel brave. No more mistaking spiritual warfare for just having a bad day. You're not being tested because you're weak. You're being tested because you're next. You're being attacked because you're anointed. And they know if you ever stop doubting and fully lock in, it's game over for everything built on illusion. So the next time doubt shows up, don't ask, what if I'm wrong? Ask, who benefits if I stop? And then move anyway. Because your doubt may be their favorite weapon, but your confidence is the sword they can't block. Wield it. Number 7, you were designed to trigger the system. You weren't made to fit the room, you were built to shake the foundation it was built on. Let's stop playing it cute. You were never meant to be palatable. You were never meant to blend in. You weren't created to be someone's comfort. You were born to be their wake-up call. The way you move, the way you speak, the way your energy walks into a room and makes everything shift. That's not by accident. That's by design. You were sent to disrupt systems, to rattle illusions, to break cycles. And yeah, it makes people uncomfortable. But that discomfort, that's divine pressure doing its job. From the jump, you probably didn't even know what you were doing. You were just being yourself, asking the hard questions, refusing to play along, calling things out when everyone else stayed silent. But then you noticed something. People started reacting to you like you were the problem. You made them tense. You made them defensive. You triggered something in them that they couldn't explain, and you blamed yourself for it. Let me set you free right now. That was never your fault. That was confirmation. Your presence forces accountability. It shakes loose everything fake that's been sitting still for too long. You don't even have to say much. Your energy does the work. You walk into systems, institutions, friend groups, families, and suddenly the rules don't sit right anymore. The jokes don't land the same. The power dynamics start to tilt. Why? Because when truth shows up, everything built on performance starts to sweat. And truth doesn't just show up in words, it walks in wearing your face. You were designed to trigger what needs healing, expose what's been hiding, and break what was built to control, not serve. That's why the fake ones run. That's why the manipulators label you too intense. That's why people start acting brand new the moment you start speaking from your gut, because your authenticity confronts their performance. Your clarity highlights their confusion. Your refusal to fold, it reveals just how dependent they are on compliance. Let's talk systems, not just people. Some of you have been rejected by workplaces, spiritual spaces, educational institutions, not because you weren't qualified, but because you wouldn't play dumb. You wouldn't stay quiet when something didn't align. You were hired to bring change, but the moment you started disrupting the status quo, they called you too opinionated, not a culture fit, hard to manage. No, you weren't hard to manage. You were unmanageable by lies. You were uncaged truth in a system built on silence. You've been told to calm down, pick your battles, read the room. But what if you were never meant to read the room? What if you were meant to reprogram it? See, when you carry this kind of energy, even your silence is disruptive. You can walk into a room and expose dynamics that have been running unchecked for years. You can sit at a table and make people suddenly feel like their manipulation isn't working. That's not arrogance, that's alignment. You are a walking reminder that realness still exists in a world built on pretending. They say you're confrontational, but you never raised your voice. They say you're a problem, but you were just being present. They say you make things awkward, but maybe what's really awkward is how long they've been getting away with fake unity and unchecked power. And your presence? It's just not letting them get away with it anymore. So let's stop calling it rejection. Let's start calling it what it really is: reaction. The system feels you. The people depending on the system feel you. The energies that once moved freely through manipulation and illusion, they feel you too. And that feeling, it's pressure. Not because you're a threat, but because you're a signal that the old ways are crumbling. You ever wonder why people seem so rattled by your presence, even when you haven't done anything? It's because the system in them recognizes the disruption in you. Their false power senses your real power, and it panics. They get reactive, defensive, dismissive, not because they've seen something wrong in you, but because they're facing something unshakable in themselves. And I know what you've probably done in the past. You tried to shrink. You tried to soften your tone. You tried to ease up on the truth just to keep the peace. But that's not your job. You weren't sent to coddle dysfunction. You weren't placed in these rooms to validate what's broken. You were sent there to flip tables if necessary, not for drama, for liberation. So stop apologizing for being the mirror. Stop trying to blend into places where you were sent to be a catalyst. You're not the issue. The system is just finally being forced to face itself. That weird vibe you keep noticing when you enter a room, that's not your imagination. That's the system shaking. That's old energies realizing the game is up. That's manipulation, feeling the heat of someone who can't be fooled. You weren't built to be digestible, you were engineered to be disruptive. And every time someone tries to convince you that your disruption is disrespect, remember, systems don't crumble gently. They push back before they fall. And you were born to bring the fall. So let them react. Let them call you names. Let them twist the narrative. Because the truth is, the moment you stopped folding, the system started cracking. And whether they admit it or not, they all feel it. You didn't trigger them by accident. You were designed to. Number 8. You're not here to fit in. You're here to set it off. They wanted quiet. You showed up with thunder in your bones. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to play it safe, never meant to water down your truth just to be tolerated. The universe didn't place you here to match the tone. It placed you here to shift the frequency. You weren't born to sit silently at tables built on ego and illusion. You were sent to flip the whole table, speak truth without flinching, and walk in purpose without apology. They wanted compliance, someone who'd nod, smile, and stay in line. Instead, they got you. The mirror, the trigger, the blueprint for what can't be manipulated. You walk in and systems stutter, energies tremble, masks fall, not because you're loud, but because your alignment is undeniable. You were never here to fit in. You were born to set it off. Set off awakening. Set off truth. Set off the ripple that makes the whole illusion collapse. So, stop asking if you're too much. You're not. You're exactly enough to start what they swore would never be disrupted. And now that you're activated, it's already begun. And if you've made it this far, then you already know. This message wasn't just words, it was confirmation, a reflection of what you've always felt but couldn't quite name. You were never random, you were chosen, crafted for impact, designed to disrupt. Now it's time to move like it. If this spoke to your soul, hit that like button, subscribe to stay locked into this frequency, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know the universe didn't place you here by accident. Share this with someone who's been questioning their power. It's time they remember who they are too. The storm never knew your name, but it sure remembered your strength. They didn't just go against you, they challenged the universe itself when they came for you. What they didn't understand is, when the universe chooses someone, it fights back. You weren't just surviving. You were being sharpened, reshaped, reforged in silence while they laughed, mocked, plotted. But every hit they threw was actually ricocheting off your destiny, bouncing off a future too powerful for them to touch. They never had a real chance. They came with fake smiles and hidden knives. They tried to dim a light they didn't ignite. But here's what they never expected. The light was never yours to begin with. It was the universe moving through you. And now it's about to blind every single person who thought you were weak. So before we go deeper, make sure to like and subscribe, not just for you, but for every other chosen one out there still walking through fire, thinking they're alone. Your click tells YouTube this message needs to reach more souls who are quietly carrying worlds on their backs. Help signal the algorithm that the chosen are waking up and we're not whispering anymore. What you've been through in silence is about to be revealed, and it's going to send shockwaves through everyone who thought they had you figured out. This isn't just a comeback. This is a cosmic rebalance. The universe doesn't pick favorites without purpose, and when it picks you, it protects you, but it also exposes everything that tried to break you. They thought they had you boxed in, broken down, predictable. But you were never in their little story. You were on a path written by something they can't touch or see. You've survived sabotage disguised as love, betrayal in family form, attacks so quiet no one else even saw them. And still, you didn't fold. The truth you carry now, it's not just your story, it's a weapon. A truth so deep, it makes liars twitch. It turns fake friends into strangers and forces your enemies to face themselves in a mirror they've spent years avoiding. You're not just exposing what happened, you're forcing everyone who wronged you to finally deal with what they did. The power of being chosen isn't about walking peacefully, it's about walking through war without losing your light. It's about being underestimated so long that your rise feels like thunder. It's about becoming the very storm they thought would destroy you. And let's be clear, you were never alone. That feeling, that isolation, that's part of the shaping process. The universe puts its strongest in the quietest rooms, in the loneliest corners, so their power can grow undisturbed. You weren't being punished. You were being prepared. Now that you're stepping out of the shadows, they won't recognize you, because you're not who you were. You're who you had to become. The survivor, the truth bearer, the shock they never saw coming. So let them be stunned. Let them scramble to rewrite the narratives they built around your silence, because the real story, the one you lived, the one you survived, is far more powerful than their lies ever were. And now it's yours to tell. This isn't just survival, this is revelation, and you are the one delivering it. So, if your spirit's still buzzing after hearing that, good. That's not just emotion, that's alignment. The universe doesn't echo for no reason. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever had to sit in silence while people wrote false stories about your life. If you've ever had to heal without applause. If you know something powerful is waking up in you right now, stay with this. Let it pull you in. This message isn't background noise, it's a mirror. And if you truly are one of the chosen, you're going to feel every word in your bones. Now, let's get into it. Number 1. Time to rip the mask off. The truth's about to taste like fire to the ones who tried to bury it. They didn't break you, they just handed you proof of how untouchable you really are. This is the part they never expected, that you'd survive long enough to talk about it, that you'd crawl out of every dark room they locked you in and bring a spotlight with you. And now that spotlight is aimed right at the truth they tried so hard to hide. They spent years pushing lies, creating fake versions of your story, rewriting you like you were some disposable side character in their little drama. But the plot just flipped, and now you're the headline. Understand this. When the universe chooses someone, it builds a shield around them that no enemy can see, but every enemy feels. That discomfort they have around you, that sudden hate out of nowhere, that urge to discredit you without cause. That's not random. That's spiritual recoil. They're reacting to your presence the way shadows react to the sun. And guess what? The brighter your light, the louder the panic. And now here you are, standing in the space they swore you'd never reach. You didn't just survive. You endured things that were engineered to break you. Silent wars, attacks with no proof, smiles that hid sabotage, people clapping for you in public while cursing you in private. You were surviving in plain sight while they were performing. Let's get one thing straight. They weren't fighting you. They were wrestling with the force that chose you. They were throwing punches at the universe and thinking it wouldn't punch back. And now the universe is pulling receipts through you. So speak, loud, clear, unapologetic. Your truth isn't just personal, It's cosmic ammunition. Every word you say now is a vibration that undoes the curses, the lies, the silence. This is bigger than storytelling. This is balance being restored. And whether they're ready or not, the truth is coming through. Some will say you're being dramatic. Let them. Some will say you're exaggerating. Let them. The same ones who accused you of being too sensitive were the ones who got uncomfortable every time you came close to clarity. They needed you confused, quiet, doubting. But those days are gone. They wanted you to forget what was done to you, to play nice, to heal quietly. But there is nothing polite about rising. There is nothing soft about truth. Sometimes truth feels like thunder, because that's what it takes to wake the world up. And to the chosen ones who are still struggling with self-doubt, still wondering, why me? Hear this clearly. You were never alone. Not once. Not even in your darkest hour. The silence around you wasn't abandonment. It was sacred construction. The universe clears the room when it's building something indestructible. You were isolated so your gifts wouldn't be polluted. You were silenced so your voice would carry weight when it finally broke free. Stop questioning your worth. Stop dimming your light to keep the fragile comfortable. You've been given the kind of strength that makes enemies out of people who haven't even spoken to you. That's not ego. That's energy. That's alignment. They weren't reacting to your personality. They were reacting to your purpose. You might ask, why did they target me? I wasn't doing anything to them. Exactly. That's what scared them. You were just being, and that alone disrupted their whole illusion. You don't have to swing to be a weapon. When the universe backs you, even your stillness has power. And to the ones who tried to break you, what did you think would happen? That you could mock the chosen and stay untouched? That you could tamper with a soul in alignment and not feel the aftermath? You were playing chess against the very hands that created the board. And now the game is over. Your story is not just survival. It's a signal. It's a message to every other chosen one still buried under the rubble of silence. When you speak, you unlock others. You show them that they're not crazy, not weak, not broken, just becoming. This is why you can't stay quiet. Not anymore. You were chosen to be the alarm, the shock, the disruption, the very sound that shatters illusions. You've carried pain that would have crushed most people. You've smiled with a shattered heart. You've lifted others while bleeding. And now you lift the curtain. Let your truth echo. Let your survival sting. Let the people who thought they knew you choke on the revelation of who you really are. And don't you dare feel guilty. Don't you dare apologize for being stronger than they hoped you'd be. You weren't built to be liked. You were built to last. And now, the moment you were prepared for has finally arrived. Because chosen ones don't just survive storms, they become them. And what you're about to say, what you're about to reveal, it's not just going to turn heads, it's going to turn the tables. Let's keep going. Number 2, they bet against the flame, and now they're watching the fire walk. They never expected you to rise, because they were too busy counting your scars to notice your spine, too busy watching your breakdown to realize they were witnessing your build-up. They were so sure the storms they sent would drown you, they never even looked twice to see if you were floating, let alone walking on water. You weren't just meant to survive, you were designed to defy. The weight they dropped on you was supposed to crush you, not crown you. But the universe doesn't play by their rules, and neither do you. See, the mistake they made wasn't just underestimating you, it was misunderstanding what you're made of. You're not stitched together with surface-level strength. You're sown from silence, fire, and everything unspoken. You were built in invisible rooms, shaped by unseen hands, and armored with the very pain they thought would take you out. They laughed while you cried. They celebrated while you healed. They whispered lies about you loud enough to echo. But now it's your truth that's shaking the walls. That silence you kept. It was your forge. That loneliness. Your transformation chamber. And every time you chose not to clap back, not to explain yourself, not to give them the satisfaction, they thought they were winning. But all you were doing was rising in secret. And now they have to watch. You were never meant to be another name on their list of broken ones. You weren't put here to be a footnote in someone else's power trip. You were the main event this whole time. The universe was setting the stage while they were setting traps. And now the curtains are pulling back and you're still standing. Let them look confused. Let them blink in disbelief. Let them ask, how? While you walk past the ruins they left you in. They don't get to understand you. Not anymore. You weren't chosen for them to get it. You were chosen to interrupt everything they thought they knew. The same spotlight that used to burn you, that used to feel too big, too hot, too much, it's different now. That light no longer exposes your wounds. It amplifies your power. Because you're not walking into that light as someone who needs approval. You're walking in as someone who carries the proof. Proof that you were targeted. Proof that you did suffer, proof that you still rose, and proof that no one, not a person, not a lie, not even a storm, can cancel what the universe has already confirmed. This is not just any moment. This is your moment, stitched into the very thread of time, locked in by cosmic forces that only align when destiny has something to say. And today, destiny has a lot to say. You're not just coming back, you're arriving like thunder in a place they thought would stay quiet forever. The whispers have stopped, the masks are cracking, and all the energy they poured into your downfall, it's echoing back into their own undoing. Because here's what no one told them. When the universe chooses someone, it rearranges everything for their rise. It shifts people, situations, timelines. What felt like loss was repositioning. What looked like rejection was redirection. What felt like abandonment was insulation. The universe wasn't being cruel. It was clearing the room for your entrance. And yet, some of you still carry guilt for rising. Still wonder if maybe you're being too much, if you should go back to being quiet, smaller, less threatening. Let me say it straight. You don't owe their comfort your silence. You don't owe your dimming to anyone who threw shade at your shine. They didn't expect you to rise because they thought pain was enough to kill someone like you. But what they didn't know is that pain was your alarm clock. It woke up parts of you you didn't even know existed. It woke up the speaker, the healer, the leader, the fire starter. And now you're awake. So let them talk. Let them choke on the story they tried to write for you. Let them sit front row while you deliver a performance they could never predict. This is your elevation, not because you begged for it, but because you earned it. So rise, loud, bright, fully, and let the silence you were buried in become the thunder that follows you everywhere. Because the real ones, they never stay down. Let's keep going. Number 3, the doors. Didn't shut on you, they shut for you. They said you were unlucky, that you must have done something wrong, that all those slammed doors, unanswered calls, lost jobs, broken relationships, failed plans, it was just your bad choices, bad karma, or bad timing. But no, what they called rejection was actually divine recalibration. The universe was stepping in and rerouting you away from rooms too small for your purpose, people too shallow for your depth, and paths too temporary for your legacy. You weren't being pushed out, you were being pushed forward, because when you're chosen, you're not allowed to settle. And so, the universe will disrupt anything that threatens to limit your growth, even if it means breaking your heart to expand your future. While they were busy clapping for themselves, thinking they had one-upped you, thinking you were spiraling, thinking you'd never recover, you were learning. You were being trained in silence, taught by pain, schooled by the stars. While they were comfortable, you were becoming. And let's be real, it didn't feel like preparation, did it? It felt like punishment, like being forgotten, like the universe went silent on you right when you needed answers the most. But that silence, that was your classroom, that loneliness, your initiation. No one talks about what it feels like to be chosen. They just talk about the glow-up at the end. But we know the truth. Being chosen hurts before it heals. It strips you down. It disconnects you from everything and everyone that isn't aligned with your next level. And sometimes that looks like rejection. It looks like betrayal, like being ghosted by people you would have gone to war for, like watching people eat off your name while you go hungry in private. But now look, every no was a gate locking behind you so you couldn't walk back into what you outgrew. Every delay was a redirection, setting you up for something too big to explain in the moment. And every person who exited, they left to make space for those who see you now, not just as someone convenient, but someone cosmic. And now the signs are everywhere, numbers that follow you at the right time, dreams that shake you awake, random videos, songs, conversations that hit you in the exact spot you needed clarity. No, you're not imagining it. That's alignment. That's the universe saying, you're not crazy, you're being guided. People will doubt it because they didn't see the blueprint. They didn't walk your path, so they don't understand how every twist in it led you here. Let them doubt. That's not your job to fix. Your job is to trust the fire that forged you and walk with the kind of confidence that only comes from surviving what was meant to destroy you. And let's also address this. Some of you have doubted yourself, questioned the path, wondered if you're making it all up in your head, wondered if maybe you missed your shot. Let me be clear, if you were finished, you wouldn't still be waking up with that fire in your belly, that hunger to become, that push you feel every time you try to shrink and stay quiet. That's the universe refusing to let you forget who you are. Stop apologizing for your calling. Stop toning it down just because others didn't get the same vision. You were not rejected, you were repositioned, and those people who walked away from you when you had nothing, let them watch now. Let them sit in silence while the doors that rejected you open on their own, just for you to walk through. Because when the universe opens a door, no one can close it. And when the universe shuts a door, no apology, no second chance, no forced connection can reopen it. That's protection. That's alignment. That's power. So if you're still mourning a rejection, pause and look again. Was it really a loss? Or was it a hidden blessing with sharp edges? Because most of the things that saved you didn't look like miracles in the moment. They looked like heartbreak, like failure, like confusion. But the truth, every single one of those moments was movement. The universe doesn't yell without reason. It doesn't rearrange your life just to leave you stuck. If things fell apart, it's because something stronger was being put together behind the scenes. And now, it's time. Time to trust that the rejection wasn't about you being unwanted. It was about you being too necessary to waste on anything less than extraordinary. So move forward like it was all part of the plan, because it was. Let's keep going. Number 4, the truth you carry could burn empires. That's why they feared you. Your story isn't just a recollection of pain, it's a weapon, a loaded truth that, if spoken, would rip the masks clean off of people who built their entire existence on falsehood. That's why they tried to silence you. That's why the lies came fast, the rumors louder, the isolation heavier. It was never random, it was defense. Because your truth, it's dangerous. Not to you, but to them, to the systems, the illusions, the reputations standing on quicksand and ego. You are the walking proof that they can't control the narrative forever. That no matter how many times they try to erase you, edit you, or bury you beneath their version of events, the real story has a pulse, and it beats inside you. Louder every day you stay quiet, stronger every time you try to swallow it back down. It's not just a story anymore, it's a reckoning waiting to be released. They didn't call you unstable because you were weak. They called you that because they were scared. Scared of what would happen if you ever gathered enough strength to say, here's what really happened. Scared of who would believe you. Scared of how many others would recognize their own story in yours and wake the hell up. See, when you carry a truth powerful enough to collapse false thrones, people will do anything to paint you as a liar. Not because you are one, but because your clarity terrifies them. That's why they tried to keep you in confusion. That's why they needed you to doubt your own voice. But that voice, it was never meant to stay locked in your throat. That burning you feel when you lie awake at night. That's the truth trying to be born. That pressure in your chest. That's the weight of unsaid words, truths sealed behind fear, experiences begging for oxygen. And when you feel your fingers twitch, your thoughts race, your soul scream in stillness, it's not restlessness, it's the signal. The universe letting you know you've been quiet long enough. You don't just carry memories, you carry messages, codes wrapped in lived pain, warnings and wisdom earned through fire. And the world, it needs what you've got, even if it's not ready to admit it. They didn't know what they were doing when they pushed you to the edge, because the edge wasn't your breaking point, it was your vantage point. From there, you saw it all clearly, the manipulation, the tactics, the masks people wear. And from that pain, you didn't just rise, you came back with receipts, with clarity, with eyes wide open. You're not here to play nice with lies anymore. You're not here to protect the comfort of people who feasted on your silence. You're here to shake foundations. That's what chosen ones do. You don't just survive, you disrupt. And your truth, it's not just about healing yourself anymore. It's about liberating others. The moment you open your mouth, stories like yours start waking up in other people. The moment you name it, you normalize it. The moment you stop hiding it, you expose the entire machine that thrives on secrecy and shame. You want to know why it's been so hard, because you weren't just healing, you were becoming a threat to every system, every person, every structure that depended on you staying broken. They didn't just fear your voice, they feared what your voice unlocks. So here you are now, still standing, still glowing with a fire they thought would burn out years ago. You've got a dangerous truth and a clear path ahead. And even now, the world may not be ready, but that was never the point. Readiness doesn't matter when the truth is ripe. It's time to speak, not for revenge, not for pity, but because the truth has waited long enough. Let it roar, let it cut, let it correct the record. Because you didn't just survive the storm, you became the storm. And now you carry lightning in your words, thunder in your voice, and a truth so sharp it splits illusions clean in half. They'll say you changed, and they're right. You stopped letting lies live rent-free in your spirit. You stopped being the safe version of yourself just to make liars feel comfortable. You stopped running from your truth, and now it runs through you like fire. Let's keep going. Number 5. They wrote you in as the villain, but you were the plot twist they couldn't control. They needed a villain, someone to blame, someone to carry the weight of everything they didn't want to face in themselves. And you were too easy, too silent, too isolated, too powerful in ways they couldn't understand. So they labeled you what they feared most, a threat. But let's tell the truth. You weren't the villain, you were the mirror. And when people don't like what they see, they try to shatter the reflection. They couldn't handle how your presence exposed their masks, so they did what cowards always do. They turned the spotlight on you and rewrote the script to make themselves the victims. They twisted scenes, edited out their own actions, and projected every crack in their soul onto your face. And you started to believe it. There were moments you questioned your own memory, weren't there? Moments you sat alone, replaying everything, wondering if maybe you were the problem. If maybe the stories they told about you were true. That's what gaslighting does. It makes the truth slippery. It turns clarity into fog. It makes the chosen one feel like the cursed one. But the universe doesn't lie. And deep down, you know what you saw, you know what you felt, you know what happened, even if they denied it. You know how everything shifted when you started to speak your truth, even a little. You watched people change faces. You watched so-called allies go silent. You watched lies spread faster than facts. You weren't imagining it. You were interrupting it. Some of what you survived doesn't even have words. Situations so surreal, so intense, so unnatural. If you tried to explain them, people would say you were exaggerating. Coincidences so timed they felt orchestrated. Escapes that defy logic. Doors that opened when you had no keys. Answers that came in dreams. Warnings you couldn't ignore. Energy that surrounded you like armor when no one else was there. You weren't going crazy, you were being guided. The universe intervened because what you were fighting wasn't just emotional, it was energetic, spiritual, strategic. And the fact that you're still standing here, still holding your truth, is proof that not even a full-scale character assassination could touch what's real. They tried to destroy your credibility because they couldn't destroy your calling. And now it's time they face the reality they tried to rewrite. You don't even need to say much. Your presence is loud enough. Your survival is loud enough. Your peace is loud enough. Because people who truly survive the worst don't need to perform. They carry it, quietly, powerfully. And when the time comes, they speak. You were the villain in their story because you refused to play the fool in their game. And because of that, they needed you gone, forgotten, shamed into silence. But here's the part they never saw coming. The villain they painted is now holding the pen. You have the power now, not to get even, but to set the record straight. And let this be said. It wasn't just their lies that hurt. It was the betrayal. The people who knew better but stayed quiet. The ones who didn't ask questions, who believed what was convenient. That kind of betrayal? It cuts deep. But it also clears the path. Because now you know exactly who never deserved a front row seat in your life to begin with. You've become what they feared. Undeniable. The truth you carry walks ahead of you now. and the lies they told are falling apart on their own. You don't even have to swing. Your story is doing the heavy lifting. They tried to make your name synonymous with drama, dysfunction, instability, but the only instability was how fast their mask slipped when your truth started rising. And now they're scared, not of what you'll do, but of what you'll reveal. So reveal it, not with rage, but with precision. Not to hurt, but to heal yourself. Not for attention, but for alignment. Because the most dangerous thing you can do to someone who spent years trying to destroy you is survive with receipts. Let your truth speak now, not like a scream, but like a slow, undeniable unraveling. Let them watch their fiction crumble beneath the weight of your reality. You were never the villain. You were the awakening, the plot twist they couldn't control, the chapter they tried to rip out, only to realize you were the whole damn story. Let's keep going. Number 6, you're not coming back for payback. You're coming back for what's yours. Let them talk about revenge. Let them throw around words like bitter, petty, unhealed. Let them pretend this is about proving something. They'll say that because they still don't understand what's really happening. But we do. This isn't revenge, it's restoration. This is alignment snapping back into place like a bone that was dislocated for too long. This is balance being returned, not by force, not by drama, but by truth. See, what they didn't realize is that you were never trying to get even. You were trying to get free. And now that you are, now that the weight has lifted and your voice is rising, they're scrambling. Not because you've become dangerous, but because your clarity is exposing the lies they thought would never be questioned. They thought the character they created for you would stick forever, that people would always see you through their fog, that the version of you built on half-truths and gossip would become your legacy. But now that you're speaking, truly speaking, everything is shifting. They didn't think that truth could hit this hard without you lifting a finger. They forgot one universal law: you cannot destroy what is protected by purpose. They tried to bury you under labels, under silence, under shame. But you were never the seed they thought. You were the root. And roots don't die quietly. They come back, stronger, wiser, unshakable. When you speak now, something powerful happens. The fog lifts, not just from your life, but from the minds of those who were watching silently. People will start to remember the way things never quite added up. They'll revisit conversations that left them unsettled, re-examine decisions they made about you that didn't sit right in their gut. The puzzle pieces begin to click, not because you force them to, but because truth has gravity. It pulls everything into place. That's what real restoration looks like. Not loud, not chaotic, but undeniable. The kind of shift that happens when the scales finally tip back to where they always should have been. And no, this isn't about being seen by the people who ignored you. It's about seeing yourself clearly for the first time. This is about reclaiming your name, not for validation, but for liberation. You don't need applause. You don't need everyone to admit they were wrong, because truth has a way of echoing beyond denial. The people who need to hear you will. The ones who were blind will blink. The ones who were silent will shift uncomfortably in their seats. And you'll be calm, not cold, not spiteful, just centered. Because when you walk in alignment, you stop chasing explanations. You become the explanation. Let's be honest. You could have clapped back a long time ago. You could have dragged names, posted receipts, fought fire with fire. But you chose silence. Not because you were weak, but because you were focused, healing, preparing. You knew the truth doesn't need an audience to remain real, and now that you're stepping forward, you're not doing it with rage. You're doing it with receipts in your soul and peace in your stride. That's the kind of restoration that makes people nervous. Not revenge, not attacks. Just the raw, unsettling truth rising from the ashes with nothing left to prove. What they tried to destroy is walking tall again. What they tried to hide is now speaking through you. And every fake version of you they built is falling apart in real time. Because nothing threatens a lie more than the presence of someone who lived through it and came back unshaken. Let them say what they will. The damage is already done to their illusions. Your job now is to walk in your fullness, to stop shrinking, to stop questioning, to stop over-explaining. You didn't survive all that pain just to come back for revenge. You came back for redemption, for clarity, for peace, and for every piece of yourself they tried to rip away. Let the world watch. Let the truth land where it needs to. Because when chosen ones rise, it's not loud, it's loud enough. Let's keep going. Number 7. You didn't run away. You were pulled out by the timing that doesn't miss. Some of you disappeared without a word. No goodbye, no explanation. One day you were there, and the next, gone. And they called it cowardice. They said you ghosted, that you couldn't handle the pressure, that you were unstable, impulsive, unreliable. But here's the truth. You didn't run. You were extracted. That wasn't panic. That was precision. That was the universe stepping in and saying, now, go. That was cosmic timing, opening the emergency exit when no one else even knew the building was burning. You weren't escaping. You were being delivered. You were pulled out of the fire before it could finish what it started. They'll never understand what it took to disappear like that. To sever ties, delete contacts, change your number, move in silence. That kind of silence isn't weakness. It's spiritual warfare. It's divine timing in motion. It's the moment you stopped negotiating with danger and said, not another day. You left not because you were afraid of what was behind you, but because something inside you finally trusted what was ahead. You changed your name, your number, your environment. Some of you even changed your identity, not to hide, but to heal, because you realized you couldn't fix your soul in the same space that fractured it. And you didn't need a round of applause or a send-off speech. You needed distance. You needed oxygen. And now, the very path you took to save yourself is about to become a beacon. The map you made in the dark will help someone else find their way out. Because here's the thing about divine timing. It doesn't operate on convenience. It doesn't show up when your bank account is ready, or your friends approve, or your reputation can handle it. It shows up when you're about to break. It steps in when you've cried your last silent tear and whispered, I can't do this anymore. It shows up when your spirit starts to scream louder than your trauma. That moment you disappeared. That was the moment your story shifted from survival mode to destiny mode. And if you're still wondering why it happened the way it did, so fast, so chaotic, so lonely, understand this. The universe will snatch you out of situations when it knows you've overstayed your lesson. And yes, it's scary. Yes, it feels unfair. Yes, it feels like you're losing everything. But what you were really losing was the lie. The illusion that you needed their approval. The lie that you had to stay loyal to pain just because it was familiar. The lie that peace wasn't possible for someone like you. When chosen ones get their wake-up call, There's no more time to debate. No more room to explain yourself to people who only love the version of you that doesn't make them uncomfortable. You were pulled out because something bigger than you needed to protect what you hadn't even built yet. Your future, your calling, your impact. And now the silence that saved your life is about to speak volumes. People are going to wonder how you made it out. They'll whisper about your glow, your peace, your presence. But they won't know the full story unless you choose to tell it. And when you do, it'll free others who are still where you were, trapped in environments that are dimming their light and stealing their voice. You were the one who got away, not because you were lucky, but because you listened. You trusted the pull. You obeyed the nudge. You honored the voice that said, "This is not where your story ends." Some of you may still carry guilt for how abruptly you left, for the relationships that ended without closure. But let this set you free. Closure is a luxury you don't always get when you're escaping captivity. Sometimes the only closure you need is your own healing. And if anyone ever asks why you vanished, here's the truth. Because staying would have killed me and leaving saved me. Now your life becomes the testimony, not of perfection, but of alignment. Not of revenge, but of purpose. Not of running away, but of being sent ahead. Because chosen ones don't just survive, they go first. They walk the hard road so others don't have to walk blind. You didn't leave to disappear, you left to lead. And now, it's time to be seen again. Let's keep going. Number 8. Your breakthrough wasn't just yours. It was the blueprint. You didn't just escape for your own survival. You escaped to signal freedom to others. Your breakthrough was never meant to stay private. The healing you found, the clarity you now carry, the light that shines through your scars. It's all meant to be seen, not for ego, not for applause, but because someone, right now, is still stuck in the very place you barely made it out of. You were the one who made it through the fire, not to brag about the flames, but to show others where the exits are. Because the version of you that got out, that version is living proof that it's possible, that there is another side, that you don't have to spend your life choking on silence or drowning in fear. You were once where they are now, believing the lies that said you had to stay. That said your worth was based on how much pain you could tolerate, that you were asking for too much, that peace was a fantasy and happiness was for other people. But you broke the cycle, and because you did, they will. This is what alignment looks like. The moment when everything that once felt like it was working against you suddenly shifts, and you realize it was always working for you. It was never rejection. It was redirection. Never punishment. Just preparation. The same universe that let you fall is the same universe that now lifts you up. Not because it changed, but because you did. You finally stepped into your truth. You stopped running from your light. You stopped settling for being tolerated in spaces where you were meant to lead. And now comes the shift, the balance, the universal recalibration. The ledger of injustice has been tallied and the scales are tipping back in your favor. Everything that was taken, time, peace, energy, love, opportunity, is being returned, not just in equal measure, but in overflow. Because when chosen ones align, the abundance isn't small. It's loud, obvious, unshakable. Not just financial, but spiritual, mental, emotional. It's not just about money, it's about magnitude. You begin to attract things that match your healing. People who recognize your value without explanation. Opportunities that feel like they were written specifically for you. a life that doesn't drain you, but fuels you. This is your vindication, but not the kind that comes with bitterness. This isn't about revenge. It's about witnessing how the universe restores what was once unfairly stolen or delayed. You don't even have to fight for it anymore. All you have to do is stay aligned. And let's talk about that, alignment. Because it's not a buzzword, it's a frequency, a state of being. A choice to stop forcing what isn't yours and start flowing with what is. Alignment means walking away from rooms where your spirit shrinks. It means saying no to patterns that once felt like home. It means holding the line when everything in your past wants to pull you back. You're not meant to shrink anymore. You're not meant to blend in just to survive. You are meant to stand tall, to stand out, to shine, even if it unsettles the people who used to benefit from your silence. And now, you shine not because you're trying, but because you've stopped dimming. Let them watch. Let them see how your life has turned. Let them see the glow that doesn't come from validation, but from alignment. Let them witness how the same voice they tried to silence is now speaking freedom into others. How the very person they tried to break is now a symbol of unbreakable purpose. This is cosmic justice, and it's wearing your face. The abundance coming to you isn't random, it's earned. And it's also multiplied because you're not just going to keep it, you're going to share it. In your words, in your presence, in your wisdom, in your silence. You were chosen to be the proof. The living, breathing contradiction to everything they said was impossible. They said you'd never make it, that you'd always be broken, that you'd never find peace, that you'd fade into the background, forgotten. But here you are, not just alive, but aligned. Not just surviving, but overflowing. Not just healed, but healing others. Let's keep going. Number 9, your words won't just echo, they'll engrave. This moment isn't just another chapter in your story, it's the turning point. The one where the voice they tried to silence becomes the legacy they can't erase. Because when you speak now, you don't just share your truth, you activate it. Your voice has changed. It carries something now. Not just words, not just stories, but frequency, a current, a force that rearranges reality. You're not just telling what happened, you're shifting what is. When chosen ones speak from a place of alignment, it does something that can't be undone. It hits like thunder in a place that hasn't heard a sound in years. It cracks illusions wide open. It breaks generational curses without needing to announce it. The truth that once trembled in your throat now thunders with purpose. This is the kind of sound that changes atmospheres. You don't need permission anymore. The spiritual microphone has already been handed to you, and it's live. Every sentence you speak now carves a path. Every truth you share becomes a light in someone else's tunnel. You're not just speaking for yourself anymore. You're speaking for the ones who haven't found their voice yet. The ones still trapped in silence. The ones still wondering if they're crazy for feeling what they feel. Let's be clear. Your story isn't just a reflection of survival. It's a sacred transmission, a legacy in motion, something that generations after you will look to. Not because you were perfect, but because you were real. Because you told the truth when it cost you. Because you rose when it would have been easier to stay broken. You're not just leaving behind a story, you're leaving behind structure, a blueprint, a vibration so strong that even when your voice goes quiet, your words will keep speaking. They'll echo in rooms you never stepped into. They'll reach people you've never met. They'll crack open hearts long after you're gone. And here's the part that's going to hit deep. Everything you say now, everything plants itself in the soil of the future. Every truth, no matter how painful, becomes inheritance. You are laying down stones for others to stand on. You are building something eternal in a world that is addicted to forgetting. That's the power of aligned truth. It doesn't fade. It crystallizes. It hardens into legacy, into memory, into monuments. The kind that last longer than statues. The kind that outlive buildings. The kind that can't be deleted or destroyed because they're encoded into energy itself. Your truth is now bigger than you. It has a job to do. It has people to reach, souls to awaken, chains to break. And as you speak it, fully, without flinching, you step into your highest timeline, the one that was waiting on this exact version of you to arrive. Don't hold back. Don't censor it to make others comfortable. This isn't the time for soft stories or half-truths. This is the time to leave evidence, to let the world know exactly what you survived, and how you survived it, and how you turned survival into strategy, pain into power, silence into sound. This is more than vindication. This is the official documentation of your becoming. They may have written you out of their version of the story, but now you're writing something they can't edit. Something that outlives them. Something that outlives you. Let your truth be loud. Let it be clear. Let it be final. Because this isn't just the end of your silence. This is the beginning of your legacy. And when it's all said and done, your name won't just be remembered. It will be revered, not for being the loudest, but for being unshakably real. Speak. The moment has arrived. This is the one that changes everything, forever. Let's keep going.